Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you being here at 6 a.m. in the morning. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, the highlight from the Super Bowl that I can't stop looking at that surfaced, I think, yesterday, at least in my world, it did. Because there's been a lot of mic'd up stuff that's come out from this Super Bowl that's been very compelling.
The postmortem on this Super Bowl has just gone on forever, and I'm here for it. There's been a lot of debate, and then audio still trickling out because so many more players are mic'd up these days.
Yeah, and I just don't ever remember a Super Bowl getting this much mic'd up stuff after the Super Bowl was over. And maybe some of it's just chicken and egg. Maybe we're seeing so much of it because there were such controversial decisions made by Kyle Shanahan and such in overtime. But the one that surfaced is the Christian McCaffrey fumble where George Kittle is going over and blocking George Karlaftis pretty forcefully. And George Kittle's got his back to the play, and he's blocking Karlaftis. And he says to George Karlaftis, "Hey, George," like kind of in a trash talky way. And while George Kittle's clearly trying to engage George Karlaftis in some sort of little mini trash talk, Karlaftis goes down on the ground and recovers the fumble. It's a bad look for George Kittle. It's really funny.
It wasn't even a trash talky way. It's the way George Kittle is just goofy and corny about everything. He's very, hey, George. I almost hey, we've got the same name. National Tight Ends Day.
But it was. I mean, it was funny because it was in some ways. I think people are viewing it as a microcosm of the game because the narrative after the game was the Chiefs were the ultimately prepared team because they've been preparing for overtime since July in the Super Bowl, and there's literally audio of Kyle Juszczyk walking up to Kyle Shanahan on the field in overtime, going, "I didn't know that they get the ball back if we score a touchdown."
There's also mic'd up of Pat Mahomes at the toss and realizing when the 49ers decide to take the ball. If you slow it down, I don't think it's creative editing. If you slow it down, you can see a momentary little break in Pat Mahomes' poker face when the 49ers say they'll take the ball. His eyes almost imperceptibly widen a little bit, and then he goes back to his poker face. And then he gets to the sideline, and he says, "Hey, they want it. They can take it. Hey, they want the ball. Yeah, they want the ball. Cool. That's what we wanted anyway."
Yeah. That's a great analogy. Mahomes is like the guy sitting at a poker table. He's got pocket aces. He knows nobody's got a better hand than him. And some dude Fred Warner just pushed all his chips into the middle oh, yes, I am going to win.
No, it's different, though. It's because I don't think, Pat Mahomes had just lost, so he wasn't feeling confident in that moment. They'd lost the toss, and then all of a sudden the guy does exactly what you're. So it's more like if you're holding the crappy hand, and then somebody else decides that has a crappier hand, goes all in.
Yeah.
But your analogy's right.
I know. It's 6:03. I'm I was when you were doing that right now. I'm really confused. I'm just gonna. It sounds good. That's Did you finish the Iron Claw?
I did.
Okay.
And what I'll say is just I can see where for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, the Iron Claw wrestling movie about the Von Erich family. And I didn't know anything about the Von Erich family. You, I think, assumed that I had a good knowledge of the Von Erich family because they're very, very famous amongst wrestling fans.
Right.
I'm not a wrestling fan, so I didn't have a clue. So you hinted at something that happened in the movie that you assumed I knew about.
I didn't hint at it. I directly said it on the show yesterday. I spoiled, in retrospect, did I spoil the movie for you or just a facet of the movie for you now that you've seen it?
A good chunk of the movie.
Really?
You spoiled a good chunk of it,
okay. Wow.
That was a really a big chunk of it. But then the movie goes on to, there's so much horrific stuff that happens in the movie that, okay. As far as, Brandy and I, honestly, I was bent over laughing yesterday as we were talking about the incident of you spoiling the movie for me because Brandy was trying to figure out at any possible point, is it ever okay to say, I hope this isn't a spoiler, but have you gotten to the point where this character died?
It was really bad. I don't even want to replay it. It was bad. I'm sure. I know for a fact. If you want to hear it, it's in the Slime Off. Landry texted me yesterday. I know it was bad. It was a rough moment.
I'm still laughing about it.
It was a rough moment for me.
That's never in the history of trying not to spoil movies. Has it been a non-spoiler to say, hey, has this character died yet where you're watching it?
Here's the thing, is that the assumption I made, and I'm trying to be cryptic enough for people who haven't seen the movie, and yet uncryptic enough so that the audience gets what's going on. I thought you at least understood the general premise as to why the Von Erichs were relevant. You know, like why their family story
what the deal was
relevant. Yeah. Like I just assume, and I'll keep. So when you posted yesterday, and let it be put in the record. Ben, put this in the record, please, as the court record keeper. I did reimburse Seth for the cost of the movie.
Yeah, I got $19.99 in my Venmo.
In his Venmo, I did Venmo Seth, and Seth posted the proof that I Venmoed him $19.99. So that got posted on Twitter. Alex Del Barrio, former coworker, who I should point out actually worked for WWE for a couple of years, said, "What's to spoil? Do people not know about the Von Erich family?" And I said, "Alex, not everybody, okay? Not everybody."
That's a good poll. Just like, do you know the general story of the Von Erich family?
Without
what percentage of people? Yeah,
because I don't even need to put what the general story is, because the people who know.
You know the story of the Von Erich family.
Yeah.
And like, what percentage of people? Like, am I in the extreme minority or
Would
not?
you?
It's tricky because you got a lot of pro wrestling fans in your Twitter.
That's
account.
That's a great point actually. What did you think of the movie?
Oh, it was well. Okay, I love the story. I mean, the movie was kind of cheesy in some regards. I will say the way they tied it all up at the end was pretty damn awesome. Like, and pretty powerful. I thought that the two disturbing things that I couldn't get over were, one, how Zac Efron looked almost nothing like Zac Efron, simply by what I'm guessing is a good chunk of assistance that he had in getting to the size of a pro wrestler. Yeah. Even his face is like fuller and weirder, like almost more caveman-like than it was. And it's not makeup. He's yoked. And then the dude from that TV show about the chef that plays Carrie, Von Erich.
Yeah.
I just why did he skip so many leg days? Dude, he was so top heavy. I couldn't get past that. I was like, this guy, he looks like a roided up Muppet. Yeah. Like this. Somebody should have had his hand up his ass, like moving this kid around. And I don't know how he walked around on legs that skinny.
Dude, and I don't know. I don't know if you after the movie went and looked and see what these guys looked like in real life, the Von Erichs.
Yeah.
Like Kerry Von Erich his nickname was the modern day warrior. Like he was sculpted. He's like a Greek god. Yeah. And this guy's like the shortest member of the family.
He was the shortest one, and with so oddly shaped.
Yeah.
For he was so yoked up his upper body.
Yeah.
He was huge, and it just did not have any. He had like the lower body of a 79-year-old man.
All right.
It was like The Rock upper body, Joe Biden lower body.
Yep.
It was.
It was. All right.
And then Ric Flair. I did not. The guy doing Ric Flair. Look, I don't need a strict Ric Flair impression, but the guy who played Ric Flair had so little charisma. Like to have that guy play one of the most charismatic wrestlers ever. I'm just watching. It was these seem like stupid objections to a movie, but I feel like in pro wrestling it matters. So all right, look, you got to nail the Ric Flair character.
Yes.
That was a key part of everything, right?
Like Seth, as you've noted, you're not a wrestling fan. If you, a non-wrestling fan, is saying you've got to get Ric Flair right, then you've got to get Ric Flair right. Like you non-wrestling fan, even know like Ric Flair is. He's got charisma that is, bigger than the building, that kind of
This is what I would have done if I were a producer of this Hollywood movie. I would have brought in a current-day wrestler to play Ric Flair.
Okay.
I don't know who it would be or anything, but like somebody, one of the more charismatic guys. The other thing I did like about the movie, Sean? They do, and this definitely will not be a spoiler, they do a good job of kind of blending the reality of wrestling with the theater of wrestling, in that in some of the behind the scenes stuff, they're talking about the upcoming match almost as if they don't know the outcome. Like it's like it's in question whether or not one of these guys might beat Ric Flair in a match or something. That part was kind of cool. It kind of roped you into the fantasy of it all.
Yeah.
Which is it's a tricky thing to do, but I enjoyed that part of it.
Yeah, that's cool. I just like hearing your perspective on it because like you said, you're not steeped in the Von Erich story. You're just watching it cold.
No, and I could totally see kids from Texas like pulling for the Von Erich family. I bet that was huge because it was almost like Texas against the world.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then like his various, things. This isn't they hint very strongly at the beginning that there's tragedy to come because the Von Erich family is cursed. That's like in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
But it's that part. That part was really cool. I could see where, like, if I were growing up in Texas and I were watching wrestling, then I would be totally triggered by every insult put on the Von Erich family.
Yeah, back then there was no national wrestling company like WWF was, like WWE is today, and it was like 30 little territories around the country, which in a weird way, like your territory was almost your home team, kind of. So yeah, we're getting text from people saying Texas lore, the Von Erichs. Yeah. So I wonder. I don't pro wrestling. It was a good movie. It was a good movie. Yeah.
I don't think it was I wouldn't give it 4 stars or whatever because it was just kind of cheesy in some ways, but it pulled at the heartstrings.
Wrestling fans like the cheese, like the P1 audience for that movie probably liked the cheesiness of it a lot.
Yeah, you know what? It was almost like they presented the father. Maybe that's my own issue. Maybe it was that good of a movie because the father annoyed me that much. But Fritz, I have read that they feel that Fritz was portrayed. Kevin feels that Fritz was portrayed unfairly.
Okay.
But, without giving too much away.
I think Ric Flair was the most unfairly portrayed one in the movie. He sucked.
Okay, good. I was wondering about that. I was thinking, man, WWE fans will maybe be most critical of this moment. Or pro wrestling fans.
Dude, they crapped all over Ric Flair in that movie. The guy playing Ric Flair in that movie.
He didn't even do the Ric Flair walk the right way.
Dude, it was horrible.
How can you not be spending... You got a chance to play Ric Flair in this movie. How do you not spend a full week just doing the Ric Flair walk?
Yes.
It's fun to do.
Oh my God. It is fun to do.
I'm doing it right now. What the hell?
All right. Payne and Pendergast, we're off and running on a Friday. Plenty of football to get to on a Friday. It's not a football Friday necessarily, but we got a lot of football to get to. Let's go out to the Astros, though, in the next segment. We finally heard from him. Ryan Presley speaks. Are we buying that he's cool with the Josh Hader signing? That is next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land. Today is Friday.
details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So one of the big storylines from the Astros in spring training, obviously, is the bullpen. Josh Hader signs a big deal to come here to be the closer. He will be the closer, according to Joe Espada. So Ryan Presley, who didn't really do anything to lose the job other than not be Josh Hader. Presley's been very, very good, but Hader's been an elite closer and is younger, more expensive. And look, if anything, this beefs up the back end of the Astros bullpen, but nobody likes to be pushed from the 9th inning to the 8th inning. Here was Ryan Presley yesterday, finally met with the media on the Astros adding Josh Hader.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got a great bullpen, probably one of the best bullpens in the league. I get paid to go get 3 outs. It don't matter if it's in the 4th inning or the 9th inning. So whenever the phone rings and they tell me to get in there, I'll get in there.
That's right. You still get the same salary. It's not like they bumped you down from $14 million to $12 million because you're pitching the 8th, buddy. So there's that. One more quick one here. Were you surprised, Ryan Presley, by the Josh Hader signing?
Yeah, it was a surprise, but he makes our team better. He's hands down one of the best relievers in the game, and when you add him to our bullpen, we're just that much better now. So again, I'm happy he's here. I'm happy that I get to share a bullpen with him. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun time, and he seems like a great teammate. So I'm excited to be here with him.
Sean, as I was watching the Iron Claw last night, it takes me multiple nights to finish a movie because I treat them like miniseries.
I think it's smart. I like that. I'm going to start doing it.
Yeah, it is. It's what has. Yeah, all these miniseries and documentaries on Netflix have conditioned me, and all these awesome cable series have conditioned me that if it's a long movie, I'm just going to break it up into pieces, like episodes. So, they're brother three.
Can't wait to hear you tie it to the Hader Presley situation.
Well, it's the sibling rivalry that there was between the Von Ulrich brothers. They just loved each other deeply, and yet there was also there was competitiveness there. Where they just, and it wasn't even a competitiveness. They wanted to each do great, but they also, they were, whether they wanted to be or not, they were in competition with their brothers, and that's a little bit what it's like on a sports team. Obviously without the as close a bond as brothers, but you got to try to find that way to be a good teammate while also at the same time you got your ego wrapped up in wanting to be the guy and everything. So it's that's where having the right kind of guys matters, because you got guys, in football especially, it's even more important. But if you got guys that just can't operate and start acting like snipey little gossipy teenagers or something, then that can be really bad for team chemistry.
Yeah.
So it's that ability to be PO'd about what happened, but still be a good dude in the locker room. I feel like Presley's that kind of guy.
For sure. Well, a couple things. I think, one, Ryan Presley arrived here as a setup guy. When they traded for him in 2018, I think it was 2018 they traded for him, he was a setup guy. I think Roberto Osuna was the closer at the time. So he's been a setup guy, but it's not like he's Mariano Rivera and he's been a closer his whole career, You
be careful. Careful, Sean.
What?
That's when you're stepping into, telling Joe Pesci he's just a shoe shine boy. You're like, remember, you're just a shoe shine boy.
That's true. I'm gonna go to an Astros game this year and go to Open Clubhouse down there, and he's gonna be like, Sean, maybe I heard I don't shine shoes no more. I'm like, Ryan, I was just merely pointing out that you're maybe wired for the change. You're adaptable.
Yeah.
See, it would have been a much.
I hope he beats you over the head with a pair of Altuve spikes. Not even the big spikes, the little Altuve spikes, just to be more demeaning.
Ryan, I love you. I remember when you were setting up back in the day in 2018. Oh, God, he was great. He get 3 outs. My shoes looked like mirrors. It was great. So he's done it before. I love your point about the competition between peers on a team, because you see that in starting rotations all the time. That was what fueled those Braves starting rotations. I bet it's a lot of what's fueled the Astros starting rotations over the last several years, where you got Verlander and Garrett Cole there, and Greinke and Dallas Keuchel. There's a healthy competition there between those guys. I think too, there's probably a part of it too, like a fear of failure, where I'm getting moved to the 8th inning here. I don't want to. If I screw this up, people are gonna create a narrative that I'm mentally weak here, that I'm screwing this up because I got bumped down to the 8th inning. When in fact, it could be he's 35 years old. It could be that his performance deteriorates because he's a year older and he's getting closer to the end than the beginning.
That's a hard part of it, is that there was a pretty defined drop off last year. and it happens when he's 34 years old. And it very might well be that he, just had a randomly bad year and that he's back to being the exact same guy this year. But if you're the Astros and you're looking at it and you're being objective about it, and you got to set all your personal feelings aside, you got to look at it and say, okay, this guy's in his mid-30s. More times than not, when there's a drop-off, it's definitely related to age.
Yes.
So we got to be sure that we start staying ahead of this thing. We don't want to be around when we know for sure that it's age.
Right.
Like knowing for sure that somebody has dropped off because of age means that you waited a year too long to take care of it. So now you get the benefit of, maybe it was a blip in the radar and maybe a sign of things to come down the road, but actually he's got 3 more good years left in him. Okay, well then awesome. Then you take advantage of this good year, and then you've got Josh Hader to boot.
Yep. One more from Presley. What adjustments do you need to make pitching the 8th inning instead of the 9th inning?
There's no adjustment. I'm the same guy that goes in the 6th inning or the 9th inning. It's the same thing.
Well, and that's the whole thing about being the closer. Sometimes the closer gets all the glory and everything, but sometimes you go in and it just so happens that you're facing the weakest part of the lineup in the 9th inning. If you're a setup guy, and all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, oh you know what? We need Presley in the 7th because we got the meat of their lineup there.
Yeah.
Versus waiting until the 8th to put him in.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of, I don't know. I think there's a little bit more honor sometimes in being the guy that goes in the high leverage situation more so than just the guy who's reserved for the 9th.
Now I do wonder that. Okay, the guy whose role is most defined at the back end of a bullpen, it seems like it's the closer who's no, he is the 9th inning guy. Teams hate bringing in their closer. Most teams hate bringing in their closer with 2 outs in the 8th in a huge just a got to put out the fire situation. I don't know if they hate it, but ideally they don't like to do it. Look, ideally you have this guy in the 7th, this guy in the 8th, this guy in the 9th, but it doesn't work out that way very often. I do wonder now if Presley, because he's not the closer, he doesn't have that defined. You're a 9th inning guy. You stay there till the 9th inning. If he does get brought in now in more leverage situation, if there is a fire brewing in the 7th inning, all right, let's get Presley in here. These are some good matchups for him right now.
Yeah.
If he does get used a little bit differently.
I know the other thing too. When you said ego aside from it and everything, if you're Ryan Presley, okay, yeah, give me many fewer of these situations where I'm pitching more than 1 inning, or where I'm pitching across innings.
Yeah.
That's just it's not ideal for those guys.
So there's a lot of video now surfacing from Astros spring training because pitchers and catchers are there. We got a lot of people covering it there. A lot of folks locally here covering it, so we see a lot of video. Verlander threw off a mound yesterday. That was a big deal, Seth. He threw off a mound.
Where'd he throw it?
He threw, I believe, to a catcher.
Threw it off as he was a mound had assaulted him. He was on his back. He threw it off of him.
Right.
Yeah.
So I like seeing that. The DEFCON level continues to decrease for me on Justin Verlander, so that was good.
Thrown off a mound. If there's one thing that Astros fans are well acquainted with, it's the steps and progressions of pitcher rehab because Lance McCullers is so detailed.
In a walking documentary.
Which I honestly, I appreciate it. I love that Lance gives you the whole rundown of exactly where he is in his recovery.
Yeah, for sure. No, I like being more informed. So Verlander threw off a mound. Did you see Fromber doesn't have the weave anymore? He got rid of the weave in the back. So we got those first half 2022 vibes back with Fromber.
Yeah, I saw them. Brian McTaggart cut his hair. That Fromber cut his hair in quotations.
Yeah,
because obviously it wasn't a cut. He just got rid of the weave.
Yeah,
and I'd kind of forgotten that it was a weave, and now I'm retroactively disappointed that those weren't his natural. Lustrous locks.
You remember when he got it? He got it right before the All-Star game in 2022. When the first time he made the All-Star team in 2022. Yeah. And I remember when he got it, I'm like, why are you messing with anything right now? You're an All-Star. You've at that point probably pitched 12 consecutive quality starts that would ultimately become 25 or whatever it was. Why? That's a pretty big thing It's a pretty big mojo changer right there to completely change your hairstyle in the middle of a season where you just made the All-Star team for the first time. But it worked. He won a World Series, pitched a bunch more quality starts, but he's without the
that's where I worry that the All-Star game seems to be a dividing point for him where Last year they wanted him to rest with the All-Star game, and that seemed to like just push him off the edge of the cliff emotionally or something. That was the way it appeared from the outside, that him not getting his wish of pitching in the All-Star game because the Astros felt like, hey, you're kind of injured and you're kind of important to this team. I wish that hadn't flummoxed him as much as it apparently did.
Definitely the narrative.
So the hair actually more so than with other athletes. Yeah, I feel like the hair and everything else that goes with being la grasa, it might actually matter more than we want to believe.
There are definitely athletes. There are definitely athletes where you feel like stuff like that matters more than others. Framber's one of them. Framber's one where I'm like, okay, as I'm handicapping what his year is going to look like, has he added a new pitch? How's he feeling? Are there any notes of any injury, any discomfort anywhere? What's his hair like? A lot of people are saying he and Javier both look skinnier this year.
Yeah. I guess I know that you were concerned about Javier's weight last year.
He looks skinnier. Hey, Dad, I sent you a picture yesterday or 2 days ago. He definitely looks skinnier to me.
That's good, too. And it's from multiple angles, too. People used to try to defend Tony Romo when he would show up fat to training camp and say, no, it's just a bad angle. And we're like, oh, boy, there sure seem to be a lot of bad angles.
There's no good angles, yeah.
I didn't realize. Maybe it's the light in San Antonio that doesn't agree with him, Do they still have their camp in
Oxnard?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
No, it was I was thinking of the one. They only had it in San Antonio for like a couple of years.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, whatever. Oxnard,
California. Yep.
So, I think for both of those guys, I get nervous sometimes when people start messing with their weight. But that's if like things are going great and then they mess with their weight. Like LeBron James, chugging along, getting MVPs and championships, and all of a sudden decides he needs to be 25 pounds lighter.
Yeah.
And that lasted about 4 weeks into the season that year.
Yeah.
I get nervous about guys doing that. With both those guys, I think that maybe a little bit of weight loss could be good for the rigors of the season. Javier especially, just because like last year was the first time he was tabbed as a full-time starter right from the get-go, and it didn't seem to agree with him.
Well, and this is going to sound weird because it's baseball. It's not like the two of them are out there on a treadmill the whole game.
Yeah.
But the game does move quicker now with the pitch clock.
Well, no, and it's how, and conditioning is a thing for pitchers anyway. Even before the pitch clock. You're right, though. The pitch clock, moving it along as quickly as it does, like if you're not quite in ideal shape, that could really
it's like it's little things, right. I mean, that could be enough to tip your performance. I'll say, Framber and Javier both sure look like they were sweating quite a bit out there last year. I'll say that.
Framber's never going to stop sweating as much as he sweats.
Yeah,
he's a heavy sweater. Javier, I guess Javier he's always been a heavier sweater too. It's just you don't see him. You hadn't seen him for as many extended outings.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll try to judge Javier by the sweat quotient. Wade Smith and I have talked about this. The one thing that we've been most disappointed in losing weight after we're done playing is that we both had this illusion that we'd stop sweating. That we'd just be like, oh yeah, calm, cool, and collected all the time. You could walk through a parking lot in August in a suit and it wouldn't matter. No,
false.
That didn't happen.
False.
Yeah.
We have a text from someone saying a couple people. Deshaun Watson is in the news again. Are you guys going to discuss the new Deshaun Watson situation? We actually will. We have it in headlines coming up next year. It's also All-Star Weekend. All-Star Weekend in the NBA, and the biggest Houston story, again, is C.J. Stroud for the All-Star Weekend. We'll discuss that, the newest news with Deshaun Watson. We'll get to all of that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is a problem. Are there any
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start. It's NBA All-Star Weekend. The Rockets, they are on a break here for several days. They could use it. Have not been playing well of late. Probably the biggest local reason to get into All-Star Weekend this weekend is C.J. Stroud playing in the celebrity game. I believe is tonight, 6 p.m. So C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons, trash talk galore on Radio Row over who the better basketball player is. They're both playing in this game. I think this is just going to turn into C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons ISOing on each other for 48 minutes.
Well, and then did you see him? He played in a softball game
last night.
Last night,
yeah. Travis Scott's. It was Travis Scott's celebrity softball game. They had some big names playing in that game.
I just saw the batting practice where it looked like he was. From the angle I could see, I don't know. There was somebody standing in the way. It was really annoying. Like he needed to coach CJ up on his swing or something. But it looked like he was cranking him out.
He was hitting dingers. Yeah.
I couldn't tell or not from the angle. He was. They were going out of the park. Were they softballs?
They were softballs. I was just trusting the caption on the tweet. I think I saw the same tweet you did.
Yeah.
I'm just trusting the caption from the tweet because the video was taken from like the catcher's position, like right behind home plate.
Yeah.
So you couldn't see where the ball landed. So I'm just trusting the reporters who were there. We had a lot of crack staff there, not the station. We may have had somebody there, I don't know, but we had a lot of people. There were a lot of people in Houston covering that thing because there were some big names. Johnny Manziel was there playing in the All-Star game. I saw some video.
How did they clear up his schedule?
I don't.
That's impressive.
I know.
I'm impressed that you're impressed that they got Johnny Manziel.
No, I'm not.
There.
I'm going somewhere with this. Did I say I was impressed? I'm not impressed.
You said they got some big names.
He's a big
Johnny
name.
Manziel was there.
He's a big name. No, this is where I was going with this. I saw some footage of Johnny Manziel talking about what a great dude C.J. Stroud is. He's awesome, which I agree with. I would just like Johnny Manziel to stay away from my quarterback. Not that I'm concerned that CJ would fall under the spell of Johnny Manziel, but I just don't need it. I just don't need it.
Hey, I see you like to crank.
Yeah.
You know what else is? Yeah, I don't know. I think CJ's at the point now where he's not going to be led astray by a Johnny.
He's 22.
Manziel or anybody else. Yeah.
He's
22, but he's been exposed to a lot of things.
Yeah.
He's had plenty of opportunities to. To experiment.
When he does this after his first touchdown pass next year, Seth, a little money sign afterwards.
Sean's making a little money signal.
The money signal,
yeah.
On YouTube and Twitch can see it, but yeah, the money signal.
Now they're on YouTube. Sean doesn't care about the radio listeners.
Yeah, no. I said the money sign. I said it. So All-Star Weekend this weekend. CJ, if you want to watch CJ hoop tonight, he's on tonight. All right, let's get to this Deshaun Watson. Boy, it's got to be tough being a Cleveland Browns fan, knowing that the Grim Reaper of sexual misconduct cases is always lurking around the corner with Deshaun Watson. Here's the latest. There was a lawsuit that was filed in October of 2022. This is in the middle of Deshaun Watson's first season in Cleveland, in the middle of while he's serving his 11-game suspension for the other dozen sexual misconduct cases that were most of them settled at that time. An attorney for a woman who sued Deshaun Watson in 2022 recently asked a court in Harris County to compel Watson to testify in another in-person deposition before August 1st. Watson last appeared in a deposition in this case in Houston back on June 9th, but a new court filing states the woman's attorney ended it after 2 hours and 14 minutes because Rusty Hardin, who's Deshaun's attorney, improperly instructed Watson not to answer certain questions about other cases, such as whether he had been sexually aroused during massage sessions in the past. So the upshot of all this is Deshaun Watson may have to testify in court about stuff having to do with all the things he had going on there for a couple of years, including allegedly with this woman. Rusty Hardin, at least as I read these transcripts of things Rusty was saying in the previous deposition, Seth, he's livid about this. He's telling this woman she jumped in at the last minute, that the lawsuit is bogus, that you can't just file a lawsuit against somebody that has some money and then get to go into anything and everything. Rusty's basically saying by asking Deshaun about his other massage sessions that had been settled in previous cases, that were re-adjudicating all this thing again. So all of this is basically the Deshaun Watson thing is back on the radar in some fashion.
It's on the radar. Like, and as far as the stuff that Rusty Hardin's saying, like I think like Rusty says some things that are good for PR, and he knows what he's doing, obviously. But like him claiming, "Hey, you jumped in at the last moment," like right. It wasn't a class action case, like it's one of the biggest and most understandable misperceptions about this entire scenario is that because all of these cases came in one lump from Tony Busby plus a few extra, and like this one's not a Tony Busby case.
Yes, thank you.
I think people in their minds kind of looked at it as like one big class action case instead of all the individual cases that they were. So I think that's the important thing to remember, that like there's none of those previous settlements really have anything to do with this case itself. So I don't know. It's all up to, as it says in the article that we're reading, it's up to the judge to rule whether, what Deshaun has to testify about and what might not have to testify about.
I guess as far as the NFL side of this goes, and the way this wound up on my radar yesterday, at least, Seth, was Pro Football Talk. Mike Florio had a post about this saying that the NFL is monitoring this still, that the possibility is still open that Deshaun Watson could get suspended again.
Yeah, there's still 3 cases open.
Yep.
That's and the other 2 cases. This one's just not as far along in the process as the other 2.
Yeah.
The other 2 cases, just because everything is so gummed up in Harris County, going back to even before COVID, it was really starting with Harvey, I think, and then on into COVID. It's just been it's gummed up that it might be a long time before there's resolution. For the other 2 women that have just flat out said, "No, I'm not settling. I'm going to court." Yeah.
I'm not trying to minimize all that's involved with these lawsuits. We're a sports show, so I'm just bringing it back to the sports realm. Like, it would be one thing in Cleveland if this all were lurking as this dark cloud over the Browns. Like, they knew what they were getting into when they traded for Deshaun Watson and gave him all that money. I like to think they did. He's not good at football. Like, it's one of those things. Like, if he had all this going on and he threw for 4,500 yards and took him to the AFC title game this past year, they wanted Joe Flacco more than they wanted Deshaun Watson by the end of the year. Like, his cap hit is $64 million, and they can't really move off of that at all, because a lot of that is money that's been shoved into these years because they credit card paid for him for the first 2 years of that deal. Just, man, what, like, an all-time horrible trade.
In Cleveland, what they'd tell you is like, hey, he started off kind of sketchy this year, but by his sporadic final 3 games, because remember, he missed a couple games, came back and played, missed a game, came back and played. Yeah. He looked a little bit more kind of like the better version of himself. Yeah. There you go. Path to glory.
If that helps you sleep at night, man, do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. All right.
What was his record this year? I think he ended up being...
It was like 5-1, I think, wasn't it?
5-2.
Something like that.
It was 5-1.
5-1. All right, more news, more headlines. PJ Tucker, remember him? Former Rocket. Basically somebody who follows James Harden around wherever he goes. He is a Los Angeles Clipper right now, but does not want to be anymore. He was fined $75,000 by the NBA on Thursday for what the league described as public comments about expressing a desire to be traded. Tucker has expressed frustration with his lack of a role with the Clippers on multiple occasions. He came over in the James Harden trade from Philly to L.A. He's 38 years old. He told ESPN in early February before the trade deadline, quote, he was actively trying to get traded, end quote. He reiterated his desire to Anscape on the week of the February 8th trade deadline. Seth, am I going to sound old when I say what the hell is Anscape?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Is that a media outlet?
I thought that was some kind of like one of these weird NBA salary cap little
websites.
No. these things about the NBA salary cap itself. There's all this terminology and everything that I just don't understand about the NBA
it's
salary cap.
Yeah, it sounds like a media outlet. He reiterated his desire to Anscape on the week of February 8th, and it's got a long quote from PJ Tucker. Anscape sounds like some Euro band from the 80s, like Asia or Toto. But anyways, I just
desire to Anscape.
Yeah.
Why do they put that in the article like it's no big deal? There's no website attached to it or anything.
Right.
It's Anscape.
Yeah.
It's an innovative reporting. I guess it must be some kind of streaming service.
Yeah. Do Seth and I sound out of touch that we don't know what Anscape is? I just found this story funny because it's like, dude, you're PJ Tucker. Like you're like the 10th guy on the Clippers, and you're agitating enough for a trade where you get pinged for $75,000. What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's a big deal at that age. That's when you start to respect the value of money when you get to 38.
Yeah, man. That's a year's tuition at some places.
For just agitating a little too much. How's his sneaker store doing? Is that still up?
Oh, I don't even know he had a sneaker store. Yeah.
Wasn't it PJ Tucker that he was going to open it and then COVID hit?
He's a big sneaker guy. Yeah, he's a big
it was in
guy.
Houston. He was going to have a sneaker store.
Okay, yeah.
As far as I can tell, Anscape is a website that looks like it's an innovative new innovative reporting on the latest sports, yada 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 yada. I don't. It's not. No. You should not feel old or bad or anything.
Okay.
And they certainly in ESPN, like we're pretty avid users of ESPN and sports media. They can't just be dropping it into an ESPN article like it's no big deal.
They need to couch it as media outlet Anscape, right? They need to actually put what it is before they say what the name is. Someone's saying it's a feature on ESPN. Yeah, cool story, bro. not one that was on my radar, and I'm on ESPN.com almost all day. All right.
You are too, because like 25% of the time you spend on ESPN.com these days is trying to log back into ESPN.com. The ESPN Plus, where they'll be like, "Hey, you got to log in first." So you log in. They're like, "Great, you're logged in." But first you got to log in before you want to read this article.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, great, you're logged in.
Yeah. Can't you just take me back to the article?
Can I just? Well, I don't. I want to stop logging in and get back to the article.
Anscape used to be the undefeated at ESPN. Okay.
Oh, okay.
They renamed it. They renamed it. Okay. Right. Gotcha. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. By the way, quick pings here. Rob Manfred going to step down in 2029 as commissioner when his contract is up. We'll talk about that later in the show. And congrats to Caitlin Clark of Iowa. Breaks the NCAA career scoring record. She broke the record with a 3 from like 40 feet. She's badass, Caitlin Clark. I will say that.
I think that women's basketball players are going to I would start trying to get 6-7 years of eligibility, because I think the Caitlin Clark might end up making more money in NIL. When you're attached to a team and success and everything like that, there's just there's a larger supporting fan base attached to it.
Yes.
That for some women's basketball players especially, I think it might be more lucrative to stay attached to Iowa as long as possible.
Yeah, that sport and some of the women, there's a sweet spot there. I agree with you on that. All right, there is a rumor of a wide receiver on another team, drafted just a few picks after Nico Collins, that's getting ready to get paid. Would you pay Nico Collins what it looks like Amon-Ra St. Brown is about to get? That is next.
Zadok.
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So I saw this tweet yesterday. Cam Marino, that is his real name, he's an NFL reporter, and says, source, the Detroit Lions and star receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown are in discussions that would give St. Brown's contract an extension of at least 3 years at an annual salary of $25 million. So basically a 3-year, $75 million extension for Amon-Ra St. Brown, who has been very, very good for the Detroit Lions. He was a fourth-round pick in 2021, selected 25 picks after Nico Collins, so they're in the same draft class.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's been incredibly consistent. I say consistent. He's been ascending each year. 900 yards plus his rookie year, then 1,100 yards plus his second year, and this year he blew up. He was over 1,500 yards. He has turned into a great young football player. 3 years, $25 million. If I were Detroit, I'd do it in a heartbeat for Amon-Ra St. Brown. It does make him a top 5 average annual value guy. That's about where A.J. Brown and guys like that are right now, Seth, just below the Tyreek Hills and the Devontae Adamses of the world. The Texans now have enough good players where things like this happen, and we look at it and go, okay, well, this is a situation that the Texans are facing with Nico Collins.
I think that with Nico Collins, the sweet spot here might be that Nico Collins does not have the same production over 3 years that Amon-Ra St. Brown has had. And there are reasons for that. For one, quarterback. For two, offensive coordinator. For three,
head
offensive
coaches.
Coordinator. Yeah. Multiple different offensive coordinators, head coaches, all that. It's just Amon-Ra St. Brown has been in a better situation in some respects. But the other big one is injuries, and that Nico's been injured and banged up. So I think that, honestly, if I had to gamble, the next 3 years for Nico are going to be really good years and might end up like evening out exactly with Amon-Ra St. Brown. But he doesn't have that same track record. He also doesn't. He's got the injury history to worry about. I think the Texans could probably extend him right now. And if Nico's being, I don't want to say reasonable about it, but if he's maybe perhaps being realistic about it, you got to look at it and say, you know what, I have been injured a lot, and if I get banged up again this year, going into free agency next year, that's going to be a big check against me.
Yeah.
And really, like, good but not necessarily market-leading money right now could end up being a good investment for both sides.
It's a really interesting case because, you point out the medical stuff. I guess if I'm making a counterpoint to that, that was 2 years. That was his first 2 years. He was relatively healthy this past year. He missed a couple games, but bounced back quickly from those games. Played well when he bounced back. The other thing, too, the difference with Nico, and we read this in articles about Nico, and Nick Caserio said it to you and I on Radio Row a week or two ago, that Nico, we asked him specifically about Nico, and he said that Nico had a different process this past offseason. He was just way more focused on getting his body right coming into the season, not being injured again, not getting those little dings and nicks that you get, and ultimately you look up and you've missed 7 or 8 games, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So they may be more comfortable with what his process is. I think they're probably super comfortable with who he is as a person and a player. And I guess the gamble you make, Seth, like anything like this, is if you go, okay, 3 years, $25 million a year. That puts him in top 5. But that's the way it goes in the NFL. Guys get bumped into the top 5 who may not be a top 5 receiver because the price keeps going up, the cap keeps going up, and so forth. If Nico has another year next year, like he had this year, he will cost more than that. Like
he's going to cost more than
That's 2 elite years in a row, and now you're talking about going, okay, do we need to use the franchise tag on him?
Yeah, Yeah, I guess, and that's where I'm saying that, like, strike while the iron's hot right now. I think for both sides. If you look at Amon-Ra St. Brown and Nico Collins, and again, I understand all the differences, and Amon-Ra St. Brown has been in a better situation for these past 3 years than Nico has been, but just by receptions alone, Amon-Ra St. Brown has twice as many receptions as Nico Collins. Mm-hmm. He's got 315 receptions. Nico's got 150. This is over the same amount of time, over 3 years.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just looking on Pro Football Reference when you stack the two up next to each other. The only place, this is a notable one, though, the only place where Nico is better in the main statistical comparisons is in yards per reception. Nico's 14.8 yards per reception. I'm on Ross St. Brown's 11.4.
Yeah, they're different.
So when you start talking about explosivity and like the threat that you can have, like the thing that the Texans really value, Nico has. I mean, he displayed it this year. Part of it, I think, the reason that's so high is that his breakout year was also a year in this offense where it's just perfectly suited to him. But that part of it, like the upside, is really potentially exciting.
He's a chunk play machine.
Yeah,
and I think you're bringing up his career number. I think his number, if I'm not mistaken, this season was over 16 yards per catch just for the 2023 season. So I think that's the one you got to look at. If I'm Nico Collins and I'm sitting there across the table from the Texans and they're bringing up 2021 and 2022 from a number standpoint to me, that's where I'm going, okay, screw this. I'm going to free agency. I was playing in Pep Hamilton's offense with Davis Mills as my quarterback. Look at what I am with C.J. Stroud. Look at what I am with C.J. Stroud. That's what I would be saying. I don't know I don't know if that would resonate with the Texans, but that's what I would say if I were Nico Collins.
Yeah, no, and I think more likely than not, he's going to end up having another huge season. And yeah, if he hits free agent, they're either going to have to franchise tag him or he hits free agency and he gets a really, really big deal. That's where I think, like, if Nico has a certain amount of realism about potential for injury. Mm-hmm. And the Texans have a certain realism about the potential for Nico to get a huge contract next year if he has the same type of year. They might be able to meet in the middle and get a little, like a top 10 type of salary, but it doesn't have to be the equivalent of a free agency contract. Right now.
When I first saw this on Twitter at 25, like 3 years, $75 million, my gut reaction was, I would do that for Nico. My gut, before going to Spot Rack and all those other places to see where exactly that would put him. Once I looked and saw like where that would put him among wide receivers, then I started nitpicking a little bit. I'm like, all right, well maybe for like $22 million a year I would do it. I don't know. All I know is this: like if a tweet came out today that the Texans have agreed to a 3-year, $75 million extension with Nico Collins, I'd be excited about it. I'd be excited that Nico's in the building for 3 more years after next year.
I'd be excited about it, but I also would have that same feeling of like when you get your first real paycheck as an adult. And you see how much FICO is, you're like, oh, all right. Like all this cap space and everything else, like, and having a good team, like, it's gonna cost me a bit, isn't it? It's gonna. It's the reality sinks in of I've still got other guys to sign, and you're already going down this road of like, all right, man, just to keep everything together, it starts to get real interesting real fast.
If you were to ask me the likelihood of it happening, I think it's probably more likely than people think, and I'm just basing that on last offseason. I think clearly Nick Caserio's not afraid to pay guys that he's got a working knowledge of, maybe a little bit more than people expect. Shaq Mason is one of the top-paid guards in football. Titus Howard is making $18 million a year to play right tackle. He's yet to take a snap at right tackle since he put the pen on the paper for that contract extension. And then obviously Laramie Tunsil last year as well. So.
Well, and some of it too, Sean.
Yeah.
I think it goes along with, hey, look, you've got your quarterback on a rookie contract, so that gives you extra space. You've got Tank Dell on a rookie contract. Your receiving core can be like the total money that you allot to your wide receivers doesn't have to be that great because Tank Dell is on a rookie contract, and that's where I'm going to end up going on the defensive side of the ball too. Is that, man, there's some good interior defensive linemen out there in the draft that you could take that contract's a lot more appetizing than what you might have to pay for Chris Jones or Matabike.
Yeah.
And I'm probably, even though I hate like picking positions in the draft, I'm starting to feel like, all right, you got to take an interior defensive lineman in the first round and take a wide receiver in the second round because you got both those good things in droves in the draft.
Okay, so were you a Matabike or Chris Jones guy before, as far as free agency goes?
I like those guys a lot, but I have huge reservations about paying both of those guys for a couple of different reasons.
Okay.
Chris Jones first, which is that like he is awesome and he's really, really big in the clutch. Like that's been demonstrated time and time again that in the fourth quarter in key moments he comes up huge. The weird thing about him, and I always felt this watching him, except now that I found actual definitive proof of the fact that he just kind of cruises through the first 3 quarters and like waits for those big moments. This year it was extreme. So this year, going into his free agents, his genuine free agency year, where he's going to have a chance to be a free agent, most likely, unless he re-signs with Kansas City.
Yeah.
He's got the number of tackles that he has in the first 3 quarters of games. He's got 9 tackles in the first 3 quarters of games. He's got like the lowest tackle rate of any defensive tackle in the league through the first 3 quarters, and certainly amongst guys who are top pass rushers. And then in the fourth quarter, he like gears up and like he's hell against the run. And like so much of this matches with just your eyeball test of what was going on in the Super Bowl. The 49ers were running right up the gut for 3 quarters of the game. And then in crunch time when it really matters, he loads up. And I guess there's a part of me that thinks, man, all right, look, dude, this dude just kind of takes plays off and comes up big in big moments. And is that who you want to pay a lot of money? And I'm trying to be impartial about it and look at it objectively and say, all right, is that just me being like an ornery old guy, or is it like, is there value in it? Like, is there value in having a guy that just kind of cruises and take plays off, but comes up huge in big time moments?
I'm going to tell you what it's not. It's not Swarm, nor is it Swearm. It's not Swarm or Swearm.
Yeah.
Special work
ethic. Yeah. Special work ethic, relentless mindset. You pointed out that you shouldn't turn the W into 2 words.
D'Amico,
So it was this is what it was. His run stop rate was 4.3% in quarters 1 through 3.
Okay.
Just it's like whatever that means, run stop rate. Just don't worry too much other than to know it's the lowest by any defensive tackle over the last 2 seasons.
That's context right there.
That's the lowest of any defensive tackle. That's how much he cruises through the first 3 quarters.
Yeah.
It's just insane. And the total number of tackles that he has, compared to other top pass rushers, he just doesn't care that much about stopping the run, except in big moments when it helps out the team. But I don't know if that's D'Amico's mindset guy. If Madubuike plays his butt off, he just doesn't get double teamed that often. And I think in that defense with the Ravens, where they do a good job of getting guys singled up, I just don't know if his production, he's going to get paid based on this last year's production. I don't think you can expect that production year to year. And it's not because he's lazy or anything, but I think and we've seen this coming with that white kid, that defensive end a few years ago that had the big year, got a free agency contract with Detroit, and ended up just kind of fizzling out.
I don't remember, but I'll look it up.
Somebody will tell me on the text line. I don't we've seen this out of Baltimore defenders going back for years, where they get really good production in that system, then they go elsewhere and it's just not the same. When you're on a defense that does a good job of getting guys singled up, it turns into you're paying for production that you're not going to get on your team.
So you're thinking draft for defensive tackle then?
That's what I'm thinking. I think if they look at everything and look at the potential for what they could get, and D'Amico's already said they're going to spend resources on defensive linemen, I could see they might make a couple of non-splash defensive line signings or front 7 signings, but then use that first-round pick for a defensive lineman, maybe trade up for one.
I can see the Ravens guy that you're talking about, and I can't think of who it is. I can see him. I can absolutely see him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Interesting question. Would you rather sign Mike Evans for that deal or extend Nico Collins?
I'd rather extend Nico.
I think I would too. I think I would too. Now, I'll say this. If we got a tweet the first day of free agency that the Texans gave Mike Evans 3 years, $75 million, probably 40, 50 of it's guaranteed, that would sound like a whole lot of fun this coming season. It's instant gratification of free agency versus, kind of allocating your resources, because that Evans deal would prevent you from probably extending Nico Collins at that point.
I think this is where, if you look at the actual holes in the roster right now, because guys aren't under contract anymore, it just you got to look at it that way. In my opinion, yes, it would be awesome to be just absolutely loaded at wide receiver. It would be great, but at the expense of sucking on defense, I don't know if that's the sacrifice we need to make. Do we want Do we just want to turn this into the run and shoot? Or we might as well bring in Cliff Kingsbury to be the coach. I don't know. I just don't know if that's where I want to be. So I'd rather spend on good, solid players in the front seven. Maybe and if they make a splash, either maybe with Patrick Queen. Oh gosh, I wish I could remember the name of the kid. I'll come up with it. But he made a really good point about how Patrick Queen and Christian Harris both might not be that guy that you want at Mike, because they just seem to play better when they can play Will and just be. They can just play football, and they don't necessarily have to be the shot caller and everything.
Yeah,
I think Christian Harris and Patrick Queen are both that guy, and they tend to be better in that situation. So I don't know if now that might change in D'Amico's defense, where D'Amico doesn't necessarily do as much as they do in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's as taxing mentally as perhaps some of the things they do in Baltimore. So he might look at Patrick Queen and think no, I can make this guy my Mike and we'll be okay.
There is a battle going on right now. I don't want to say a mutiny or anything like that, but there appears to be tension between In the Loop and The Drive based on something that John Lopez did yesterday. John Lopez was caught on film doing yesterday. I think the only way to mediate and adjudicate this thing is to have the impartial daytime show, Payne and Pendergast, hash this out and see who's in the right and who's in the wrong, right?
We'll be King Solomon on this joint.
Yes.
Yeah.
We will do that. We'll tell you what the issue is. Many of you probably know, but you will hear that next.
Cody Johnson, by the way, is the guy that made that point about Patrick Queen. You can follow him on X.com at FB_Lone Star. Smart kid. I think he's a U of H kid. So the other smart thing you can do for yourself this year is take care of
Turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I'm sure this is an old joke, but it made me chuckle after I did my Johnson Fitness and Wellness read. One of our listeners says, I'm into fitness whole pizza in my mouth.
I laughed at that too.
Hey man, if you take my approach to fitness, my approach to fitness is, man, I sure would like to burn off that whole pizza I fit in my mouth last night. Mm-hmm. And then you do it.
Yep.
And then you get the benefits of both.
You are very good at recognizing when you've splurged a little bit and then getting after it. I witnessed like less than half of a 2-hour workout that you did while we were in Las Vegas because I was not there for the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't like it's not a healthy attitude to think like, well, I had a big meal last night, now I got to burn it off today. That's generally not sustainable. I don't know if this is healthy or not, but I feel like it works for me because a bodybuilder taught me this once. If you do have a big old binge or huge meal or something, if you think of it as like, hey, that's fuel for an awesome workout.
Ooh.
So like that's what the day you saw me,
full.
We had eaten real big the day before. I think that was like the day after we'd had the Italian. Like I had I basically ate like 3 loaves of bread. I was like, man, I feel awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do 2 hours of cardio and listen to music the whole time. And it was like I had an awesome time. So I wasn't specifically trying to burn off those calories, but I was using those calories as fuel for an awesome workout.
Good advice. Good advice. All right, so Seth, as you know, in our studio here, the NFL season, one of the staples here in the studio at Sports Radio 610 throughout the season was a long row of rainbow colors of Mad Dog 2020 that sat right on the windowsill for our control room.
Yeah, and about once every couple days I would ask you, so do these things, does Mad Dog keep? I'd look at it, I was like, boy, that's a nice neon color I'd like to taste. But I didn't know, I don't, it's wine, right?
Right. Yeah.
With extra sugar in it. It seems like it should keep.
Yeah, so there must have been 10 or 12 bottles of it, some totally full and unopened, some halfway consumed.
Yeah.
And
we looked like unambitious hobos.
Yeah, if you're a regular listener to the station, you know that was part of the Drive's gimmick this season was they did Mad Dog Monday when the Texans won football games. They would drink some Mad Dog 2020 here in studio. I liked it. I thought it was cool. It was different. It was unique. Now, it led to a whole shelf of Mad Dog 2020 sitting in our studio here, showing up on camera. I don't know if that's necessarily something like when people are popping into the studio for the first time or onto the YouTube for the first time or in studio, and they're seeing a shelf of Mad Dog 2020 there, if that's exactly the image you're trying to portray. It's fun, for sure. But yesterday, for one of us here at Sports Radio 610, the shelf of possibly spoiled Mad Dog 2020. Enough was enough, and John Lopez threw all of the bottles of Mad Dog 2020 out. He was caught on camera. Doing so, and threw them in there's a garbage can right next to my chair here. It's about a 3-foot high garbage can, has a big garbage bag in it. So he threw them in there. So there was going to be cleaning people here coming in and getting this Mad Dog later. That'll play in a second. So this turned into a little thing between the Drive and In the Loop yesterday. That John Lopez essentially took the property of Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley and threw it in the garbage. And Landry tweeted about this. I asked Landry, I said, I need to know what was said as John Lopez is throwing these bottles away. And Landry said, I don't have the direct quote, but I think it was something like, I'm tired of this bleep and nasty-ass effing full bottles around here. I'm throwing them out. End quote. That was Lopez. Okay? So far, Seth, where do you come out on John Lopez grabbing a dozen bottles of Mad Dog, some full, and throwing them in the garbage?
Oh, some of them were full.
Some of them were unopened. Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's unacceptable.
Okay.
The empty ones, I think, because I've had that same thought. Like, all right, dude, this just looks nasty. Like, it reminds me too much of like being hungover in college.
Yeah.
There's something about it is just kind of nasty. But I think that the right thing to do would have been to at least ask first, hey, is there a reason you guys are keeping these half-empty ones?
Mm-hmm.
And then I might have, organized them a little bit better or something to try. And then, but I don't know. At the very least, first ask, is there a reason we're keeping the half-empty ones?
Yeah. Okay, so I agree with you. I just don't think, I was kind of like, all right, the season's over. There's no reason to keep all if it's during the season and that's your gimmick, keep them in here. There's no more reason to keep them in here. I don't know that Lopez was in the wrong for removing them from the studio. Now he could have removed them and put them across the hall and then let Clint and Ron go figure out what to do with their property instead of throwing it in the garbage can. I mean, maybe they want to keep it for some reason. Maybe it's a memento for them of what was a glorious Texans resurgence this year. You know what I mean? Let them decide what ultimately to do with them, but just remove them from the studio is fine. Here was Clint's counterpoint on Twitter yesterday. Clint said, ain't wrong for the action, talking to Lopez. It's a shared space. However, we need to address this. He uses some emojis, and I'm not sure what he's saying here, but he says his argument against it, I guess, is Lopez's back is to the Mad Dog and to Figgy. It was on the shelf that Lopez had his back to. So he's saying, why does John get so worked up about it, I guess, because his back is to it. You don't have to look at it, John. Clint, I'll tell you the rest of us have to look at it, and I'm cool with it being removed. Number 2, Mad Dog Mondays was never a touch the bottom bit, bubble it and move on. I don't know what that means. Unopened
bubble it and move on. Just drink it and then just throw it out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know that addresses the fact that we had a shelf full of half-drinking Mad Dog here.
I'm guessing bubble it means when you pop a top, that with champagne, which Mad Dog oftentimes called the champagne of what's that kind of wine called?
You're thinking of maybe Miller High Life, the champagne of beers.
No, I know, but I was making a joke about Mad Dog 2020 being the champagne of what's the
Ripple?
Ripple wine, yeah, Ripple wine.
Okay.
It's the wine the hobos drink.
Yes.
Sugary wine. That's
Sugary
what Mad
wine.
Dog 2020 is.
He says that the unopened Mad Dog was for In the Loop if they joined. I think that was part of Lopez's complaint was that some of these haven't even been open. They've been sitting here all season. Clint's explanation is, hey, man, those were for you if you wanted to join in on the gimmick. And he says that ultimately it led to a money idea. That Mad Dog Monday was very well received by the audience, which I think it was. I said at the outset, I thought it was a fun gimmick that they did. And they had good energy during it, all those things. This is Clint's best point. And he made this as a follow-up to the 5 points that I just read, or 4 or whatever. He said the move of Lopez throwing all those bottles into the garbage can, into a garbage bag, put the cleaning crew in a rough spot. Taking a 100-pound bag of garbage down 19 floors without it ripping is going to be impossible. Real POS move at Lopez on Sports. Hope you're proud of yourself.
That was Clint?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
POS move.
POS move.
Shoo. Boy, that's rough right there. I don't know. I feel like, for one, I disagree with Clint's characterization of the garbage process. That's not how it works exactly.
They're not
it's not like they take
down.
one bag of garbage and then walk it down 19 flights of stairs, put it in the dumpster, and then come back up. But the initial lifting out of the initial heaving out of the can might be kind of tough.
He didn't need to bring up the 19 floors. If he just said taking a 100-pound bag of garbage without it ripping is going to be impossible. Real POS move, Lopez. Hope you're proud of yourself, and I agree with all that because that is true. I hadn't thought about that, but I've been up here before at night.
That heavy.
Have you seen the cleaning ladies? They're tiny.
Yeah, but they're also tougher than we are. So, how heavy? How many bottles was it?
It was like 12 bottles.
12, and some of them half empty.
Okay,
that's a case of Mad Dog. They can lift that. That's not. I disagree.
Where you're plunking it on the ground, like you can lift it if it's in a box or something. Like
I'm gonna have to go out and buy 12 bottles of Mad Dog.
I need you to experiment with this and see how far off base you are on this.
I'm gonna have to take all my newfound reimbursement money that you sent me, my $19.99, and buy 12 bottles of Mad Dog and see how heavy it is.
You'll have money left over.
That's somebody says, "Oh no, throwing out full bottles of MD 2020. That's like $3 a bottle down the drain." Listen, man. Just think about it this way. Okay, what if you had $3 in your hand? Oh, what if you had $27 in your hand?
Yeah.
And I just grabbed that $27 and threw it down the drain.
Right.
Are you going to be stoked about that?
Right.
Do you think that's awesome? And what if you actually had to go out and buy those or take those out of the ATM in $3 increments?
Yes.
That part of it is. I still stand by. I disagree with Clint's argument about the heft. I think Clint doesn't respect cleaning ladies as much as he probably claims to do.
I would argue he respects them more.
No. It's kind of there you go, little lady. I know it. Look, I'll take care of you because I know that you're pathetic and weak.
He's white knighting?
Yes. he's white knighting, and he disrespects. He doesn't think those women can handle it. He's basically like, "Oh, that's okay, honey. Let me do that math for you. I know you're just a dame. You know?"
Fraud.
Sorry, lady. Oh, look. Oh, no. Hey, leave that job to me. You can't handle that, little lady. So I disagree with Clint, misogynist, and I disagree with Lopez not at least clearing it with those guys first, or maybe hey, you mind if I get rid of these things? Something like that.
I am stronger on Clint's argument about the cleaning people than you are.
Yeah.
You and I are both in lockstep, I think, though, that just picking them up and tossing them in the garbage was a little much. I mean, while it's property that's probably not highly desirable by most human beings, it is their property, and they should be.
That's the kind of thing that's hard to bring up without it almost seeming more confrontational than you mean it to be.
Yeah.
It does. Okay, and then I'll go back to the original root cause of the problem. Yeah, I'll go with Clint and Ron. Like, clean up it. Clean the stuff up. It's like if you had, you should have just kept it clealer and tighter than you did.
You're siding with Lopez then.
No,
I'm
not.
Okay.
I'm saying they were both in the wrong.
Oh, okay.
It was them. It was. But Lopez should have checked first.
Yeah.
Like what? Okay, so what? I guess at the very root of it. Let me be clear on this.
Yeah.
Why were Clint and Ron upset that Lopez did that?
That he threw it out.
Yeah.
I think just because it was probably theirs and it was a money gimmick.
Felt like that's ours.
Yeah, that's our stuff right there. Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like
and Clint was upset for the cleaning people too, as has been pointed out. I'm just laying it all out there. You asked. I'm just laying it out there.
Somebody points out that it was kind of a dirtbag move to bring up the 19 floors because it implies that they're taking the stairs, which they're not.
I agree with that.
The 19th floor is not any different than like one floor down when elevators are involved.
I think there's flaws in both arguments. Let me bring up a Landry argument here real quick before we close out this topic. And it is this. Landry said that you could keep doing the gimmick, but stop doing just sips of Mad Dog, and you have to drink a whole bottle of Mad Dog. Yeah. Then it's a real gimmick. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm kind of paraphrasing.
Yeah, taking a sip of Mad Dog, it just I was always a little bit confused about that.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't taste
good. They should have get, next year, maybe they should get the limited reserve edition of Yellow Roses or something.
I would
and
love
take a
that.
sip out of that.
Yeah, that would be great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So Lopez, be more respectful of people's property. Ron and Clint, be more respectful of the tidiness in the room. And Lopez, at least in my mind, be more respectful of the diminutive cleaning ladies in the building here.
So now you and one of the listeners says Seth hates cleaning ladies. No. Quite the contrary. I have respect for cleaning ladies.
You do?
And, I understand what they're capable of. Unlike you people who would just diminish them and look at them as like, oh, whatever. What are they about? Probably just, they can, yeah. You got no respect for cleaning ladies.
Did the window close on D'Amico Ryans for one particular accolade? That is next. But first, I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic. Door not closed there. Door open on Fridays. It's actually open Monday through Saturday, but I go on Fridays. I'm going today to get my testosterone boost. First time in 2 weeks. I was in Las Vegas last week, so I'm really excited to see all my people over at the Men's Tea Clinic. Excited to see those.
SportsRadio.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, real quick, we'll get to the closing of the window on D'Amico Ryans here in just a second. Big shout out the Be an Angel folks last night. Seth, I was a bingo number caller last night at a huge charity event here to benefit.
Did you have to do training for that?
Be an Angel? No. And by the end of the night, I'm not going to lie, I was really good at it by the end of the night.
Oh, yeah?
It's not easy to do in a room full of 600 people. In a room full of, it was purse bingo. So the prizes were really nice upscale purses in a room full of nearly 600 women.
When you say, like, when you read out B9, do you have to say B as in Bravo 9?
No, because I think they know in bingo there's only 5 letters and there's not another
is that
one
all?
that sounds with B. You know, and that sounds like B.
I didn't realize they were playing remedial bingo. But
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Well, I was, just walk before I can run kind of thing. So, no, it was really good. And that's Dan Pastorini's charity that he's part of the leadership group of that charity.
Yeah.
He is a huge C.J. Stroud fan. Huge.
And Dan's not one to just kind of sugarcoat things or toe the homer line or anything. Like he's always been very, back in like the Matt Schaub days, he was very, I don't want to say critical, but like I think appropriately skeptical of where Matt Schaub's ceiling was. So CJ, he sounds like he's the opposite.
I think he thinks nobody throws a better ball that he's ever seen than C.J. Stroud.
Like just a beautiful natural
Yes,
passer.
He throws the nicest ball he's ever seen.
Yeah.
So he's very, very high on C.J. Stroud. So that was fun. Fun event last night.
His compact delivery. It's interesting. The one thing that C.J. does, it's a little bit different. Like he keeps his elbow closer to his head, or look closer in, which is that's one thing. Like I'm no quarterback mechanics expert or something, but it's one thing you notice when you watch him and you can see that his delivery is more compact. Mm-hmm. He does some things that, I don't know, maybe if he had gotten all the fancy quarterback tutelage early in his career, somebody would have tried to take him out of that, but it works for him really well, whatever he's doing right now.
He got the fanciest YouTube. That's that's the fanciest. So, it was fun last night. Shout out to all the ladies. There are a lot of ladies there that listen to the show. Shout out to Cindy, who registered me when I got there. She's been listening for a long time, going all the way back. Sports Talk listener for years. So that was a whole lot of fun last night at Be an Angel. Really good charity benefiting special needs kids. It's just they do amazing things.
Beanangel.com, is that their?
I don't know. I don't have the website in front of me, but I'm sure if you Google Be an Angel, it'll pop right up. So D'Amico Ryans, he finished in a virtual tie for Coach of the Year with Kevin Stefanski. The tie was broken because Kevin Stefanski had one more first-place vote than D'Amico Ryans. He could not have come any closer, D'Amico, to winning Coach of the Year than he did in 2023. But it looks like this coming season, he's a little far down on the list of favorites to win the award. The favorite, and I tend to agree with this, because you need some room for improvement a lot of times to win Coach of the Year. Jim Harbaugh is the early favorite to win the 2024-2025 Coach of the Year. He is 5.5 to 1, well ahead of Matt LaFleur, who's second on the list at 8 to 1. That's interesting.
Matt LaFleur second.
Raheem Morris, new coach with the Falcons, third at 10 to 1. And then a quartet of coaches sit at 14 to 1. Shane Steichen, D'Amico Ryans, Robert Saleh, and Mike McDonald, all at 14 to 1. So
Mike McDonald. Boy, this Mike McDaniel and Mike McDonald is going to screw me up. Okay.
He's Seattle, right? Mike McDonald's Seattle, right?
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that Harbaugh is going to be favored for is I just think that he's got a long history of quick turnarounds, and I don't know. I'd be curious to see where. Like Urban Meyer was. Don't get me wrong, everybody. I know. But Urban Meyer had a history of quick turnarounds, but not in the NFL, whereas Jim Harbaugh's got a track record of success in the NFL already. But, yeah, I think that's probably a lot of where it is with him right now. It's that, A, he's going to turn around. People expect him to turn around a team quickly because that's just generally what he's done in his career. But B, it's also the Chargers who are perennially known as the team that just can't get it right. And if somebody can manage to reverse the hex of the Chargers, it feels like you get extra credit points for that.
You know who knows what it takes to win an NFL Coach of the Year award in light of the fact that Jim Harbaugh is the favorite? Jim Harbaugh, who won it in 2011 with the San Francisco 49ers.
He turned around the 49ers.
He's won the NFL Coach of the Year before in his first year with San Francisco. I'm looking, as far as D'Amico goes and winning Coach of the Year next year, generally speaking with Coach of the Year, not always, but for the most part, you need to fit into one of two categories. You either need to be a first-year head coach whose team made massive improvement, or you need to be an existing head coach whose team was one of the best one or two teams in the regular season. Stefanski's actually a little bit of an outlier in 2023, and it's because the outlier part is he won 11 games with 4 different starting quarterbacks. So that was, but for them, like Brian Daboll won it 2 years ago, rookie head coach. Kevin Stefanski in 2020, rookie head coach. John Harbaugh, 2019, they were 14-2. I'm just going straight backwards. Matt Nagy, rookie head coach, big improvement with the Bears. Sean McVay, rookie head coach, big improvement with the Rams. Ron Rivera, 15-1 with the Panthers in 2015. So you got to fit in. The Texans go 15-2, D'Amico will win it.
But as far as the new coach shine, he doesn't get that anymore.
Not anymore.
He missed his window.
He did.
By one first place vote for Kevin Stefanski. Joe Flacco has screwed us again, Sean. Screwed us again.
That's right.
They just signed anybody else in the world. They got Tyrod Taylor in there or something, then we wouldn't be in this situation. There's this situation of poverty that we're in now, where D'Amico Ryans didn't get the Coach of the Year that he deserved.
I think this is one of the big differences between me and you is that D'Amico not winning Coach of the Year on that night where they won the 2 Rookie of the Year awards and Andre went to the Hall of Fame. That bothers me more than them like losing to the Jets 30-6 during the regular season. Like I'm more bothered that I didn't get the satisfaction.
Maybe if they hadn't lost to the Jets 30-6.
No, they go hand in hand. Maybe or lost to the Browns for sure.
That is a regular season. No. The Browns it was with 2 backup. It was with a dynamic duo of backup quarterbacks at the quarterback position. The Jets. C.J. Stroud got injured and may have had a concussion too, but there's no excuse for allowing Zach Wilson to have objectively the best game of his career.
Yeah, I'm just bringing up any loss during the regular season. Like D'Amico losing that award bothers me more than any individual loss they had during the regular season.
Yeah.
Which I know you definitely don't feel.
Well, so next year, D'Amico's only avenue is to be just one of the best teams.
Be amazing.
In the NFL.
Yeah, be amazing next year. Win 14 games. At
some point, though, if they win 14 games, I think CJ will have selfishly taken away some of the credit from D'Amico.
Maybe.
And CJ will, because the story will be more about D'Amico and Bobby Slowick selfishly improving the run game. Mm-hmm. Maybe Will Anderson selfishly getting 20 sacks. Where D'Amico was kind of an afterthought in a lot of the discussion in the second half of the season because there was more and more discussion about Bobby Slowick as a potential head coach. There was a lot of gushing over. Well, gushing over C.J. Stroud, then concern over C.J. Stroud, and then down the stretch, more gushing about C.J. Stroud. And, D'Amico really wasn't discussed as much. I think that's where ultimately, I'm joking, obviously, about the selfish part.
Right.
But I think ultimately that's what ended up happening with D'Amico and why he didn't beat Stefanski was that Stefanski's going to get credit for winning all those games with 4 different quarterbacks. And technically 5, right, by the end of it. But he won all those games with 4 different quarterbacks. Where D'Amico, there was just less discussion about, the adversity of the situation because by the end of the year it felt like, oh, where's the adversity? You got C.J. Stroud. Everything's awesome.
Right.
There you go.
Right. Well, and all these players that people thought were trash before the season all of a sudden became Pro Bowlers in their mind. Like the Texans had no wide receivers before the season, and by the end of the year, we have Nico Collins and Tank Dell and all this other stuff.
Honestly, the one that I would look on here, the one that D'Amico is tied with that I actually might vote for instead of D'Amico if I had a vote, if the Jets and the Texans end up with identical records, I might have to give it to Robert Saleh because the guy's being blamed for a lot of things that were not his fault whatsoever. Most of all, Zach Wilson or any of those other quarterbacks with the Jets being horrendous quarterbacks. None of that is Robert Saleh's fault, and yet they won 7 games this year. I usually don't like doing this, but slap 2/3 of the quarterbacks in the league into that position. Not Aaron Rodgers. 2/3 of the quarterbacks in the league. Put them in that spot and give Robert Saleh 17 games with them. And I feel like even with that goofy offensive coordinator, they've probably got a winning record and they're possibly in the playoffs.
They were 7-10 with the situation they had. Could they win 2 more games if they had, an average quarterback? For sure.
Mike Meltzer's argument against that, because Mike follows the Jets pretty closely, was that the number of games that the Jets have lost by huge margins. I guess my counterpoint to that would be, all right, look, when you know your offense sucks, when you know your quarterback doesn't even belong in the NFL, what do? You do that whole high variance game, that boom or bust. Like, all right, man, we're going to push all the cards to the table. Like throwing that Hail Mary at the end of the first half that got returned for a touchdown against the
Dolphins on Black Friday. Yep.
That's right. It was on Black Friday.
Yeah.
People were crushing Saleh for that. I'm like, hey man, that's what you got to do when you've got these guys out there at quarterback.
Yep. I would bet that DeMeco Ryans is a huge topic in San Francisco this week, just based on the handling of their defensive coordinator position. And I'm not saying boy, they should have done whatever they could have done. I'm talking about Niner fans and media here. Should have done whatever it took to keep DeMeco Ryans from taking a head coaching job. I'm just talking about the process, the human condition of going, man, I miss DeMeco Ryans. That whole thing, just based on Steve Wilkes and how he handled everything. They fired him this week, the D.C. and San Francisco. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's calling timeouts late in the game in the Super Bowl on the defensive side of things because he didn't like what Steve Wilkes was doing.
But I think, so I think a lot of people listening right now might be like, yeah, but wasn't that an injustice that Steve Wilkes got fired? Because that's the way it's being presented on ESPN.
Right.
And they bring up, they select the stats that suit the purposes.
Yards,
and show,
points, yeah.
How crazy it is. And that's not the reason that they lost the Super Bowl. Look, it really, really sounds like, especially talking to just San Francisco fans, much less anybody in the building, that was a foregone conclusion that Steve Wilkes probably wasn't going to be back next year because it was just an extreme mismatch in a lot of ways right from the get-go. Because Kyle Shanahan really loved having Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans, and they kind of, out of necessity and desperation, hired Steve Wilkes after DeMeco left because they couldn't get somebody that they really wanted in there. And Steve Wilkes was just very much focused on the back end of the defense instead of, as we know from DeMeco, he wants everything to start up front. And apparently there was a lot of grumbling, according to this article in The Athletic, from Fred Warner, defensive linemen, all those guys, that it wasn't the same this year. They were one of the worst third down defenses in the league. So regardless of all the other stats that show that, no, they were an awesome defense. San Francisco fans didn't feel like this was the same defense. They were amongst the very worst short yardage defenses in the league. There were a lot of flaws and blemishes in this defense. And a lot of them showed down the stretch and in the playoffs. Not in the Super Bowl necessarily, but in the playoff. Well, I mean, they weren't ready for corn dog. They weren't ready for the famous play that had won the Chiefs a Super Bowl the year before.
Yep.
But yeah, this is I'm looking at all this outrage over the 49ers firing Steve Wilkes, and I just feel like it's a lot of people that maybe weren't necessarily paying very close attention to the 49ers during the season. This has been an ongoing discussion point.
Yeah, it feels like an awkward fit. Here was Nick Bosa following the Super Bowl a few days ago.
Yeah, and I was speechless. I couldn't really look anybody in the eye, especially all my teammates. I could have done more. Everybody could have done more, and there's really not much to say at this point. It's going to hurt. It's going to hit in waves, and but that's life.
That's life.
Can we make that
it's
last
the way you
part?
said that. Yeah, the last part.
A hotkey. Can we make that? But
that's life.
I like that.
The part about coming in waves, that's the part that hit me.
Yeah.
Like any kind of grief. It doesn't, you think all right, I'm doing fine, I'm trudging along, and then just one little thing hits you, and you break down sobbing.
Well, that's life.
The emotional part, I guess, to put a bow on this before we get to the 8-8 here, and where the tie into DeMeco is, and maybe the most drastic difference between DeMeco Ryans and Steve Wilkes, not just schematically, but the most drastic difference overall, is that Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, a lot of these guys on that defense, they connected with DeMeco's emotional style of coaching a lot, and Robert Saleh too. Steve Wilkes reportedly was up in the booth. I say reportedly like it's some secret, but I don't watch the Niners every week. Steve Wilkes was up in the booth for a big chunk of the season, and then Kyle Shanahan brought him down to the sideline. So I guess this is a group with the Niners where they like that emotional connection with their coach, and Wilkes is not really that guy.
It was just a mismatch in a lot of ways. So it's on Shanahan and Lynch for hiring him originally, but that's just how it works out sometimes. The guys are under contract elsewhere, the guys that you might really want, and the guy that you had was DeMeco Ryans. He gets hired away, and then there you go. There's also after the game, Bosa said that the defense wasn't prepared well enough to defend Mahomes running the ball. On a couple of those back.
There's that
plays.
shot of the one that Mahomes ran on 4th down for about 8 yards on 4th and 1, and you can see Bosa in the background with palms up going, what's going on?
Well, Bosa's getting crushed for chasing the run on that, and I think that there must have been somebody that was supposed to scrape over the top. Where it was like usually if you make that mistake on an option or an RPO or anything like that, you know it immediately. At that one, it looks like somebody made a mental error on that.
You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's do the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories to get your day going. Here we go. One. All-Star Weekend is here, and if you're into the NBA All-Star Game, this is your weekend. You get the dunk contest. You get a little three-point shooting. You get C.J. Stroud in the celebrity game tonight going up against Micah Parsons. There's other TikTokers and YouTubers and things like that in the game. I'm going to be focused on C.J. Stroud. C.J. he's basically on the celebrity fake game circuit right now, Seth, because he played in Travis Scott's charity softball game at Minute Maid Park last night. You brought this up. There was footage of him hitting bombs in batting practice. My wife texted me and said C.J. actually hit a home run in the game, too. So he had one that counted at least. How are you with CJ playing in all this celebrity stuff in the offseason?
I'm not super stoked about it, but I'm trying to act like I'm too cool to care. I'm trying real hard. I'm leaning up against the wall, my hands in my pocket, 1 foot up on the wall, like behind me, and just like, I'm cool.
That's
baby.
a super specific answer that I wasn't expecting, but I like it.
Smoking a cigarette and like trying not to cough. That's what I am right now. I'm smoking a cigarette and trying not to cough.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to look like I smoke cigarettes all the time.
Holding a sneeze in.
It's totally fine. That's
a good description. I don't want him doing anything than a light jog tonight on the basketball court, and I don't want him jumping.
I don't want him playing defense at all.
At all.
I want the criticism. I want them to blame him for not playing defense. For the reason that they lose. If CJ would play a little defense, my God.
I want CJ to get a lot of effort smoke on social media tonight.
His only defense allowed is like a stab at a steal, but just one shot. If you don't get it, then let the guy run past you.
Let him go.
Like peak bad James Harden.
Right. Like James.
Remember when he would people would try to say he was a good defender. There was a stretch before he kind of bought in, but there was a stretch where people would try to justify his defensive presence as saying, look at all his steals. They were the laziest steals ever. He was going for a steal so he wouldn't have to defend.
Right.
And if he missed the steal, it was just like, bye. Have a nice trip on your way to the basket. Yeah.
2.
We go from C.J. Stroud to a former Texans quarterback, Deshaun Watson. Legal news still ongoing with Deshaun Watson. Nearly 3 years after the first lawsuits against him were filed, it was 3 years ago, by multiple women, Deshaun Watson might have to testify again in one of the remaining cases that accuses him of sexual misconduct during massage sessions. Now, here's what you need to know. The one in particular that we're talking about here is not a Tony Busby plaintiff. This is another woman who actually filed her lawsuit against Deshaun in October of 2022. So Deshaun Watson was in the middle of his 11-game suspension when this lawsuit hit the courts. What's being discussed here is Deshaun Watson needing to testify one more time because in his previous testimony in a deposition back in June, Watson's attorney, Rusty Hardin, improperly instructed Watson not to answer, in the eyes of this woman's attorney, improperly instructed Watson not to answer certain questions about other cases that have been settled already, such as whether he had been sexually aroused during massage sessions in those lawsuits. So Rusty is arguing those aren't relevant, those are confidential, those are sealed. You're coming in at the last minute here and suing and
I think the whole thing about the last minute stuff is that Rusty's playing a little bit of a PR game here where look, it wasn't a class action suit. It wasn't like one of these things where, you have to sign up by a certain date or you lose the right to participate. Like, that's a class action suit thing. These were all separate lawsuits. And it's also kind of ignoring that, women, the possibility that, like, again, these are allegations at this point. But in general, sexual assault, it's not like women are, if a woman's been sexually assaulted, she's like, well, I'm ready to, okay, it's been 6 months, I'm ready to prosecute.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the way it works. So, well, whether they're valid allegations or not and what have you, it'll play through the court process. But her coming in at the last moment, that's not like a valid legal argument or anything. There's a statute of limitations or there's not.
Sure.
And the other cases don't have anything to do with it.
Yep.
3.
PJ Tucker, former Rocket, we'll go quick on this one, fined $75,000 for expressing his desire to be traded. Some of you may go, what team is he on? I haven't heard from PJ in a long time. Just look where James Harden is, and that's where PJ Tucker is, okay? He's a Los Angeles Clipper. He doesn't want to be a Clipper anymore because he's not playing. Seth, on the one hand, I admire PJ Tucker's competitive spirit to want to actually play basketball. He's buried on the bench right now. On the other hand, you're under contract to an NBA team and you're PJ Tucker. What are you doing agitating for
38 years old.
Publicly
I don't know,
doing
well,
interviews.
It's been like this now for, we saw it in Houston. And I don't know. I have a hard time because I like PJ Tucker. And I want to continue liking him. I think it's just the way of the world in the NBA now is that athletes are very empowered and just flat out screaming their way out of situations.
Even the PJ Tuckers of the world.
Yeah.
4.
Rob Manfred will step down in 2029 as commissioner of baseball when his deal is up. That was the news making the rounds yesterday. Manfred did a press conference yesterday where he talked about a number of different topics. So Rob Manfred's a complicated one, Seth, for people here in Houston, because on the one hand, the rest of the country thinks that Manfred wasn't hard enough on the Astros. On the other hand, there's Astro fans who are going, look, everybody was doing the cheating back in 2017, and you whacked the Astros pretty good with those draft picks and whatnot. Yeah. I think the global, to me, if the biggest thing that Manfred has done since he became commissioner that's had the biggest impact are the rule changes from last year. And I think those are by and large pretty good. I don't think Manfred's been a horrible commissioner for baseball.
That's an interesting part of it all. If you set aside any of the various scandals or some of the things that Rob Manfred did with or without the Astros, those rule changes that he was kind of chipping away at for years, and people would constantly say, well, oh, that's not going to save baseball. Well, that's not going to save baseball. They made these little incremental changes. And then in one fell swoop last year, implemented a bunch of them. And maybe it was coincidence, but it's hard to believe that it was. But, man, attendance spiked, viewership spiked. Everything just looked like people got way more into baseball. Yeah, I'll credit him with that. And, yeah, with that, as far as all the other stuff, on the Astros being better than everybody else scandal, I don't put it on Manfred. A lot of the people both from from Houston and outside of Houston, a lot of the criticisms of the way the league that handled that whole scenario really falls on the Players Association itself. It falls on the Astros players themselves in terms of just, hindsight being 2020, they probably none of them should have talked, because I don't think that the Players Association had a really good case that there was no that MLB wouldn't be able to punish them anyway. So hindsight being 2020, the Astros probably shouldn't have participated in they shouldn't have accepted that immunity, and then maybe just it doesn't go anywhere and they don't find anything else out. But whatever. But if the enemy of my enemy is my friend, then Rob Manfred is my friend, because everybody else in baseball seems to hate.
Seems angry.
Seems like that he took it too easy on the Astros.
That's right.
5.
Congratulations to Caitlin Clark. Iowa women's basketball player, broke the NCAA career scoring record last night. She's a beast, man. She's really, really good. Scored 4. She broke the record in a game where she set her career high with 49 points and broke the record on a shot from the logo at midcourt. Early in the game, it wasn't a half-court heave or anything. She just pulled up from about 30 feet and knocked down a 3 to break the record. You brought up this point earlier in the show, Seth, when we talked about this. Caitlin Clark may be at the forefront of a sort of a sweet spot in women's basketball, where as compared to the WNBA, women can stick around and at schools like Iowa, where the program is prominent, make more money doing NIL than going to the WNBA.
There's some, like, in women's sports, it's interesting. Like, some of the programs that have really created, like, a fervor around those programs, and like Nebraska with volleyball, I believe women's volleyball has their own arena in Nebraska, if I'm not wrong. And I know Oregon's like that. And with places like Iowa with basketball, there's for whatever reason, like, just it really hits in some of the college atmospheres more so than it does elsewhere. I guess probably going forward, Caitlin Clark's always going to be able to capitalize off of that Iowa connection.
Yeah.
But maybe more so than she'll be able to capitalize off of any of her pro connections.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's really good.
She has that special quality of being really, really good, but also she pisses people off.
Yeah.
Which also brings more eyeballs. Like that just gets more people that much more engaged on opponents that she plays. I've seen that. Like, that's where women's basketball has been on my timeline more, I think, because of opposing fan bases that want to stick it to Caitlin Clark, like they just hate Caitlin Clark. Than maybe any other thing over the last couple
I think
years.
that's good for the sport, man.
No, totally, 100%. When one of your best players is also like the most divisive,
6.
EA Sports dropped their intro trailer yesterday for their college football video game that's coming out later this year. It's returning after a lengthy absence. Seth, I'm not a huge video game guy, but when I was playing video games back in the day, I loved the EA Sports college football video game because of the level of detail that it went into. The full reveal is expected in May, but this is a game that hasn't been made since 2013 because of the Ed O'Bannon lawsuit back in the day, looking for royalties from stuff like this. EA Sports just shut it down, but now that we live in a world with NIL and things like that, and that players can get paid to be part of something like this, you gamers who love that college football video game, it will be back in your lives shortly, in a matter of months. And the trailer looked awesome. It may get me back into video games.
Yeah, this is the big. I've heard a lot of wistful nostalgia for that, and the ability to create your own team and all that.
Yeah, man. Play Dynasty mode. They've got like the.
I gotta start playing more video games.
Are you sure?
And by that I mean any video games at all. Yeah. I do feel like I need to play Madden. Just to be able to connect with our listeners better, and then also, just to really ingrain some of the coverage stuff and everything, and some of the routes and route concepts and all that. Yeah, I mean, you hear kids these days credit Madden a lot with learning how to play quarterback early on. So if I'm ever going to make it as a quarterback in the NFL, I got to get to playing some Madden.
Yeah, you got to get started. You got to get started on your Madden career.
7.
Patrick Mahomes was so confident that his team would win the Super Bowl this year that he actually predicted that it would happen before his regular season even ended. This is an actual story. This is how short we are in headlines today. The reason we know this is because his wife, Brittany, leaked out some family texts after the Super Bowl. And in one of the texts, which was from January the 5th, which was before the Week 18 set of games, Patrick sent a short 10-word message to his wife. I've decided we are going to win the Super Bowl. Patrick wrote. Okay, these reporters that are treating this like this was some sort of prediction. Like, it's not like he went on a radio show. It's not like he went on a TV show. He sent his
like
wife.
Joe Namath out by the pool before the Super Bowl or whatever.
I'm so frustrated this is a story that Patrick Mahomes predicted a Super Bowl. He sent a text to his wife.
I decided we were going to win the Super Bowl. That was a Friday at 1:20 p.m. All right.
Okay.
It's good. I'm glad. When actually the story is, it took him that long to decide they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, wait a second. Okay, you're talking about, was he on the fence in December? Like, I don't know if I want to or not. I just...
he might have been on the fence. They were playing badly in December.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's the story that everybody's ignoring.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes waited until January to decide to win the Super Bowl.
I'm glad you made that decision, Patrick.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Patrick. It's good that you didn't. You probably thought of your teammates, maybe.
Yeah. All right.
8.
8 is going to be Mattress Mac here. We're going to get to Mac's picks here in just a second. That's the 8 at 8, the Ocho. Hey, coming up next, a position that may be getting overlooked right now is a position of need for the Texans. The Athletic pointed this out, and as I went and looked at the depth chart, I said, ooh, whoa, this is a big concern. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, let's get to it. 8:15 a.m. on a Friday.
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so The Athletic had an article where they listed the major needs, one major need for each of the 32 teams. And when people ask me, Seth, or when I get into conversations with Texan fans or friends about the Texans, like, hey, what do you think they need to do this offseason? Like, what do you think they need to get? My mind immediately goes to the interior of the defensive line, the running back room, the running game in general, but the running back room, weapons for C.J. Stroud. Like, for whatever reason, maybe it's a blind spot, but I didn't realize how thin they are at cornerback, and that's the position that Mike Jones of The Athletic says the Texans have a major need at. I've seen some mock drafts that have them drafting cornerbacks, but I guess I'd either not expended the energy to look, but their current depth chart at cornerback is super, super thin. It's Derek Stingley Jr. and Kadar Holman and a couple of dudes that are on reserve contracts right now. Like, that's it. They got Steven Nelson going to free agency, and we'll hear from Steven Nelson in just a second. Tavier Thomas, free agent. Desmond King, free agent. D'Angelo Ross, if you want to throw him in there, free agent. So they're cornerback. Like, hey, man, I can see the 23rd overall pick being a cornerback right now. Or does this increase the urgency of bringing back Steven Nelson for you when you look at it?
I think that the Steven Nelson part is interesting because Steven Nelson played very well. 5 interceptions last year, including the playoff one, right? And I think that he played very well in this scheme specifically. So I like the idea of having him. I guess the only thing I'm worried about with him is because I like D'Amico said, he wants to spend money up front. It's going to start and stop with up front. I don't think you need to have the same level of cornerbacks as they have in Kansas City. That's Kansas City. Look, man, Spags is going to blitz a lot. When you blitz, you better have guys that can play man on the back end, and that's just not D'Amico's MO. And not that it doesn't help having awesome cornerbacks. I just don't think they want to spend big. I guess the question with Steven Nelson is, all right, we already know that going into his last season, he felt like he was worth more than he was being paid. And now that he got 5 interceptions this year and was part of a very big improvement on defense, is he going to be insulted with whichever offer the Texans give him? Yeah, I feel like he will be. I feel like he will be. Like, and even if he doesn't receive more in free agency, I just don't know I don't know if it's going to allow for Steven Nelson to be here and be happy with his contract. And I'm going to let you set up these cuts that we've got from Steven Nelson here, but that's really interesting because that was what I was going to say to you. Is like, okay, well, let's let the market insult him first. Yeah. Like, is he going to be insulted that the Texans didn't make him an offer leading into free agency? Yeah. Or is this a situation where the Texans say, hey, listen, because this is where I feel like with Steven Nelson, we've got a track record now where, all right, you got to manage whether he feels respected or not. Yeah. And I think that it might be, you got to approach him the right way and say, hey, listen, we respect the hell out of you, and we don't want there to be any qualms or reservations about the contract. So let's just have you go out there and see what the market is and see, what we can pay. And that way, if you come back, we'll all be good with it. You gotta be very delicate in doing that because some guys are still going to see that as disrespect and say, well, like, you didn't want to pony up to begin with. So this is Steven Nelson on his podcast. He's only got a few episodes of it out, and I know Landry and John played some of this yesterday, but I know that they were. I think they were a little bit more just. They were having fun just going along and commenting it as it was about how bad the quality of the podcast was. To them. Yeah. Like I tend to look. It's a player podcast. Like, he's not a broadcasting professional. It's his first shot at it. There's going to be some dead air and blank spots and everything like that. Yep. I thought that he did say some pertinent things relative to the Texans. So just to set the stage, as many of you recall, last year at one point in the offseason, Steven Nelson had tweeted out, or did he do it on Instagram, whatever it was a picture of a vest and he said something along the lines of, you can't trust a clown who wears one of these every day. Yeah. You can't trust somebody who wears one of these every day with a clown emoji. Yeah. And it was all, he was talking about Nick Caserio. Right. But it started with Steven Nelson in the offseason feeling like he deserved a little bit more money than what his contract was. And he was thinking about sitting out mandatory minicamp, which would have been a $90,000 fine. or somewhere thereabouts. They discussed this leading into it. But Steven Nelson got on the phone with his agent before he was planning skipping mandatory minicamp, and this is what he said.
My agent, reached out to me and said, hey, I think you should go.
Yeah.
And, just show face, be around the team, new head coach, whatever.
Make it a good look.
Yeah, do the right thing.
Yeah, there you go.
For me, that's just been my character and how I get down anyway. So, of course, I'm going to rationalize and do the right thing. So I went, and then my agent was like, hey, do this, and, maybe something might work out or come out of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, cool. Long story short, man, we get like day 3. I'm like, damn, I ain't heard nothing.
Okay,
day 3.
This is where he started to lose me. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it's minicamp. I think he wants to go and do the right thing and be up front and everything, and then he assumed that just by showing up to mandatory minicamp, surely I'll have an offer by day 3 of minicamp. Right?
First day, calls his agent. Hey, man, I was here all day. They didn't even talk to me.
This is a class of hey, I've been chopping wood on this big-ass tree for a good 45 minutes, and it's not down yet.
Still
What's
not
going
falling.
on? I've been trying to. Why is this tree not falling? Yeah.
Day 3.
At this point, I'm empathizing with Steven Nelson's agent more than anything.
Right.
I don't know. You know what? I guess maybe the agent should have explained. Yeah, you should go, show up, do the stand-up thing. Don't get fined $90,000. That doesn't mean that you're going to get the new contract right now. But this is where it gets interesting. There's a reason that by day 3, Steven Nelson was getting agitated, and I did the math and worked on the calendar, and I figured out exactly what happened here.
Ooh.
But this is why he was upset that he wasn't offered by the end of minicamp.
I feel like, I'm giving a good impression. I done came back. You know what I'm saying? Being a good team guy. I'm like, damn, I know we finna get something done. My agent feeling good. Man, they end up doing something else with somebody else's contract.
Oh, God.
So I ain't gonna speak on nobody else's situation, but, my boy, I want everybody to get paid. That's part of this business. Well, damn, when my turn comes around.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
Okay, so, and he made it. He went on to really emphasize, look, I'm totally cool. It didn't mean I don't like these other guys or anything, but what the hell, I just wanted to get paid. I'm almost positive he's talking about Malik Collins because mandatory minicamp officially was June 13th and 14th. They must have gotten there a day earlier or whatever to make it 3 days. On June 14th, they signed Malik Collins to a 2-year extension.
There you go. You cracked the code, my friend. Nice job.
Yes. So he's talking about the Malik Collins. So apparently Steven Nelson goes to minicamp and is trying to do the right thing. But then by day 3 of minicamp, he finds out, or by the last day of minicamp, he finds out, wait, Malik Collins is getting an extension, but I'm not. That's when things got hairy. And he explains, I feel like he's still a little bit naive about everything with social media. He explains exactly how he expressed his discontent.
Maybe I took it a little bit too far. I lashed out on social media, and that ain't even in my character. I made a little joke about, Nick's vest or wardrobe or whatever case may be. But I didn't think it was going to blow up as it went. And plus, it's I didn't even mention the guy's name. Mm-hmm. So that just goes to show the power of social media. You got all these millions and random people, they going to blow everything up.
That part I like. He's like, I made this tweet about Nick Caserio. Oh, okay, so obviously it was definitely about Nick Caserio. Yeah. But I didn't say his name.
Right. And I didn't expect people to know who I was talking about. Then why post it? Why is he talking about it now on a podcast? That's what I want to know.
He wanted to clear the air.
Okay, I mean, it feels they made him a freaking captain. It feels like it's water under the bridge. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm saying Steven Nelson, you're a free agent. Everything is an audition for the other 31 teams too right now, including you sitting down on a podcast, albeit one that probably won't be that listened to. And sitting here and rehashing something where you were a bit of a problem child. Let's face it. Let's talk about this.
Okay, well, now I think this is the thing. I think in Steven Nelson's mind, that wasn't as big a deal as people made it out to be. And he actually explained it thusly.
I was me, you got to understand the type of person I am. I'm confident in my abilities and who I am.
There you go.
And what I meant to the team as a whole. So I felt security in that way. But people, on the outside looking in, like, bro, what you doing? Like, you trying to get cut? Like this and that. I'm like,
yeah, you rocking the boat.
Like, I wish they would cut me for what? I ain't put my hands on nobody.
I guess that's the bar.
That's a classic.
It's the bar. Hey, man, I didn't kill anybody.
That's a classic Terrell Owens argument of like, hey, there's other people out there who are doing actually really bad things. My bad thing isn't as bad as their things. So certainly there should be no repercussions for this. Yeah.
That would have been interesting. Like let's pretend that the Texans saw that as a fireable offense, that they did cut him.
Yeah.
Does Steven Nelson, coming off of his 2022 season, end up getting much more than he was already set? He was set to make, I think, $5 million with the Texans. Like, does he?
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to remember who the guy that they let test free agency that seemed kind of disgruntled that the Texans didn't offer him more was the running back several years ago, who ended up.
Carlos Hyde.
Yeah, it was Carlos Hyde. And remember, people were like. Carlos Hyde had a little stretch with whoever he ended up with 2 teams later, where he played well either in the playoffs or leading up to the playoffs, and people acted like the Texans were idiots for not re-signing him. He was making less money than the Texans had offered him.
Texans offered him 2 years, $10 million. They offered him $5 million a year.
And Carlos Hyde was thought that was ridiculous. He goes out, doesn't get anywhere close to that money. That's the risk you run.
Yep.
Especially in the summer too, when who knows what Steven Nelson would have gotten. But by the same token, I would say, look, if Nick Caserio had gotten sensitive about that and cut Steven Nelson, I think it could have meant a couple fewer wins for the Texans this year.
He was good. He was good this year. I think that needs to be pointed out. Like, Steven Nelson was good. If they're going to bring him back, it probably will be for slightly more money than he was making. He's 30. He's in his 30s now. There is that.
This is the whole thing. Steven Nelson telling this story doesn't make me more sympathetic to him. It does put some context to it, to where I do think that he never really he kind of expressed regret that he had handled it the way he did. He said he probably shouldn't have. And I think that I think the big message is maybe that he was trying to get out is like, I'm not that type of guy. I'm not like a problem or whatever. I think it's clear, obviously, that he does have some. He's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder as far as the respect that he's showed or what have you, but it's probably manageable. Like, none of it. It doesn't make me feel better about Steven Nelson's kind of status or leadership ability or anything, but it also, after having listened to it, I feel like the Texans could come to terms with him, and he'd be a solid citizen. But it's going to be a little bit more sensitive. And you got to manage it just right.
Yeah.
If something better comes along, I would leap at it, but it's not like I'm going to close the door on Steven Nelson.
I kind of like the way L'Jarius Sneed handled his free agency on Kay Adams' podcast yesterday.
Yeah.
Here was that.
What would you like to say as we wrap the show up here to Brett Veach? And I have a lot of love for your GM and what he's done building this dynasty. What would you like to say?
Man, pay me. Pay me. Pay me. That's what I got to say. Pay me.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know. I think that we have to wrap it there. Pay the man.
Good job, Kay Adams. Yeah.
It's the Dante Robinson approach, except that, without putting it on his shoes.
On his shoes, yeah. See, just be direct. Just be clear. Tell them what you want. You want to get paid. L'Jarius Sneed, Kansas City cornerback.
Yeah, that's all fair and well and good at this point of the season. So L'Jarius Sneed, though, I'd love to have L'Jarius Sneed. I don't think that's where the Texans plan on spending their money. It's not that he wouldn't be a huge asset. It's just that, like D'Amico said, they want to start up front, build it from up front, and not have to, it's awesome if you're a team that blitzes a lot to have those cornerbacks, but that's not who they necessarily want to be.
They're not going to splurge at corner. Their splurge at cornerback is going to be when they extend Derek Stingley Jr. in the next couple years. That'll be their splurge at cornerback. All right.
Dante, by the way, was, I think the story, I had talked to him about that a long time ago. Those are the shoes he'd kind of been working out in during the offseason. And, like, as a motivation, he had written Pay Me Rick on them. And they were, like, the shoes that he had and were broken in when he showed up to the team. Mm-hmm. And he really didn't put any thought into it until all of a sudden, Kevin Cooper, somebody came up to him and was like, hey, man, you want to take those off? You might want to take those off. And he realized, like,
he Steven Nelson'd it. Like, I didn't think anybody would know what I was talking about by putting Pay Me Rick on my shoes.
I believe Dante. Like, Dante, honestly, he just wasn't that kind of guy. He didn't generally try to pull attention to himself that way, but it was funny.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, I would like to propose a new rule on social media, and it's based on all the Chris Farley videos that wound up on my timeline yesterday on what would have been his 60th birthday. I am proposing a new social media rule, and you will hear it next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness. They've got 17.
details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so for whatever reason yesterday, like I don't follow Saturday Night Live on Twitter. Like I don't do a lot of tweeting about Saturday Night Live, past or present. But Chris Farley, it was his birthday. Would have been his 60th birthday yesterday. And as a result, there were a lot of tweets, Seth, that were Chris Farley would have turned 60 today. And then it would have a video of one of his skits on Saturday Night Live, right? You know, the Matt Foley, motivational speaker, you know, whatever Chris Farley skit where he ran in, coked up, screaming his guts out. That skit. You know, all of Chris Farley's skits. Other than the Paul McCartney one where he just told him he was awesome the whole interview. That was pretty good. So I got a lot of those yesterday. Got into a bit of a wormhole because I was never a huge Chris Farley guy as far as comedy goes. And I'm curious your opinion on Farley because I know you're a big comedy fan, stand-up comedy and whatnot. Were you a Chris Farley?
I'm a fan of laughter, Sean.
Yeah, you're a fan of laughter.
Of mirth. Yeah.
Right. Were you
Give me some mirth.
Where were you on Chris Farley back in the day?
I liked him a lot.
You did?
I like guys that are like more. I like witty comedians. Like
clever.
Brandy's big into the physical comedy, so she loved Chris Farley.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know how it is with SNL though too. It's like there's like few key skits that stand out that are always awesome, and in your mind it was always an awesome show. When in reality, going back to the 1980s, it's had 2 good skits per show.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that stick out. But yeah, he was just fine.
He was
It's
fine.
not like Tommy Boy's my favorite movie or anything though.
Right. Yeah, he was fine. I know there's people that over the top love Chris Farley. I think you probably just there touched on what the delineation is. Like if you love physical comedy, you probably think he's one of the top 3 or 4 funniest guys ever in the history of SNL. If you're more into wittiness and clever comedy, then you probably maybe tolerated Chris Farley. Here's my thing. And tell me if I'm being mean here.
Okay.
But all the tweets were Chris Farley would have turned 60 today. Today would have been Chris Farley's 60th birthday. Yeah. And I think to myself, I'm like, man, Chris Farley had no chance of getting to 60. And my rule thus is I'd like to establish this rule because we see that a lot on social media. So-and-so would have turned this age today if they were still with us. You can only tweet that somebody would have been X amount of years old if they led a lifestyle when they were alive where they should have made it to that age. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like somebody who died of cancer or something.
Right.
Like something beyond the,
It was out of their control.
Yeah. Or even because I don't want to diminish, because there's not a lot of, it is it's not a choice or anything to be addicted to things or anything. But there's certain people that they weren't going to make it that long.
They weren't going to make it that long. That's why I'm asking, am I being mean here? Because when I saw Chris Farley would have turned 60 today, I kind of chuckled and I'm like, God, what if Chris Farley had made it to 60? What would that have looked like?
You're being a little bit mean.
Okay.
Or also you're discounting the fact that some people do turn their lives around. Like Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. Robert Downey Jr. was on a track to be like, oh, he would have been 60 today. And, but he sobered up.
Yep.
He got into yoga and martial arts and all that crap.
Right.
And then all of a sudden he turned a lesser comic book hero into one of the biggest franchises.
He did.
Comic book movies.
He did. Yeah. But we don't have the benefit of knowing what would have happened if Chris Farley had. How old was Chris Farley when he died? I don't know. Okay, I'll look it up. But okay, so you think I'm being kind of mean with that rule?
What about what about Jimi Hendrix?
Farley was 33 when he died, by the way. I don't know enough about Jimi Hendrix.
When drugs.
It was drugs.
So if it was a drug overdose, then I always feel like that. Again, it's not like I don't know. I don't think he was an addict or anything, but it was that was. It was bad luck, but also a sign of the times, and what everybody was, what everybody was into and learning back then.
Wow.
There was a stretch there in the late '60s and early '70s where, it was frankly, people were just kind of ignorant about just how bad some of the stuff.
Yeah, well, I didn't know Jimi Hendrix was only 27 when he died. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I'm going to plead ignorance on that. I mean, he died like a year and a half after I was born. I'm going to plead ignorance. I don't know enough about the sign of the times. I know Chris Farley was really, really heavy and on cocaine a lot,
Yeah.
So
Jimi Hendrix was just alcohol and sleeping pills too, so it wasn't like heroin or anything like that.
All right. Well, I'll take the weekend to think about Jimi Hendrix.
Okay.
Do you think AI could tell us what Chris Farley would have looked like at 60?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He probably would have looked good. That's the old thing. It's you got to make that choice. I read this lately, probably in one of my L magazines or something. Was that you got to choose between leanness or being pretty as you get older, for women especially, because if they stay lean, their face starts to look a little too lean, or
Skeletor, a little Skeletor thing going on. Yeah.
So if you stay plump, you fill in some of those creases and everything.
Yeah.
So I guess Farley would probably look like he was 27 years old, still to this day.
Okay, there's some disagreement with my rule. Absolutely disagree. Prince should and will be celebrated every year on his birthday. He was a genius. Yeah, but I just don't need, Prince would have been 95 years old today, that kind of thing.
Prince wasn't leading a lifestyle that was going to get him to 95.
Right. I'm not saying...
Okay, so what would we should start to do?
Exactly. I agree.
What should we do with Keith Richards? Every year on his birthday, should we be like, he should have died 27 years ago today?
No. Keith Richards.
I feel like that's what it should be. Anybody from the Toxic Twins there from Aerosmith, Steven Tyler turns 20 years older than when he should have died today.
No, here's what we do. Because Keith Richards, Steven Tyler, all those guys are going to die someday. I think.
Yeah.
I think. But they get celebrated in perpetuity. When social media is around 200, literally we're allowed to go, once he dies, 80 years later, we're allowed to say Keith Richards would have been 198 years old
would
today.
Have somehow been 198 years old today.
Yeah, for those. I don't want to go
I still think I'm gonna grade them retroactively. Keith Richards should have been dead 30 years ago.
Should definitely.
Honestly, okay, Jimi Hendrix dying and Keith Richards living. Pretty clear injustice there.
Right.
Given Keith Richards making it through somehow is one of the most unfair things in the world.
Definitely throw Sean into the slime off for that Chris Farley take. Which part of it? My social media rule? The part where I thought he was moderately funny. Which part? Someone agreed and says they're all worm food now. Come on now. Come on.
That's true. 300 years from now, all of them will have been dead.
Yeah. Well, we all will be.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and all that stuff.
Exactly. All right. So I don't know. Do you approve of my social media rule? You can only tweet that somebody would have been X amount of years old today if, while alive, they had led a lifestyle where they should have made it to that age.
I don't know if allow is the right word. I'm pretty sure that's covered by the First Amendment. But as far as if I were running a blog, if I were running an entertainment blog, then yes, I would not. I would forego saying that such and such would have been 90 years old today if he was clearly living a lifestyle where he would live fast, die young, leave a good-looking corpse.
That jumped out at me more than the actual videos people were posting. They're like, Chris Farley would have been 60 years old today. I'm like, Chris Farley at 60? Silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids.
I think that's what it is, though. It gives you an opportunity to kind of imagine what would have been. How would Chris Farley? At some point, a lot of comedians at some point, Tom Hanks started out as a comedic actor, moved into drama, and did quite well with it. At some point, would Chris Farley have moved into dramatic acting?
I don't want to say. My gut reaction is no chance because I'm thinking of the version that was alive, but
I think he could have been pretty good at it.
He might have in certain roles.
He would have He could have played, and playing himself in some respects. Yeah. Playing a guy that either just didn't have control of his life or what have you. I think he could have done a pretty good job at that. Because there was obvious pain there.
Yeah.
If he could have tapped into that pain, then he might have been a hell of an actor.
I'm going to say yes, but he would have had to get off the nose candy. And I'm not just saying because that's part of what killed him. I'm saying that he would have had to settle into a different type of personality at that point, I think, too.
Well, I remember... Chevy Chase, it was one of those early SNL guys. Oh, no, I think it was Bill Murray who talked about, he lived through that era when all of a sudden people were doing cocaine like it was just the new type of caffeine or something.
Yeah.
And he said he just never did it because it screwed up his timing. Right. So, like, to your point, to have the timing in a dramatic role or something, it's pretty tricky to do if you're hopped up like you're, in a speed metal band or something.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A lot of help coming in on the text page on my new social media rule. We'll read some of those when we come out of the break at the top. Also, the Astros. Let's circle back to the Stros. Ryan Presley speaks. This is the big questions surrounding the Astros. Maybe the biggest question, aside from contract extensions that need to get done, injuries, biggest question, how does Ryan Presley handle a new closer in town? We heard from him yesterday. Are we buying that Ryan Presley is cool with Josh Hader? That is next.
Bayway Chevrolet is really
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Texts rolling in. We'll get to them. Here's one real quick. Sean, it's a fair rule. For those who missed the previous segment, I tried to establish a new social media rule in light of Chris Farley's would-have-been 60th birthday yesterday, which I was reminded of dozens of times on my timeline. You can only tweet that someone would have been X amount of years old today if they led a lifestyle when they were alive where they should have made it to that age. 6376. It's a fair rule, Sean. It's interesting to remember just how old some of those people would be when you remember ain't no way they would have lived to be that old. That's my point. That's my point with Chris Farley.
You know what? With Elvis, I like thinking about how old Elvis would have been. You know? It's also a good reminder sometimes. They're like, all right, let it go. He totally would have been dead by now.
Yeah. Yeah, Elvis would be like in his 90s by now, I think, right? Thereabouts? I think so. So let's get to Ryan Presley. He was at...
Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley's.
Yes, he was born in 1935.
Great nephew, Ryan.
Yeah, so he would have been 88 years old.
Yeah,
he could conceivably still be alive.
All right, so Ryan Presley, the other Presley, the Presley that's very popular here in Houston right now, he met with the media for the first time in spring training. This is a big topic. Josh Hader signing his big deal to become the closer for the Astros. So Ryan Presley being moved to setup duty. Let's start with this one. How are you, Ryan Presley? Here's his thoughts on adding Josh Hader to the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got a great bullpen. Probably one of the best bullpens in the league. I get paid to go get 3 outs. It don't matter if it's in the 4th inning or the 9th inning. So whenever the phone rings and they tell me to get in there, I'll get in there.
Okay. I'd love to see them bring him in the 4th inning just to test him on that. Hey, Presley, get in there. It's the 4th inning.
Well, yeah, like out of the blue, they're like, no, you're long relief now.
Right.
You're actually, you're going to be, we want you to go in from the 4th through 8th inning, okay?
Piggyback guy.
Deal with it.
Yep. Here's another one from Presley. Were you surprised by the Hader signing?
Yeah, it was a surprise, but, he makes our team better. You know, he's hands down one of the best relievers in the game. And, when you got him to our bullpen, we're just that much better now. So, again, I'm happy he's here. I'm happy that I get to share a bullpen with him. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun time. And, he seems like a great teammate, so I'm excited to be here with him.
Our friend Jackie Goss pointed this out earlier, Seth, when we played this audio earlier in the show, that Presley did say that Hader is one of the best relievers in the game, not one of the best closers in the game.
Oh, that's a good point, Jackie Goss. Mm-hmm. Oh. He's one of the best relievers in the game.
Yeah.
He didn't say he was one of the best closers in the game.
Best relievers, yeah.
Hader's, the interesting thing, like Hader's strikeout rate wasn't as good last year as it had been previously, like when he was genuinely like a dominating classic closer-looking guy. I wonder if there's a part of Presley that's kind of like, look, I get it if you bring in somebody that's like at the peak of his powers compared to me who had a drop-off last year, but we're not so different, based on 1 year of performance. I think that's where, if Presley's feeling that way at all, which it would be totally natural to feel that way, I would just say, man, part of it is just accepting that you're 35 years old. This is what, like with defensive linemen, I've told you forever, the nice thing about being a defensive lineman is if you can handle it the right way, if you're a pass rusher, that, your role gets reduced, but it gets reduced in the fun kind of way. Like in the Jerry Hughes type of way.
Yeah.
Where, you play 20 snaps a game as a pure pass rusher, like the least physical aspect of the game. So I think with Presley, it's like, all right, man, you let go of the ego a little bit and just accept and embrace maybe the fact that they might use you in different ways, but you can string your career out another 4 or 5 years if you so choose. I think that there's that part of it. But beyond that, unless I heard of drama behind the scenes or something, it's perfectly natural for anybody on a team to hate being demoted, but you also still try to be a good teammate and not be somebody that shows it outwardly as talking smack behind people's back and all that.
I would be super disappointed and probably think less of Ryan Presley if he wasn't bothered by this.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to frame it. Yeah.
Like
if you got that juice to want to be the closer, it doesn't all of a sudden just evaporate when you're not the closer anymore.
Right. Now, similarly, I would be disappointed if however he was feeling or however I hope he feels about it, slighted, diminished, competitive juices flowing, all those things, that if he then somehow made it an issue that affected the team. Those are, so that's where I'm at with it. Like, I hope he's just saying the right things and that he actually does feel a certain kind of way about this.
So that when we did that benefit for Texas Children's Hospital, where I interviewed Eli Manning and Peyton Manning together on stage, there was a certain topics they wanted to stick to, not go too far away from those topics. But I can't help if I've got a follow-up question that I think is a good one, and I can't remember where it came in or why, but it occurred to me. Eli Manning was talking about giving advice to rookies, I think, and it was when Eli Manning was benched and at the end of his career that came up. He wasn't talking about it, but I brought that up that, like, hey, you handled that in just about as admirable a way as anybody could have ever handled it. You talked about being a resource for the guy and being there to help out the team no matter what. And I was kind of taken aback. Like, Eli, I don't think Eli was very happy I asked him about that. He kind of joked about how, like, yeah, thanks for bringing up that most painful memory in my life or what have you. And it was funny, but I think there was some truth to it. I feel like that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, you've got a spot. You're a competitor. It doesn't make it easier that, like, oh, I'm older and I'm not as good as I used to be. It still hurts when you lose that spot.
Would have been funny if his reaction to that was to, like, elbow Peyton and go, look at 60 Minutes over here going off script. Hey.
Well, Mike Wallace,
Exactly.
I guess what I would say is, didn't realize I was dealing with Geraldo here.
way to stick to the format there.
Hey, by the way, that's what Pat McAfee said to CJ. Oh my gosh, it's hilarious. I got to go find that clip so we can play it tomorrow. So CJ was on the Pat McAfee show. CJ like asked a question of Pat McAfee at one point when they started kind of playfully talking smack to each other, and Pat McAfee's like, "We got Barbara Walters over here." Like, what? Stick to, hey, my name. You see my name? It's on that wall. It's on that wall. It's on that wall. Yeah, you do your job.
Funny.
I'll do mine.
That's funny. Ross Tucker.
They were talking a lot of smack to each other in a funny way. It was really good.
Yeah. CJ was talking a lot of smack on Radio Row. He was including
Will Anderson said that he talks a lot of smack in practice.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm concerned. Not to go too far off topic. We'll get back to the Astros, but just as long as we're talking about this, I am concerned. I think Landry's concerned. I was just talking to him during the break. I don't want to put words in Landry's mouth, but this whole talking trash back and forth with Micah Parsons thing when they're playing in this basketball game together tonight.
Yeah.
There's nothing good that can come out of this. Like, if CJ drops 40 in a celebrity game on Micah Parsons, what has he really accomplished? Whereas I think there's a possibility Micah Parsons, who, let's face it, probably much clumsier than CJ Stroud, quarterback, if they're D'ing up on each other, you know what I mean? If they're going one-on-one, man, Micah Parsons accidentally, like, undercutting him on a three-point shot or something like that. I don't like this at all, man. Now that I think about it, I don't like it.
Given Micah Parsons' run defense, I'm guessing he doesn't care much about defense in basketball. So that's
I don't know, man.
It's the less glorious part of the game.
CJ was embarrassing him with some of the draft talk or some of the trash talk. CJ's like, man, what are you talking about your basketball? You're from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
You're beating people up in the middle of Pennsylvania somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, normally wired Micah Parsons, probably not that interested in it, but hyped up, like, trash talk to Micah Parsons.
Well, and then the whole thing, too, is even if because I would say the one more likely to get injured is Micah Parsons. If Micah Parsons tries to defend C.J. Stroud, like, he's going to lose that battle.
Yeah.
And is more likely to get injured, I think. But that doesn't really do much for us. Like, injuring a Cowboy only helps you if he's still injured come Super Bowl time. Once every couple of years in the regular season. It's not as big a deal.
Right. So visuals from social media videos that have been surfacing from the Astros. I'm actually way more optimistic after watching about a half dozen 15-second videos on social media. This is where I formulate my opinions. I'm not there at spring training. Justin Verlander throwing off a mound Apparently everybody who tweeted the videos of that is leading us to believe this is an amazing thing that he's throwing off a mound, so that's good. Framber, no more. I'm calling it a weave, but we've got a lot of actually on the text page that it's called something else. Yeah, extensions.
Yeah, or extensions. I don't know if
The ponytail thingy he's got is gonzo now. He's back to 2022 Framber again.
Back to basics.
Yes, exactly. I think this is actually the most important thing. The hair is whatever, but I think Framber and Christian Javier both look to be in much better condition in the videos I've seen.
Yeah, at least they've paid attention to their diet in the offseason.
Yes.
Yeah. And I got to tell you what, it's tough. I don't want to make it sound like it's as simple as this, but sometimes it is. As somebody who's capable of putting away large quantities of food, I don't know. After you get your big deal, and like with Javier, and then you go back home, it's and you're living the good life. It can be kind of tough. It can be kind of tough not to pack on a few extra pounds, even if you're still working out and everything. And the tricky thing about the off season is this is where the off season is a deceptive whore. It's that you convince yourself, hey, I'm getting stronger in the weight room, just as fast as I ever was. Like maybe you're out doing some sprints and stuff.
Yeah.
You forget about the fact that you got to do it over and over and over again, and sometimes in the heat. And that, that weight room strength doesn't transfer over to functional strength at the end of, your seventh inning in the game.
Yeah.
When you're I think there may have been a little bit of that with Javier. Framber, he was living high on the hog after just being an all-star and all that stuff. That maybe they needed that 1 year to kind of reacclimate.
Yeah.
I will caution both of them, as many of our listeners backed me up on this earlier. One thing you know from living in Houston is that, you can lose a bunch of weight. You're still going to sweat a lot. Don't have any fantasies that you're going to be like some Benedict Cumberbatch or something, wearing a fancy suit and not sweating a bit or anything. You're still pretty big. You're going to sweat a lot, you two. Those are two of the heavier sweaters on the team.
Yeah, big time.
The Angora sweaters is what they are.
Yes. But I feel like Bregman and Tucker's contract extensions or potential contract extensions get talked about way more than Framber right now. It feels like those two are at the tippy top of the list. I wonder how much of Framber, if indeed he is in better shape, he looks in better shape. Who knows? Maybe the cameras caught him when his jersey was fitting a certain kind of way on him or whatever, or his body stretched a certain kind of way while he's throwing. Yeah. And wow, he looks thinner.
If he looks thinner, I guess with Framber, I don't know. I think sometimes mistake Framber's stockiness for being fat or something, because he's not. I mean, he's stout. That's a thick in the right way dude.
No, I'm with you. He looks thinner. I'm totally
thinner,
with you.
He intentionally lost.
Yeah,
some weight.
He looks lighter. He's still. I mean, he's never going to be Josh Hader. You know what I mean? Where he's just as thin as a rail. But for his,
I like that.
For his physique, for his body type, he looks thinner than normal. To me, in a good way.
What creeps when we talk about Presley and Hader and that dynamic and everything? I can't help but it creeps into my brain the fact that Hader sounds like hater.
Yeah,
and it naturally makes it more contentious.
Yes,
which is funny because that word hater has only been used as it has been for the past. Really, less than 10 years, really, hasn't it? That hater's been a mainstream thing.
It's a it's a later.
But he feels like a hater now.
Yeah,
he's a hater. You talk about Presley versus this hater over here.
That's right.
And then it makes me naturally kind of be like, yeah, whatever, hater.
Yeah. Oh wait, you're one of us now. Silencing all the haters. Josh, why are you being so quiet? Yeah.
Yeah. Hater
with a D. It's hater with a D. Speaking of Pat McAfee, he gave J.J. Watt the what for his hair earlier this week.
Oh, good. Yeah. Okay, so JJ addressed this.
Yeah, he did. Here we go.
So for those of you that didn't see, real quick, JJ had his hair spiked during the Super Bowl broadcast when he was doing the CBS studio show.
Like a 90s boy band singer.
Yeah, like a 90s. 90s was probably the era, maybe early 2000s. Looked very Mark McGrath-like back when he was Sugar Ray. So he got a lot of hate for it. I actually went back and tried to find is this one of those things that's actually back in style, but we the sports nerds don't know about it? Nope, that's not the case. He went off the reservation on this one.
You partially expect it. I mean, anytime you switch it up, especially when there's 125, 200 million people watching, there's a chance for a reaction. But I definitely didn't know it was going to be like that. That's for sure.
What I think happened is the ratio of Spike to Don. But the rate, because as somebody who had that hairstyle at one point in my life, the sloppy spike there, the ratio in which is up and down is a big part of the slot. I think Super Bowl Sunday, your hair was right. Your hair was right. There might have been a little bit more spike than down, and everybody seemingly noticed. When you looked in the mirror, did you think to yourself, those people were wrong? I don't look like a boy bander. No, I look good. Did you think that to yourself?
No. They're all of them are fair. Yeah, I like it, so I really don't care. I think.
Hey, here we go. That's all I'm
There's certainly some Guy Fieri there. There's certainly some Sugar Ray. There's definitely a little 90s boy band action. There's no frosted tips. I don't think it took it to that extreme, but I absolutely loved all of the memes and the jokes. They were great. They were hilarious.
Was he saying down?
Yeah, yes.
Up or down?
Yes, that's how people in Pittsburgh say down.
No, it's not. He's exaggerating that. I know a boatload of people from Pittsburgh. They don't say it that extreme. I can understand what the hell they're saying when they try to say down.
We're going to do a Pittsburgh accent segment on Monday. The hardcore Pittsburghers are, he's not far off.
No, this feels like when Jennifer Lopez tries to remind you that she's actually from the Bronx.
He may be exaggerating it a little bit. He leans into the Pittsburgh. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't think that's how he says it. He's just leaning into the Pittsburgh thing.
He's leaning into it.
Yeah, that's his homage. That's sort of his tip of the hat to his hometown. He does that a lot. He does that a lot with words that have that OW sound in it. He Pittsburghizes it. Yeah,
I would say. I don't know. Like, so when he's talking there, it's like, okay, how spiky does it look? It's not Liberty spikes or anything like punk rock stuff, but I wonder if what JJ's doing is trying to do something to distinguish himself, which a lot of guys on TV like to do. Like whether it's like a crazy suit, as we know here in Houston, is very good for basketball broadcasters.
Yep.
Or something like that. Who was it? One of the guys was wearing an ascot for a while.
Charles Woodson.
Charles Woodson was wearing an ascot.
Yeah.
Which I knew it was Charles Woodson when I saw the ascot.
Yippee.
So maybe JJ's
You should wear a propeller hat then, Seth. Just wear a propeller hat.
You know what I'd like to wear is one of those big Russian fur hats.
Okay, well, we're on
those
YouTube.
Things are awesome.
We're on YouTube and Twitch now. Knock yourself out. You should.
I want to be that guy. I'm blanking on the national basketball broadcaster that wears the crazy suits. Courtside that.
Yeah, I forget. He's Craig Sager.
Thank you, Craig Sager.
Craig Sager. Yep. Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, rumors of a contract extension for a wide receiver in the NFL. Should the Texans be in this market for Nico Collins? And Seth has been officially scared off 2 big targets, literally big targets for the Texans in free agency. That is next, but I want to tell you this weekend, you're looking to get that brand new vehicle. You're looking to get in.
for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the rumor mill yesterday was spitting some smoke about possible contract extensions at a position that I think this is maybe the most intriguing, one of the most intriguing positions for the Texans this offseason, and that's the wide receiver position, because Nico Collins is eligible for an extension. He's not a free agent. He's got 1 year left on his rookie deal. I think there's a lot of people out there that would like to sign Mike Evans. I know there's a lot of people out there that just are of general mind, like, man, if we could just get CJ more weapons. And I do think, too, with wide receiver, that if you don't make a move and you're going into next year, well, if you don't make a move in free agency, then I think wide receiver immediately bumps up to one of your biggest needs in the draft, considering how deep this wide receiver group is coming into the league from college. But here was the tweet yesterday from Cam Marino, who is a national NFL writer. Says the Detroit Lions and star receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown are in discussions that would give St. Brown an extension of at least 3 years at an annual salary of $25 million. So 3 years, $75 million. Those are the general parameters. Extending St. Brown is a priority for the Lions as they enter their offseason. So my thought immediately, Seth, goes to the Texans and two things. A, do we think that extending Nico Collins is as much a priority for the Texans as St. Brown is for the Lions? St. Brown is a true all-pro, Pro Bowl level performer right now. And two, how would we feel about 3 years, $75 million tacked onto Nico Collins' rookie contract? An extension.
I would. I think that Nico Collins is worth the futures bet on him. If they were to both be free agents right now, if you had to try to look at this as objectively as possible,
okay.
If they're going to both be free agents right now, teams are going to look at Amon-Ra St. Brown and say, well, okay, look, he's been durable as hell. He's produced for 3 straight years. There's no flukishness to this. Yeah, he's the guy, and we're going to be willing to pay him more money than Nico Collins. I think where the Texans maybe have an advantage is just that institutional knowledge of Nico Collins, where they can think, okay, for one, look, we know what he was dealing with, Nico is dealing with in terms of quarterback, offensive coordinator, and head coach for his first 2 years of his career. And two, and you brought this up, and it's a really good point, Nick had mentioned that Nico Collins changed his routine, in his physical preparation. He addressed the issues that had maybe caused the injury issues, and that they feel really good about that. So I think from a Texan standpoint, I try real hard to take off the Homer rose-colored glasses and everything on these and be as skeptical as possible. I think you pay Nico Collins. This is similar to like Deebo Samuel. Look, if Nico Collins had gone and played in San Francisco, and say he was in the same situation as Deebo Samuel, where he's playing in that system, but maybe didn't have the perfect quarterback, but a good enough quarterback to produce and everything. And Deebo Samuel got to the point where he felt like, okay, I deserve a certain contract. I think Nico would have been in that same position. Mm-hmm. Nico would have been just as productive. Maybe not as physically imposing in some ways, but I think he has some receiver attributes, like classic receiver attributes, that it might be better than Deebo Samuel in some respects. So, I think you pay him now because it's only going to get more expensive next year.
Yeah, it's a lot of it. If you're going 3 years, $75 million for Nico, and just for some perspective, that would put him, as of right now, I'm just going to use average annual value because it's the easiest thing to understand on the radio. Right now, average annual value at the wide receiver position, starting at the top, Tyreek Hill, $30 million, Devontae Adams, $28 million, Cooper Kupp, $26 million and change, A.J. Brown, fourth on the list, $25 million. So $25 million a year puts you in that sort of company. And I guess if you're the Texans and you do that, I would say there's a couple things at work here. One is Nick has shown he's not afraid to pay or even overpay for guys that he has, to use your word, Seth, institutional knowledge of. They're willing to, and I use the 3 extensions given out on the offensive line last year and Malik Collins' extension that he got last year as evidence of that if they know what you're all about, they're willing to make it very, very right with you. At least with those guys they were. I think they feel good about Nico too. I think the other thing with Nico, purely as a player, look, St. Brown's numbers are better. He also played with a better quarterback for the totality of those 3 years. I know Pro Football Focus is what it is, but I think this is indicative of the player Nico is. He's third overall for wide receivers on the Pro Football Focus ratings, which I think takes into account the how complete a wide receiver he's become. He runs the slant routes. We saw him beat guys deep throughout the season. He runs guys over. He takes hits over the middle. He's a chain mover. He's a field stretcher. He blocks.
He works well with CJ in the scramble drill,
yes,
as we saw versus the Colts.
He blocks. I think that's something that has to be factored in as well.
I think that's it's a classic instance of, hey, you look at a guy like Nico, and I kind of like to try to think of it this way sometimes. Like, sure, you can replace him in the draft, but honestly, how many third-round picks is it going to take to replace like Nico Collins? How often do you hit on a third-rounder that ends up being like Nico Collins? So to replace Nico, you're going to have to use a first or a second-round pick, and it might take 2 or 3 of them to actually land on the right guy.
Yeah.
So that is an instance where you've got a guy in his prime, and I think he's wired the right way. I think that's big with D'Amico. It's just, all right, is a guy wired the right way? Is this the kind of guy I can point to young guys and say, hey, be more like Nico? I don't know if we were sure of that before.
Right.
Like now, after watching this season, I'm 100% positive of it. Oh, okay, yeah. I felt like he was a good dude that maybe needed a little guidance. I just wasn't sure. Like now I can see, all right, yeah, he's doing everything they ask him to do, and he's excelling at it. So I feel really good about extending him.
Yeah, I think 75 over 3 on paper is probably a bit of an overpay, but I'd be excited if they did it.
Well, now can I ask you, is that not kicking in until after next year?
After his rookie, I think it's
so is it like
on.
So it's really a 4-year deal, like in some respects.
I guess, and 4-year if you're counting the last year of his rookie deal as one of those years.
I like to think of it as, okay, you got him for 4 more years.
Sure. Well, I'll tell you how the agents are going to position it. 3 years, $75 million.
Yeah.
You have been officially, I'm using your word here, officially scared off of Justin Madubuike and Chris Jones for the Texans.
And don't get me wrong, I think they're great football players. I think for spending a boatload of money on them, I'm not into it. And it's for different reasons. With Chris Jones, I've watched Chris Jones this year maybe more closely than I had before, and I'm very, very, very impressed with the way he comes up huge in all the right moments. You know, that Buffalo game, he had the last two pressures of the game that ended up winning the game for the Chiefs. He was unblocked in that 49ers game, and yet still, made the key play there at the very end of the game to get pressure on Brock Purdy. There's an inconsistency, and I'm glad that Nate Tice pointed this out. So Nate Tice did this on Yahoo Sports, but it's the difference in his play in the fourth quarter compared to the first 3 quarters. So okay, we can think back to the 49ers.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Think back to the 49ers in the Super Bowl, how they were running up the middle at will in the first half, and then everything dried up a little bit by the fourth quarter. So Chris Jones had a run stop rate of 4.3% in the first 3 quarters during the regular season. What's that mean? Don't worry too much about it. It's how often you're stopping the run on any given snap. But it's the lowest rate by any defensive tackle over the last 2 seasons that had at least 150 snaps. So, he's in the first 3 quarters, he's just really, really, I would say bad. He still occupies space. They run a defense where they blitz a lot, so maybe sometimes it doesn't harm them as much because, okay, he's occupying the B gap and the backer's taking the A gap, but he's just not productive at all. This year especially, going into his free agency year, in the first 3 quarters of the game, the entire season long, he had a total of 9 tackles versus the run. Compared to other seasons.
In the first 3 quarters of all
in the first 3 quarters, yeah. And he just generally doesn't get a lot of tackles to begin with. So, yes, it's awesome that he comes up with these huge plays in these big moments. I think he's fearsome as hell as a pass rusher. I'm very, very skeptical that D'Amico and Nick are going to look at him and say, yeah, we want this guy to be the prime example of what we're going to pay for, and we want the young guys to see this because he cruises. He just cruises until the big moments, and then he comes up huge in those big moments. And maybe that's not a big deal. Maybe the analytics show that that's just fine. Obviously, you can win a Super Bowl with that, and you can have a really good defense. I just don't know if in the infancy of D'Amico's coaching career, if that's necessarily who he wants to give the most money in the league.
I couldn't believe when you said that number earlier, the 9 tackles. And just to give it some perspective, in quarters 1 through 3 this season, of all the games he played in, Chris Jones was on the field for 185 snaps against the run and got tackles on 9 of them.
Yeah,
that's a guy who plays the interior who is looking for $30 million a year.
Right.
9 tackles on 185 snaps.
Well, he'll probably but he's also, he's awesome at making an impact in the game. I try not to let my old school grumpy tendencies creep in here. But I think D'Amico's got old school grumpy tendencies when it comes to stuff like this. I don't know if it's not the swarm mentality.
Well, it's not the swarm mentality. And here's the question you have to ask yourself if you're D'Amico Ryans. We got to get to Madubuike too. Here's the question you got to ask yourself on Jones. Do you have the other guys around him to make up for whatever the glitch is in quarters 1 through 3 to get value out of the fourth quarter, Chris Jones?
And then on the back end, do we have L'Jarius Sneed and Trent McDuffie?
We do not.
Or anybody like that. Not really. There's a Derek Stingley, but we don't know who the other cornerback is. It's not the same situation. It's not, and I think crucially, it's not the same style of play.
Yeah.
Spagnuolo is going to blitz the hell out of things, and sometimes those gaps are just accounted for by blitzers. That's not going to be D'Amico. As far as Madubuike, I really love in terms of his effort, his hustle, all that stuff. I think that's for real. I think you can pay Madubuike, and he's going to play just as hard as he ever has, because that's another part about Chris Jones either. I'm not so sure he's the kind of guy that gets paid and then keeps the same fire. I think Madubuike is the guy that gets paid and keeps the same fire. But John Crumpler, who I know listens to the show, but John Crumpler pointed this out on Twitter. He's a great follow for Texans fans. He led the NFL in sack rate amongst defensive tackles. That's great. Amongst defensive tackles with at least 300 pass rush snaps, though, he was in the bottom 20 in double team rate.
Okay.
So, he got a bunch of sacks, and that's awesome, but he was on a defense where they managed to get guys singled up a lot. And if you're going to pay for double-digit sacks from an interior defensive lineman, can you expect that he's going to get those with the Texans?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. So, I don't want to pay for the production that somebody's going to pay him for and then not get that production. And again, I think Madubuike will play just as hard as he ever did. It's going to be a different scheme and different scenarios. I don't want to pay a guy for, 16 sacks that's not going to perennially get 16 sacks.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. I'm going to send Texan fans into the week happy. The big question that was on Get Up this morning here in studio, the ESPN show, should make you feel very, very good about a move your team made and the direction your team is going. We'll tell you what it was next.
If you do not like the direction you're
Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texan fans, a lot of reasons to be happy. And I don't know, like this worked for me, but the big question on Get Up this morning, Get Up, the ESPN show hosted by Mike Greenberg, was, and I just glanced up at the screen and saw this, I don't know what the impetus for this was. I don't know if Deshaun Watson being back on the radar with legal news is why this was up there. But the question, Seth, and the question that I saw, that if I were a Browns fan, I would be like, oh, when is it going to end? Should the Browns trade Deshaun Watson for Daniel Jones? That's where we are. That's where we are. Should the Browns trade Deshaun Watson for Daniel Jones?
They should. They 100% should. There's no reason not to.
I guess
if they could do it with Joe Flacco in Cleveland, then you can pull it off with Daniel Jones. I do think, Sean, as I was driving, and I flew into Chicago. I was flying over Chicago, and we had a really good view. We were landing in Midway, and I had a really good view of the stadium as we came off the lake overland towards the airport. And my God, it looked so cold and so windy and so miserable. And there is something to the fact that Chicago and Cleveland have a hard time getting quarterbacks to play well. And maybe some of it's just flukish bad luck, but some of it is that they play immediately on a lake. And the weather is just different there. I've played in both places. It's just different. It feels like you're on a lobster boat in the Bering Strait or something. It's just a different bite to the wind when it's bad weather up there, and especially when it's cold. And I don't think you can put up good numbers. Buffalo, I know people are going to point out Buffalo. Buffalo's like 10 miles inland, and that makes a difference. It's just that it's that much more harsh when you're right on the water. And I wonder if maybe maybe Cleveland would be better off with a quarterback that they know is just going to be happy to be treated right and doesn't need to be legendary or anything like that. He can use his legs really well. They could in that system, in that Kevin Stefanski system, I think it might make a lot of sense to bring in Daniel Jones. And maybe you get the best version. You got the best version of Joe Flacco in some regards. Get the best version out of Daniel Jones. And then Deshaun can go to a place where maybe the weather and everything else is a little bit more hospitable.
It's still cold in New York, but it's New York.
But I'm not talking about the cold. I'm talking about
wind,
the actual, the everything else. Like I said, There's a reason Buffalo has had good quarterbacks compared to those other places. It's not as bad in Buffalo.
Yeah, I don't think Deshaun likes the cold either. Like cold or wind, any of it. I mean, he's from Georgia, played here in a dome.
I don't know. That Ian Rappaport told me that it was all about just all of the it was about the football that mattered to him.
I was told that too. I'm reading tea leaves when I
said
do
it didn't have anything to do with money.
I know.
He said that as he was telling us he had signed an incredibly, not just a record-breaking, but record. You have to understand, Deshaun's contract, it was like if somebody broke the pole vault record by 3 feet. Usually the pole vault record gets broken and it's like by a half inch or something, or a centimeter, whatever.
Way to put it, yes.
It was like nope, it was a damn kilometer.
ran the 100-yard dash.
He went up over a cloud. He did, yeah.
Yeah, he ran a 3.940. Yeah,
yeah. He just destroyed the record, but somehow it wasn't about the money.
Well, they would. Here's the thing, I guess with Cleveland, not to get too nerdy on the salary cap ramifications.
Out, Sean.
They would take a massive cap hit because they've taken basically almost his entire money from the first 2 years of the deal and shoved it into the last 3. So that money would hit as soon as they trade him. So you're talking about like upwards of 60, 70 million bucks. They would get out from underneath the last 3 years of the deal. Whoever traded for Deshaun would inherit that. They would inherit his guaranteed salaries in 2024, 2025, and 2026. Dude, I'm looking at a power ranking, a QB index from Nick Shook on NFL.com, and ranking the 66 quarterbacks that started games in the NFL this year. Deshaun Watson is 26th on the list in between Jake Browning and Aiden O'Connell. That's what you traded for. Jake Browning and Aiden O'Connell are making a Deshaun Watson sandwich in these rankings right here.
that's the other thing that I'll see when people in Cleveland try to talk themselves into like, no, Deshaun's just as good as he ever has been. They'll point out bad throws and point out that like it was windy that day or something. Like, yeah, well, that's what you're gonna get. You're gonna have windy days. Yep. It's not gonna stop being windy in Cleveland.
Yep.
You build a dome. Haslam did hint at building a domed stadium, but that's probably not. I mean, that's like 4 years down the road.
Yeah, his contract will be up by then.
Yeah. What if they build the dome stadium with the thought that even if Deshaun sucks for the next 4 years, by then they'll be ready when that dome stadium is complete.
I wonder if Cleveland fans would approve of a dome stadium in Cleveland. Doesn't the Dog Pound feel like an outdoor group? Like I think in Green Bay, there's no way they'd ever have a dome stadium in Green Bay. In Buffalo, they're not building a dome stadium, and they just almost
I
they
think
had a
there's a lot of Buffalo fans.
A playoff game postponed because of snow in Buffalo.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Buffalo fans that aren't happy about that, though.
Okay.
I think that was I remember it seemed like a lot of people were like, what the hell are we doing here? Why are we not building a dome stadium?
Okay.
So I don't know. Yeah, I don't. That's one of those things where you swear you'll always drive a manual transmission. And raise your hand if you're still driving a manual transmission.
Maybe.
At some point. Back in the 80s, it's kind of a girl move to drive an automatic. And like now you're like,
stick shift,
boy,
baby.
Sure is nice. Just pushing the gas and going.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I'm too old for that stick shift stuff. Yeah.
So, I think the dome stadium is the automatic transmission that Browns fans could get used to.
Okay. The two quarterbacks I'm skimming through this index here, this QB index. The two quarterbacks, I mean, this is one of those things, like the Texans are in such a good spot right now, and I don't want to say you dodge a bullet, but like who knows if let's say Deshaun never had let's say everything worked out fine with Deshaun, never had legal problems, never wanted a trade. Are you better off with Deshaun Watson at $40 million a year in 2024 than with C.J. Stroud? Would he be the... If he hadn't missed, I think a lot of Deshaun being the player he is now has to do with the time that he's missed. Like, he was gone for 2 years. Would it have all been just fine? Like, I look at Bryce Young as 41st on this list of 66 quarterbacks. Like, that's who we were rooting to get a year ago, you know?
You know what, though? The thing about the 2 years missed, to me, that feels like the fact that that's an issue is wrapped up in some of the things that led to Deshaun's issues in the first place. Because no matter how... no matter how guilty, non-guilty, whatever you think he is, Deshaun himself is admitted to, basically leading a lifestyle that was not, the best of lifestyles. At the very, very, very least, we knew that he was not handling his business well.
Yeah.
Okay? Then we'll say that at the very least.
Yep.
At the very least. And the other players have missed 2 years and come back and been good football players. Mike Vick went to jail, came back, had missed did he miss 3 years? He played some wide receiver that first year he came
did.
Back.
Yeah, 2010 was the first year where he was full-time starting quarterback. And he went away in 2007.
Yeah, I mean, if you use 2 years off as an excuse, I feel like there's more to the picture than that. It's not like it was 2 years and it was between the age. It's not like the 2 years that took him from 33 to 35. He's still in his physical prime.
I think the biggest thing with Deshaun, and I felt this when he was going through all the legal stuff and eventually he was going to have to play again, I don't think Deshaun likes not being liked. I think that messes with him. I think it messes with him psychologically, that he's not popular, that he's not a well-liked player, that he's not considered one of the marquee quarterbacks anymore because he stunk the last couple of years. But even if he were good, I think there'd still be a little bit of toxicity to putting Deshaun Watson on the same plane as Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and C.J. Stroud, quite honestly, if we're going to take that list out to 5 or 6 guys.
Plus, Deshaun doesn't pay the lease on his cheesesteak joints. You remember?
Not the ones here.
He stopped paying the leases on his on his Houston cheesesteak.
I need to know. He just opened one in Ohio because I saw it on his Instagram. I need to know how those are doing.
They have quite a few. They've opened more. There's one in Tampa now or something. So I guess they're doing all right.
Yeah.
Or at least, he's got the money to stick it out through the lean years in the first part of it. This is one thing. When it comes to not being liked, this is one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen. And yet also I think it's encouraging for CJ and how he handles perhaps negative fan reception at times when things are going to be tough or when people are doubting him or what have you.
Yep.
A, he's already been through it at Ohio State, but B, it was in his original interview on The Pivot last year in the offseason where he was talking about how when his dad went to jail, his dad had been a pastor and they'd been, they worked, CJ himself worked in the church and every weekend they'd be out on outreaches and giving out food and everything. And he said that when his dad went to jail, none of those people that he had helped were there for him after that.
Yeah.
And he said it, though, the key thing about it was he didn't say it with any anger or animosity or vitriol. He said it in a way that was just like he didn't have any illusions about the way things work in the world. And like I feel like it was one of those things that for him, because he went through a period where he was really angry at the world. And like for him to get to the point where he can understand something like that, like really get the imperfections of humans, and like the storybooks are largely just that. I think he probably has a pretty realistic approach about like, there's going to be times when the fans hate you, and just that's life, And you just got to remember that when you're feeling awesome about how everybody loves you and everything, and that's how you make it through adversity. Is like you're not being disillusioned in the middle of it.
No, he went to Ohio State. He knows.
Yeah,
he knows.
Yeah.
He knows. Guys, I'm just now tuning in, but geez, the C.J. Stroud performance last night. I'm assuming the Travis Scott softball game is what the texter's talking about. My God, he has me super nervous about this offseason. Someone has to pull back the reins. He goes 150% on every play. I'm telling you, tonight, if he does anything more than jog up and down that court and shoot 30-footers, I'm going to be so nervous watching this thing tonight.
Yeah.
I don't need you jumping, CJ.
Okay, so earlier you had asked how I feel about it, and I said I'm trying to act like it doesn't bother me. I'm trying to act like I'm way cooler than I am.
You've got more nervous now, haven't you?
No, well, a little bit, yeah. Because now that you described that, the 150 miles per hour, I'm thinking of, we've talked about this before, the receiver/kick returner, the white kid from Iowa that played for the Falcons.
Tim Dwight.
I remember like the week leading up to the Super Bowl. It was in Miami that year, right?
Yeah.
Like Tim Dwight was out on a wave runner, like gunning it over ocean waves and everything, and just talking about that's the way he lives his life, baby. I'm like, what are you doing? Why? Yeah. Why? Can you not live your life like that just 1 week later than right now? What are you doing?
Hick.
My God.
You hick from Iowa. Tim Dwight.
He was so fast.
He was really fast. John Lopez in the house. Hey, did you warn Clint and Ron before you threw away all their Mad Dog 2020?
No.
Okay. There were people on the text page saying you warned them first.
No, the day before during confessions, I said so they could have heard.
Yeah.
I said if those bottles are still here tomorrow, I'm throwing them out.
Okay, that counts as a warning.
I guess.
So you didn't warn them face to face.
Yeah.
You used the segment on your show to warn them, which is smarter.
Correct.
Then more people hear it.
Correct. Yeah, I got the evidence out there. I've got receipts.
Yeah. Seth and I kind of hashed this out a little bit earlier. We tried to put it through our court system here on Payne and Pendergast. We think you were right in removing them from the studio.
Correct.
It is Clint and Ron's property, so throwing it out in the garbage altogether might have been over the top.
But it is our studio.
It is our studio, but we have several empty studios where you could have placed it and let them choose what to do with it. You chose what to do with that Mad Dog 2020. Now, where Seth and I differ, and where I agree with Clint Stoerner, is you did put quite the onus on the diminutive cleaning people.
Okay.
They have to lift. Clint went over the top saying they got to drag in 19 stories. I'm with you on that. But that is a little treacherous having 12 glass bottles in the bag there. Seth's on your side.
Their job. It's their job.
I didn't say that. No, listen, John. John, this is how I framed it. I said Clint doesn't respect women enough to think that they can.
That too. That too.
Yeah. It was a misogynist take by him.
Yes.
Like he's like acting like, oh, hey, here, little lady, let me help you with that. Clearly, it's too heavy for you.
A lot of layers to this.
Dragging it down 19 floors.
Yeah, that was over the top.
There's this thing called an elevator.
Right. No, I reread Clint's tweet and took that part out, and it made it sound just fine. He didn't need to do that. Because it's a lie. They don't take it 19. They ride an elevator 19. Actually, do they even ride it 19? The lobby's on floor 3.
They put it into a cart 3 feet outside the studio door.
Yes.
It's not like they're taking every bag of garbage and taking it down to the dumpster and then coming back up to fill another one.
I take it all back. I'm all in the loop.
That's another one.
Yeah, I'm all Lopez on this one. I'm Team Lopez. Glad you threw it out, John.
Thank you.
All right. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies, have a great weekend, my friend.
Antibodies, and a reminder to myself that Tim Dwight did return a 94-yard kickoff return for a touchdown in that Super Bowl. I'm going to rethink my wave runner takes before. I'm gonna advocate hardcore wave running before any big event in life.
Any physical activity, go wave running. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. We will see all of you 6 a.m. on Monday. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start right now.
It does look nice in the studio, I will say. It does look a lot better today than it did before, so I will give you the credit there. I mean,
we'll get to this.
I will give you a lot of credit. It does look a lot better right there. Figgy,
I got takes.
Looking nice. Yeah, you got some allegations too.
I do.
By the way, I'm a little bit concerned about someone that we work with, and this is not like a new concern. This is just
what is Tyler up to?
What is wrong with this guy?
I knew exactly what you were
I wake up this morning. By the way, I'm legitimately concerned about C.J. Stroud. This is not a bit or anything. Like, this is the most concerned I've been about C.J. Stroud since he's been here.
You see the softball game last night?
I'm nervous as hell. I saw some of the
highlights. Yeah, that's what I saw.
I didn't. Yeah,
no, I wasn't locked in.
Did I see the softball game? No, I did not. Did not catch that. But
be quiet, honey. I'm watching the softball game.
What softball game are you talking about?
The Travis Scott celebrity softball game.
Oh, okay.
Dude was hitting doubles and running full speed.
At full speed? I don't know. Yeah, you're kind of exaggerating.
MVP. Well, from first to second, he was.
Yeah.
MVP, leaping for balls. Doesn't help your cake.
It's good analysis, man.
Doesn't help your cake.
Tyler weighed in on this MD 2020 thing.
Mm-hmm.
And he said something about, I don't know, he responded to someone. It really doesn't matter what he said. I looked at the time, because this is what I woke up to. It was the first thing I scrolled through.
I knew that you
It's at 3:47 a.m.
3:47 a.m.
What's wrong with this kid?
About Mad Dog 2020 gate.
Brother, no matter what's going on in your life, whether it's you're bored or whatever, 3:47 a.m. tweets, especially with he's got to stop. You got to stop, buddy.
Yeah. There's something going on.
I don't know what's going on. I just know that he's got to stop.
Yeah, 3:47. Who's up at 3:47?
And if you're up, just chill. Do something. Do something else with your life. It's 3:47.
Get a hold of yourself.
Seriously.
Yes.
3:47.
Mm-hmm. I saw the same thing. Figgy?
What's up? Y'all want me to weigh in on this too? Yeah, I think it's a little wild to be, especially with that thread too. You still weighing in on that thread that was 12 hours ago too?
Hey, it had the internet going nuts, man.
3:47 a.m.
Even if I was up, I would just chill out because I don't want people to think I'm up.
Yeah. I would not tweet just because I would want more people to see it. Because nobody's up at 3:47 except maybe Sean Pendergast. I mean, that's it. Sean wakes up and hears a ding. It's a tweet from Tyler.
3:47 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Should we have an?
He be going strong 3:47 in the morning.
Nah, well, nobody's going.
We got to figure something out with him.
Yeah, no one's going that strong.
Yeah, we got to figure something out.
Yeah.
So this is the first Friday we're doing since September where there's going to be no NFL season in front of us. This is the first reality check when it comes to life without football.
Mm-hmm.
And it's somewhat unfamiliar, at least in recent time, in that Lopez is focused on free agency. I'm kind of leaning there. I'm not necessarily saying that I think it's more or least important, but I think it's most important because it's the task ahead. This is not – in the draft, I think it'll be shaped up by what happens in free agency, and there's just a lot of possibilities because last year we knew, okay, are they going to take a quarterback? Will they take a quarterback? Which quarterback will it be? What are they going to do with that second pick? Right now we're talking about drafting in the 20s.
Yeah.
You're talking about a crap ton of cap space. So no disrespect to all the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. But I'm getting questions about draft picks. I'm getting questions about mock drafts are getting thrown our way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about mock drafts right now. It's just not for free agency. You've said this. I think you're correct. I don't know. Once it's done, maybe we can weigh them. But right now, all I care about is free agency. I'm going to approach the next month, looking forward to free agency, and then we'll get into draft mode in March.
Yes, 100%. And I think free agency right now is going to be more important than, and I've said that, and I think it's more important to me too, than the draft. And I think once we get to the draft, we will realize that. Once we get to the draft, we will realize, having the number 23, 59, and 86 picks, this is not 2023, man. Like we were legitimately and understandably hyped up about, was it 112 and then all the other picks they had, and then they traded up once draft got here and everything. That's something to be excited about with the draft. I mean, 212. This is not – the draft is going to be a different vibe, man. And that's why I think free agency is going to be that much more important.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. The draft is going to be filling in spaces, and it's not like an intense, crucial type of situation. Free agency, you have an opportunity with how things are laid out to make a legit splash and shape up your roster. And I think all bets are off when it comes to that. So I'm with you. I'm excited for free agency as well. I am excited for this offseason. It's a less stressful offseason. It's a more intriguing offseason. And fun times are ahead. I hope is Tyler here yet? No. Hopefully he's like.
I'm actually shocked he's not here.
Well, he was up at 3:47, so I could understand him sleeping in a little bit if he ever felt like sleep. Yeah, is he going to sleep?
Yesterday.
How much did he sleep?
Look at the bottom message there. Yesterday, I'm like, dude.
Yeah. I need to start buying some and selling them.
Email, man.
You got the stuff, man?
If you want.
You got stuff? Come on.
Lopez is scratching his face. Yeah, we will see how T-Mill's in. Those energy drinks,
What do you think he's going to name his first daughter?
Probably
Addie?
Orbit.
Addie?
Addie. Adeline.
Adeline Milner.
Addie.
Just saying.
You were catching some straight. I thought Clint was making a few good points.
He made 0 good points.
I thought he made a few good points. On
He made 0. Name one good point he made. Are we going here? I'll go here. Got me all riled up now.
I mean, he brought up a few good points, I would say.
Like what?
I mean, he said that it wasn't supposed to be a booze fest. I'll accept like him saying that it wasn't supposed to be a booze fest, but I do kind of think like they were kind of like presenting it as, hey, we're cool, we still drink Mad Dog, and then you're just taking a sip and leaving it laying around.
Yeah.
What was the point of that?
Okay, look, is that what he said? So I'm going to read his tweet, point by point.
All right, so if you're just tuning in, John Lopez yesterday, there were how many Mad Dog bottles over there?
I think 8 or 9, right?
9 Mad Dog bottles in there from Mad Dog Monday from the drive. John Lopez threw the bottles away. It looks so much better in here, by the way. I can't even begin to express how much better it looks in here, how less trashy it looks.
Yeah.
And Clint took exception with a couple of things. Well, number one, he's crediting putting Bud Light advertising up there because they put Mad Dog bottles there.
That's point number 5.
Which I think is interesting.
That's point number 5.
Yeah, Clint Stoerner and Ron revolutionized the idea of putting beer stuff up there, our actual sponsorships.
I felt like our PD was a little ashamed of that Mad Dog being up there, so he let me switch this out.
Yeah, I think our
put
PD,
something more appealing.
I think our PD tried to justify how tacky it was by being nice to them about it.
Okay. Nobody want to look at no Mad Dog.
Then I said that they should actually drink the Mad Dog.
Yeah.
He brought that up, and there were some other points. But John Lopez has his counter. We won't bury the lead. I am legitimately, though, this is not a bit. I am legitimately worried for CJ Stroud in the worst way. Like I feel like a nervous parent. I'll tell you why in 10 minutes.
Okay, so outside of Clint, I think most of our co-workers who are weighing in on this Mad Dog 2020 gate and me throwing them away, I think they're lying. I think the vast majority of people who work here and in Figgy's studio are glad I threw it away. Right? They're glad I threw all that stuff away.
Yeah, especially
outside
the way
of Clint.
It looks.
Clint is legitimately upset. Now, one of the things that Clint said in a separate tweet was that I put 100 pounds of stuff in the trash can, and he felt sorry for the cleaning crew who had to, quote, take it down 19 stories.
An interesting point.
He should be a lawyer for that one, man.
There's this thing called an elevator. There are these things called bins. They roll these. You've seen them. They roll them into the bathroom all the time. These big trash can bins. You pick it up. You put it in the bin. You put it on the elevator. You take it down to the trash. I wasn't doing anything. And, oh, by the way, you want to call me harsh on this? Call me harsh. It's their job. It's the job.
Oh, wow.
Some days are tougher than others at work.
Wow.
Hey.
Wow, Slimeball.
No. It's not an elitist. Whether it's cleaning out the studios,
wow,
working
Slimeball.
in the studios.
But also, it's not true. They have a bin.
They have a bin.
There's a bin that's being pushed.
And they
in.
have an elevator.
Yeah, you're a Slimeball. It's okay.
No.
I got love for y'all.
No. Whether you're a CEO or whatever, some days are harder than others.
Okay.
That's called work.
Yeah, you're not helping your cause.
No, that's called work. Now, let's get to Clint's other tweet. He said, Lopez's back is to the Mad Dog and Figgy. I have this thing called a neck, and I turn and look at Figgy, 75 times a show?
Yeah.
And I'm looking right at those bottles.
No, I actually prefer that setup. I think it allows for a more effective type of conversation, especially with me, because y'all know me. I'm a multitasker. I'm on the run sheet. A lot of times I'm even giving Figgy audio like here so that you're still in my vision instead of me having to go like this and like that. Like it's actually like we have a unique dynamic where I'm the one host who can go in the drive. I'm not trying to pull the curtain back.
Yeah.
I can paste it in. I can say, Figgy, go. I got to be looking at Figgy. And the other thing is, I got to be looking at Figgy because me and Figgy have some telepathy here.
Yeah, telepathy.
Say it again?
Telepathy.
Okay, I say telepathy.
It's
and
all right.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But telepathy.
Yeah.
Telepathy. Okay. I digress. But I got to be able to look at Figgy, and I can look at you at the same time.
And I said it from the very start.
Dynamic.
I told you from the very start, I want to sit across from you. I think that's a better conversation.
Yeah.
My reason is not your reason. It's a different, but
if you're having a conversation,
you want to look right in front of each other.
What do they do on all those shows, man?
Not at their ear hole. I don't want to look at anybody's ear hole. All right, so that's what he said, and I turn around about 75 times a show. He also said Mad Dog Mondays was never help me out here. Touch the button bit, bubble it, and move on.
What is it then?
I don't understand what that is.
Here's my thing. I don't understand why you don't drink the Mad Dog.
Yeah.
So you're just taking a shot of Mad
What does
Dog?
that mean? I don't know what that means.
I'll say this. That's a good portrayal by him, and I give him credit for it.
Yeah.
Brother, it's the same thing as drinking a beer. I'm not sitting here saying do 5 keg stands or drink a handle of McCormick's vodka or something like that. Mm-hmm. What are you trying? What are you trying to get across by saying, "Hey, we're drinking Mad Dog"?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
Hey, we're Mad Dog Sippy Cup Monday.
Yeah.
It's not a hardo thing. It's a hey, okay. So if it's so bad that you just take a sip and then you're leaving 10 bottles around, then let's do something better. Let's do Boone's Farm.
That's right.
Let's do Boone's Farm.
He also said unopened Mad Dog was for in the loop if they joined in. I was never asked.
And I probably would not.
And I
have
wouldn't
wanted
have done
to.
it.
Yeah,
either.
I wouldn't have wanted Mad Dog.
Then he said that they had bottles were full and there were multiple bottles because we don't swip by design. Have you ever?
What?
We don't swap spit by design. And I said, have you ever heard of cups? There's a million of them in the kitchen. We don't want to swap. Oh, you have to drink it out of the bottle? There's this thing called cups, too. All right. Then, this is my favorite one by far, and you just alluded to it. The Mad Dog stashed on the window here led to a money idea. Oh, gee. Product placement.
He's talking about how we got Bud Light cans behind us now instead of the Mad Dog.
I'm so glad
that's crazy. That's crazy to take credit for that.
I'm so glad that the Drive invented product placement. Never heard of it before. Come on, man.
We're on YouTube, so you don't want the Mad Dog in the background. So Bud Light.
Come on.
That's
man.
wild, though.
That's wild. Product placement. I got an idea. Let's put some cans behind us. That might, people might pay for that.
Man, you know what? Nick Saban is sponsored by whatever soda he puts up there, so he has the Dr. Pepper up there in front of him.
Yeah. It's like Mike Shanahan said, I got an idea. What if we throw the ball?
The Gatorade's up there.
What if we, I don't know, slice the bread? Dude, you didn't invent product placement, man.
Figgy, how many good points? Like, how many of these points do you side with Lopez, and how many of these points do you side with Clint on?
With Clint, I kind of don't side with nothing. I mean, the only one I do is, Lopez back is to the Mad Dog. So I could get where he coming from with that.
But because he doesn't know that I do this all show long.
Yeah. But still, man, like, I just feel like if y'all wasn't drinking them, why are they sitting there?
Why are they sitting there?
Like, it'd be one thing. I understand if they was still drinking them, sipping on them, but
they don't drink them. They take a sip. Like, what is that? I mean, I'm not saying.
Like, was it supposed to stay there forever?
I mean, like, it's not like they haven't sipped but during shows before.
Are they still?
Like, what are they doing every Friday at Football Friday at Buffalo Wild Wings?
Exactly.
I mean, they're ordering like large drinks. I'm telling you, like, drink a Mad Dog.
Are they still doing the Mad Dog Mondays?
I just think it was presented as such, and this is you can call me being a hardo or whatever. I like the defense by Clint. A jury might side with him. My thing is. My thing is, like, you're talking about Mad Dog. You're just taking a sip.
Yeah. Come on.
Just leave one bottle here.
On the YouTube channel, it's about respect, OG. Yes, it is. Respect for the rest of the people that work here. Like he's implying that I didn't.
Does look a lot better.
He's implying that I didn't respect that they put him up there.
Yeah, and I didn't realize
it's about respect for us.
I didn't realize how cluttered it was until Lopez threw him out because now it looks super clean.
Thank you.
Like, I don't even want that stuff that's up there now on there.
I can take care of that. What do you want me to throw away?
No, you ain't got to throw it away.
No, you remember that one time when Tyler decided he wanted to put like a dog pooping calendar up, like right there in the studio?
Yeah, no.
And I was like, brother, like, get your own space for that, sir. Like, that's not. What is that?
That was uncomfortable, man.
It, like, right above your head,
Yes.
like a dog crapping calendar.
Yes.
I was like, hey, sir, like, let's move this a little bit. 281 says you're acting like someone's parents, John.
No, I'm acting like an adult. Like I said, like I'll go back to the guy that said it's about respect. It is about respect in the workplace.
So what would you do? Let's say I had a Pepsi or a Coke just sitting there, just barely drank.
Mm-hmm.
Do you just keep it there?
I'd give it a couple of days.
Yeah, or 3. Eventually throw it out.
Yeah, exactly. I'd throw it out eventually.
I mean, it'd be one thing if I was going back to it, but if it stayed there for months.
My compromise, I just want him to drink the whole Mad Dog.
Yes.
Like, over the course of 4 hours, I just want them to drink the whole Mad Dog.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking for much.
Also on the YouTube channel, what if Ron or Clint takes exception to something that you have lying around and throw it away? I hope they do.
Let's look for it. What do you see?
Nothing.
There's some inside joke stuff. There's a white unicorn. You want to throw that out? You can throw it out if you like.
None of it is mine. It's called respect for the work.
I feel like they could have got one bottle too and had cups and shared it like that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of wasting the money a little bit, buying the bottle every week.
There's no cups in this building.
No. Mad Dog Monday.
He could have shared the bottle.
I just want honesty with me as a drive listener who listens daily from 2 to 6. I just want honesty. Mad Dog Sip Monday. We take a sip of Mad Dog.
That's right.
Yeah. Not. Oh yeah, we got the Mad Dog, baby. Coming up, I'm legitimately, this is serious now. So this was kind of a little bit loose. We're officially in the offseason. I'm not kidding. I am legitimately concerned for CJ Stroud, and I feel like a nervous parent. I'll tell you why next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
I'm concerned about C.J. Stroud, and I'm not. This is not a bit. This is not anything. I'm dead serious. Tell me if I'm being irrational or not, but I'm very concerned about C.J. Stroud, and tonight I'm going to be nervous watching C.J. Stroud. He's in a celebrity basketball game, the NBA celebrity basketball game, and there's already been some back and forth with he and Micah Parsons.
Okay, go ahead, finish.
Here's my thing. I think one of the most dangerous things that you can do is play basketball with someone who doesn't know how to play basketball and someone who takes pride in things such as hustling, rebounding, setting hard picks, and pick up basketball. It's very dangerous for people who actually know how to hoop to play with guys who do not. It's extremely dangerous. It's why 45-year-olds are rehabbing torn ACLs across the country and getting carried off of YMCAs. C.J. Stroud has a basketball background. C.J. Stroud is also not a D-bag. When D-bags play basketball and they have that mindset, you combine D-bag, competitiveness, and not knowing your own strength, it can be a very, very dangerous thing. And that's why C.J. Stroud taking the court today and being opposite of Micah Parsons has me very concerned. Let me just lay this out for you first. CJ was on Micah Parsons' Bleacher Report podcast during Radio Row. Here's a little bit of the back and forth between the two guys.
CJ's a dead man. Hey,
we coming for CJ.
If he fouls me hard, I'm going to call the police. He will be arrested on spot. And mind you, I have Meta World Peace, so you better calm that noise down. And let me get that screen, big dog.
I'm glad you're openly saying that. Because I'm going to put the team on my back. If you lose with a bigger team, what does that make you? A bum?
Wow, I'm a bum now.
I'm telling you, man. And this is why I quit hooping.
Yeah.
It's dangerous when you have like a big meathead like Micah Parsons, who, let's be honest, he's competitive. He's also one of the biggest tools in the NFL right now. He's a tool.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the big stage, the clout that Micah Parsons likes, although he took a picture of some kids following him to get autographs at the airport yesterday, which I thought was weird. I legitimately am. I just want CJ to just get through this, and I want Micah Parsons to chill out. I don't know if he can, though.
Okay, so I wasn't really that concerned.
It only takes one slide under a leg. It only takes one hard foul. It's all it takes in basketball. That's all it takes.
Right, and that's where I was going with it. I wasn't really that concerned until three things happened. Number one, I realized C.J. Stroud is going to go. Like we saw it last night. That's the second thing that happened. Like they had the Travis Scott celebrity softball game. I saw some clips and stuff. Like he goes, I mean, he's going to be competitive as he can be. And then the third thing and most important thing, I heard Micah Parsons. Like I don't think he's playing around too much.
He's one of the biggest. The way that he acts, he's lucky he's good at football. I don't know how anyone would be able to stand to be around him.
And you want to say, well, he's a professional. He's in the NFL. He realizes don't go too hard at these guys.
He doesn't.
But I think that instinct in his head will kind of click.
This was CJ yesterday at the Travis Scott celebrity softball game. This is courtesy of Aaron Wilson of KPRC. Here is C.J. Stroud talking about the celebrity hoop game.
I'm not gonna be doing too much. Micah's gonna try to kill me, so I'm gonna try to get my rhythm going, get my jump shot going a little bit, have some fun, nothing serious.
This is a personal thing for me. Like I legitimately think it's just dangerous the way that some guys play basketball. Mm-hmm. Like you remember when We used to work with Gallant, and Gallant would talk about basketball, and he's like, he's taking pride in like hustling.
Flag football?
Yeah, but he's taking pride in like, I hustle, I box out, all that, and pick up hoops.
Yeah.
Chill out there, buddy. This isn't Jim Carrey, the cable guy. But that's just kind of the danger that I feel C.J. Stroud, he's putting himself in. I'm protective of the quarterback. I want the quarterback to be okay. So once he gets through this, I'll be okay, but I am going to be watching on pins and needles. No lie. I'm going to be watching every play of this on pins and needles with CJ. Let's just hear these two break it down, because this is a taste of what Micah Parsons is. And you might think he's joking. I don't think he's joking. It's Micah Parsons. He's world-class athlete. He's a little bit unhinged. He's a little bit of a loose cannon. Here's Micah Parsons and CJ Stroud breaking down their meeting today on the hardwood.
Do you think this is football? Like,
You did go repent.
oh, it's like that.
It's like that. I'm like that. CJ.
My good. This the same dude. We were supposed to play one-on-one together. I told him we have to play by possession. So if you miss a shot, you can't go get the offensive rebound. The possession is over. And he's like, no, it's not real basketball. It's one-on-one. Of course it's not real basketball. Then I told him, okay, let's go strictly jumpers. No, I don't want to go strictly jumpers. Now I'm like, all right, then let's go 3 dribbles. No, I said 5 dribbles. No. Are you scared of me, bro? What's going on?
It just tells me that you're limited.
I'm limited. How am I limited?
You're limited.
It's one-on-one.
No,
I'm not,
you're limited. You're
this dude's
limited.
more
You're
athletic.
trying to limit my abilities to capitalize on yours. Play me in a real game, real rules, get your rebound. I believe in hustle points. I believe in driving points.
That's
momentum, bro.
That's the scary part.
I believe in hustle points
Yes.
in a celebrity game and all that. Okay, keep going.
Bro, that's
if
how
I
you
miss and get my rebound, that kills your
This guy.
momentum. It makes you work harder.
Dude.
Of course, anybody can keep playing one-on-one when they're fresh.
Hold on.
I want to see when you tired, your hands is on your knees. Can you play
This
defense
is one-on-one.
then?
We are not in the NBA, my dude.
Nah, because
bro.
it was a wager. You know what that's like? That's like
You can't dribble
that's like
100 times.
How much
Like,
you weigh?
We're not having this
No,
conversation.
how much you weigh?
You're way more athletic than me, Micah. You ran 4.3. I probably run like 4.7. Like, what are we talking about?
Okay, but how much do you weigh?
How much do you do 225?
I did it 19 times in a
Come
free
on, bro.
draft.
I can do it 3 times. Like, what are we talking about?
It's 'cause you're a
way more
quarterback.
strong, way more athletic. Like, bro, you're going to beat me to a rebound. You're going to run me over.
But listen,
Duh.
Listen, how much do you weigh?
With 225.
225. So imagine we're having a fight, right? This is a boxing match. We're having a fight. If I drop down to 225, but I'm
What are
naturally
we talking about?
I'm naturally 250, but you're saying I can't rehydrate back up to 250. It's a catch
Whoa.
weight. Like all these rules and stipulations that you're trying to do to win the fight.
This is hold on, you're going from
What's he
boxing to
doing?
basketball.
It's the same thing. You're
No,
putting
it's
stipulations
not.
to win.
If any hooper out there is watching this video, you know how one-on-one basketball is played. You either play 3 dribbles, 5 dribbles. You play by possessions. This is just he's from Pennsylvania, from the middle of nowhere. I get it. That makes sense now.
You're right. Friendly pickup. You're right. 3 dribbles, have fun, ha ha,
Yeah,
kiki gaga.
you guys play in the snow, and y'all have y'all don't even have rims. You guys have tires as rims, and the nets are your homeboy just going like this, and he just catches the ball under.
You disrespecting my city like
no,
that.
no. I
we
respect
got real hoopers.
No, we're way better hoopers. Easy.
All right, so I think Micah Parsons can tone it down. I know CJ can. I just don't know, like, if like the second that CJ, this is what happens when you play with D-bag hoopers that are like really
And
big.
we all have.
Yes,
We all know them.
As soon as CJ hits like a couple step backs, all of a sudden I got to rough him up. I got to nudge him. I got to instill my will. You just heard him talking about hustle points and stuff like that.
That's what I'm saying. I think in his
And then
mind,
he's putting himself out there. They talked about this for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think in
CJ's mind, he's like, I know basketball.
In Micah's mind, he thinks this is just all fun and games, and he's going to approach it that
But
way.
he's not this hooper that CJ is. It's his ego's going to get hit.
Once you get punched in the face, that old thing.
Yeah,
I think he's going to start.
I'm telling you, man. Like I'm legitimately like I legitimately. This has always been something that I think is like one of the most underrated, dangerous things is pick up basketball with people who are trying to be Kurt Rambis.
Yeah.
Instead of just taking it for what it is.
Mm-hmm. We all seen that. We've all seen that guy.
Part of what makes Micah Parsons great is his motor goes 100%. I don't think that he plays pickup basketball and that dies, especially when you have the competitive buildup, the competitive juices. So I think CJ knows how to figure it out, but I'm dead serious. I will be watching this game saying just get him off the court.
Yeah.
Just get him off the court. Just get him off the court. Just get him off the court.
Just knock down a couple of 28-footers and
leave.
Yes.
The end.
Yes.
Because as soon as he starts to drive, it's going to be like a physical trying to block type of thing. I just don't. I'm legit concerned about it. Coming up, did the Texans get a message this week from the world champs? Did the people from Kansas City tell the people from Houston to get the hell out of the kiddie pool? It's next.
Area 45.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, John Lopez says that the Kansas City Chiefs told the Texans this weekend to, quote, get out of the kiddie pool.
Yeah.
Get out of the kiddie pool. Explain yourself, mi amigo.
Well,
like that Spanish?
I did. That was actually, you said it right.
Gracias.
Okay. You always talk about the kiddie pool, and I'm looking at what's going on in Kansas City right now, and I'm like, this is why. Like this is why. It's pretty obvious if the Texans don't do something, and something relatively big in free agency, I mean, look, anything can happen any given Sunday, all that stuff. But by and large, kind of the macro look at it, they're not going to be able to do anything with the Kansas City Chiefs if they don't do something big in free agency. Now, let me explain it here. So the Chiefs have $40 million less in cap space than the Texans. $40 million less than the Texans in cap space. They've got a $450 million quarterback whose cap hit this coming season, by the way, or whatever his contract is.
It's lower than it was this year.
Yeah.
This was his biggest cap hit this year.
The cap hit is going to be something like $40 million. They have to sign Chris Jones. People say that Jones' contract is going to be about 3 years, $85 million. And then there's L'Jarius Sneed, the cornerback, also an unrestricted free agent. People are saying that his contract is going to be 4 years, $65 million. So you got a max quarterback in essence, $65 million cornerback, $85 million defensive tackle, And their general manager, Brett Veach, said yesterday, this is my priority, to sign them both.
Mm-hmm.
If the Chiefs can do that with $40 million less in cap space, you have to enter into the big-time free agent market. Or else you're just going to be playing for second place.
What is the big-time free agent market?
You know what I say, smart big money. Okay. Smart big money. All the guys that we went through yesterday.
Boy, we're going to hear that. We're going to hear that a lot the next
Hey, you
month.
asked.
No, I like the theme.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, if the Chiefs have a max quarterback, $60 and an $80 million player, and they're saying that's our priority, and they're probably going to do it, what are you even doing? With $40 million
building a
more.
roster, building a roster.
But okay, you're building.
But you're going to have to pay your guys. So I mean, their
well,
bills are already there.
I mean, they're doing that.
Yeah, but you're going to have to get there, right? So you're going to have to play a little bit of chess.
All
Like, I don't think the Chiefs were functioning like this 4 years ago, were they?
Well, they didn't have to. Yeah. But for one, and they built the team with other players. All I'm saying is, like, you got a team out there that is this back-to-back Super Bowl champions, and they're going to find a way with two max players already having paid their quarterback. You got to get in the game.
There is no max, sir.
I'm using the NBA term. Two max players with a quarterback that you're already paying and has a $40 million a cap hit. You can't play around, or else you're just playing for second place or third place, whatever. That's why I keep saying it. It's the most important thing to me, and I think they have to do it, because you can put all kinds of nice public relations spin on it or whatever else. But if you kind of go light in free agency and you're waiting for draft picks to develop, you're not going to contend with the Chiefs, by and large. Now, maybe on a given Sunday you beat them. But by and large, in terms of just the macro effect, you're not going to be able to compete with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think I'm looking more at the other teams that are trying to get there. Like, I'm looking at what's going on with Cincinnati, how they're going to handle the decisions that they have to make, how the Chargers are going to handle the decisions they have to make. If the Chargers somehow end up getting Saquon Barkley instead of you, I'm looking at that. I'm not even really looking at the Chiefs. I think right now with the Chiefs, I think the hope, I should say, with the Texans is that Father Time catches up a little bit and they naturally have like some sort of like Super Bowl hangover, which they avoided this year. I don't know that keeping up. I'm more so concerned about the Chargers having a top 5 pick, the Chargers having a new head coach, the Chargers perhaps being in the Saquon Barkley sweepstakes. So I'm not even, you're looking up there. I am envisioning the Chiefs kind of coming down to you.
That's fair and that's fine. I guess what I'm saying, Landry, is how serious are you?
They're serious.
But
you know that. But you know they're serious.
No, I know they're serious.
They're 100% serious.
But do you want to be in the let's compete with the Chargers and the Bills, or do we think we have a chance? And I'm not like, so you're losers if you don't do this. All I'm saying is, if they can do it, you can get in this game, man. Hell, you can sign Snead. I mean, if you really want to hurt the Chiefs and help yourselves, he's one of the guys that we've talked about. I get, like, in essence, the best team on the planet that is spending a lot of money is figuring it out to try to keep their guys. I think that's a sign.
But sometimes that can be dangerous.
It can.
Like, sometimes if you just keep your guys and eventually it wears out. Like, we've seen that many a times.
Yeah. No, you're right. But it's just a point of, I don't want to hear, we can't do that. Chiefs are doing it, and they've got a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, this is like the next step. This is kind of unfamiliar territory for Nick Caserio, like with this organization, where I just think you have a lot of wiggle room. Like, I think you have a lot of safety nets, and that's the thing for me. Like, the Chiefs have to make the right decision. Like, their margin for error. Now, when you've won 2 Super Bowls, but their margin for error is like kind of a little bit,
it's thin.
It's thin when it comes to running it back. For the Texans, like, okay, on one hand, you say you don't want to overpay this guy. Well, you got CJ, you got all these rookie deals. You got, guys still on rookie deals. So I do wonder how that comes into play when it comes to how they function. Like, do they take their safety nets, and do they take the fact, like, because that's the benefit of having multiple first-round draft picks and draft picks for all those years, and is that there's a 3, 4, 5 year stretch where you have all these guys on rookie deals, and you can spend a little bit more recklessly.
Yeah, and then I think that adds to the case for for spending that money and getting it done, and maybe even getting 2 big-ticket items that are smartly done, longer-term contracts, a little younger, those kind of guys.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 16. I'm just focused on that second tier. I'm focused on the Bengals. I'm focused on the Chargers. I don't think the Chiefs are going to three-peat, but hell, I didn't think they were going to win this year at all. So I do want to see what these guys have to do in free agency. We're not going to have to wait too long. No,
coming right up. And I think part of what the Chiefs are doing, the Texans will get there eventually. I think they're probably going to try to restructure Mahomes' contract again and be able to free up that money. And that's just kind of where I am. Like if they can do it, you can certainly do it with more money to spend, significantly more money to spend, and the quarterback on rookie contract.
Shout out to everyone on the YouTube and the Twitch. The 713 says there are at least 5 or 6 other teams in the AFC who are better than the Texans besides the Chiefs. Okay, 5 or 6.
Well, isn't that the point?
5 or 6 besides the Chiefs. I don't know if that's accurate. But yeah, I mean, the Texans definitely need to take the next step. They need to make moves this offseason to elevate their play. But you're gonna have to 713 list those 5 or 6. You're presenting some stuff. I want to hear these 5 or 6 other teams that are better than the Texans. But I'm kind of agreeing in that I'm looking more at that second tier.
Well, yeah, and that's where you start, and you're going to be considered to be in the second tier until you can beat the Chiefs. First of all, I don't think there's 5 or 6 better than the Texans, but even if they are,
but they're a bad. To add to your point, they're a bad offseason away and a good offseason from another team of falling completely off the cliff.
Right. But what I'm saying is, even if there are 5 or 6, that's kind of more reason. That's kind of more reason to get into the free agent market when you have the ability to do it. Like, you're going to get tired of me saying this too. You're not going to have this chance very often. You're just not.
No, I mean, the Chiefs had it once.
Yeah.
And they played it well. Like, they played Patrick Mahomes' rookie contract very well.
Mm-hmm. And you got to do the same thing if you're going to get in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Texans with Deshaun Watson, God rest his soul.
Wait, what?
Well, career's dead, not him. Yeah. But they did not play the rookie contract well when it came to Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
So R.I.P. Pour one out for him.
All right, not Mad Dog. We're out of that. But if you have 5 or 6, even if I'm playing the game with you, okay, that kind of makes me feel stronger about getting in the game here with the free agents.
The Saquon Barkley thing is going to be interesting if he hits that market. We'll get some clarity on that in 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
See you next Tuesday when it comes to how to figure out who's going to franchise tag. That's when the process begins.
And Derrick Henry's trending right now with the Cowboys for some reason.
Well, I think he'd be a good fit there.
Yeah.
So good for him.
So that's priority number 1 is running back and wide receiver as well.
No doubt. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 16. Coming up, so I have a major wish when it comes to free agency and the draft. And it's going to make Tennessee Titans fans very, very happy. But it'll make me even happier.
All right.
We'll discuss next.
All right, DNA.
Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I want to make Tennessee Titans fans happy. I know John McClain is not joining us right now. He's not going to wax poetic to the stanky one, Amy Adams Stank.
Best little whorehouse in Texas.
But I want to make the Tennessee Titans happy. And two wishes I have for this offseason. In free agency, which begins in less than a month, in the draft, which is a couple months and change away, they involve the Tennessee Titans adding talented football players to their roster. But I think in doing so, I think it would be something that the Texans would benefit from.
I want to hear this.
Step one, if he hits the market, and there's questions about whether or not he's going to hit the market, I want T. Higgins, wide receiver of the Cincinnati Bengals, I want him to get his wish. This is T. Higgins talking about something that he'd like to see happen if he hits the market in free agency.
It would be good, going back home to family, and then being able to play for a coach that I already been under, so it would be ideal.
There you go. It would be ideal. Home is Tennessee. The coach is Mr. Callahan, who used to be the OC in Cincinnati. He's now the head coach in Tennessee. If T. Higgins hits the market, I want him signing with the Tennessee Titans. I 100% want him to be signing with the Tennessee Titans to where I'm sure Tennessee fans would get excited. Oh, he's coming back home. Oh, he knows this system, all that. Cool story, bro. You're going to pay him like he's a number one receiver. Furthermore, him as a number two in Cincinnati is a big threat, especially if Joe Burrow is healthy. So you're essentially taking away one of the strengths that Cincinnati possesses and taking T. Higgins away from Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, who T. Higgins has had 1,000 yards the 2 seasons before this year, before he was banged up, and with Joe Burrow. And you're sending him to Tennessee. And I don't personally, maybe you think differently, I don't think T. Higgins is a bona fide number one wide receiver. I think he's good. But if Tennessee wants to spend their cap money and pay T. Higgins like he is a bona fide number one receiver, that's my dream. I know they'd be excited about it. I would too, because I don't even think, even with T. Higgins playing with Will Levis for however the hell long they continue that thing, I don't think that's as much of a threat of the Texans getting where they want to get as T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, healthy Joe Burrow is. So my wish number one, part one, I hope T. Higgins, if he hits the market, signs for big money with the Tennessee Titans, because I think it would be a win in multiple ways.
Dude, I can't disagree with a single word you said. I mean that might not be the best radio discussion, but what you said is what I think. And beyond that, isn't there a Nico factor here when it comes to the local?
See, and that's a good angle there too, because look, you tell me, you ask me, and people ask us, and people ask Figgy, is Nico Collins the number one wide receiver? I don't know. Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about Justin Jefferson? Are we talking about Tyreek Hill? Like, what are we saying? I don't know that, but I think Nico Collins is as good as T. Higgins. Like, I think they're in the same class. So maybe he just has unrealized potential. Maybe he goes to Tennessee and he thrives. I don't think he has the quarterback to completely thrive. I don't think Will Levis is worth a damn. So even then, I don't think it's like that much of a threat. And taking him away from Cincinnati, that's just a dream scenario for me. I know they'd be excited in Tennessee. I'd be just as excited. So that's wish number one. I want to get into this Nico thing in a sec too. Wish number two. Look, I love the guy. You love the guy. I think the guy's a freak. If he gets to an area of the draft where the Texans can end up signing him or drafting him, I think it would be excellent. But I think good draft picks come in like specific areas. Like, what's a good pick sometimes in the top 10 might not, or in the top 20 might not have been a good pick in the top 5.
Right.
Brock Bowers, if the Titans decide to take Brock Bowers in the top 10 of the draft, more power to you. They have one of the worst offensive lines in football. They have problems everywhere, like all over their defense. Their defense stinks too. If they decide to do what a few teams have done in the top 10 and draft a tight end, more power to them. 19 tight ends have been drafted in the last 20 years. Let me give you the ones in the top 10, just in the top 10. Because there's a lot of like either or in the draft. There's one constant. When you draft a tight end in the top 10, no matter how badass they were in college, it just doesn't work out. Does that mean that it's not going to work out for Brock Bowers? No, but Kyle Pitts in 2021, Hawkinson in 2019, you had Eric Ebron in 2014, and then you go to Vernon Davis in 2006 and Kellen Winslow in 2004. It doesn't work out. So I think Tennessee Titans would be excited with these moves. I would be happy about these moves too, because them not taking a tackle or something like an edge guy or something like that can help them on defense and throwing big money at T. Higgins, I think that would be good. So go ahead and be happy, Tennessee. These are my two wishes for step one, free agency, and step two, the draft.
Yeah, you kind of lost me on that one, only because it all depends on what you think of Brock Bowers. Because I think that's a good way to start a rebuild. And the Titans are rebuilding. Is a big-time game-changing tight end. Now, maybe he'll be lost somewhat the first couple of years and not have a significant impact in terms of like the overall record. But I think, and you don't, so that's fine. That's where we disagree on this. I think Brock Bowers is going to be a next-level elite tight end. He's been elite his entire life. He's played at the highest level. He's won national championships. He's had the biggest competition. His regard in terms of scouts is generally top 5, top 8 in the entire draft. So even though he may not be an immediate impact, they're going to win 9 games, 10 games kind of guy, he's a building block. Like he's a legit building block for I that's what you and I are different on that.
Yeah.
I think he is.
I think at 15-20 he is. Maybe. I mean, let me put it this way. I don't know that Brock Bowers is a building block. I think we roll our eyes in the draft when some people say, well, you can't draft that. You got too many needs. And I think it's stupid a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. Like when you're talking about a quarterback and you hear people say, that drove me nuts last year.
All the time.
Like if you didn't want to draft if you didn't want to draft the quarterback, okay, I can get down with that. I can even understand that. But don't tell me you got too many needs, so why would you draft a quarterback now? Well, there have been full drafts where there's not quarterbacks available.
Yeah. So
you can figure it out accordingly. I do think, though, when it comes to tight end, there is kind of that feel where if your offensive line is one of the worst in the league, if your quarterback is more focused on, making his tattoo look good on Instagram and eating mayonnaise and making reckless plays, drafting the tight end kind of be like a no man's land thing.
It could be, but it also, I feel, could be a cornerstone piece for 5, 6, 10 years down the road. So I just disagree because I think that highly of Brock Bowers. That's it.
You love Brock Bowers.
I love Brock Bowers.
Loved him for a while.
Yeah.
Did you love Kyle Pitts?
I love Kyle Pitts.
What's up with him?
Nothing. Nothing's up with it. No,
Did you like Kellen Winslow?
I'm not saying you didn't lay it out fine.
Did you like Kellen Winslow?
Because you did. I like Kellen Winslow.
You still
too.
like him, right?
No, I don't. No, I don't. But see, the thing is,
Lopez is barbecuing in his Browns Winslow throwback, man.
Maybe Winslow Senior. But no, I look. You laid it out. All I'm saying is, I think that dude can flat out help build a team.
T. Higgins, please sign with the Titans. Titans, please pay T. Higgins. It would be a double whammy of greatness for the Houston Texans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Sign or decline today, T. Higgins. Would you want the Texans to pay T. Higgins?
Decline.
Yeah, that's a massive decline for me. That's a big no for me, dog.
Decline.
Big no for me.
Yeah.
Best of luck to him. Seems like a swell young man. And it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. Franchise tags begin on Tuesday, so we should get some clarity as to what they're going to do. The period for the franchise tags, it's February 20th to March 5th. So you got about a 2-week window to decide whether or not you want to tag T. Higgins or not. Oh, by the way, you might have to pay that other guy named Jamar Chase. So who knows what they do in Cincinnati. Speaking of paying receivers, we had this conversation a little bit yesterday. Nico Collins, he's had one great year. And in fairness, it's been the one year where he had a good quarterback. It's been the one year where he was fully healthy. Yeah, top 10 production, really, like when you add it all out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Texans need to pay Nico Collins right now? Sean Pendergast yesterday said he would give Nico Collins the same contract that is rumored to be what Amon-Ra St. Brown is looking at, which I think is like a 3-year extension for $25 million. Would you do this now?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because, I mean, that's what they're saying about Mike Evans. They're talking about Mike Evans, $25 million. It'll probably be more, but $25 million a year. 1 year is awesome, and he's young. He's still, he's not going to be 25 until I think next month. And so, no, it's fantastic. Let's see what he does. He's got, he's got, what does he have, another year on his contract, right? And so, yeah, do it one more year. Let's see your contract year, and then we can talk. And his money's not going to go down if he has the same year.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it just because how much more is it going to go up?
That's what I'm saying. It's not going to go down.
Like Amon-Ra St. Brown has 3 straight 90 catch seasons, whatever. Mm-hmm. He's a first team All Pro. So if Nico Collins even duplicates what he does right now, how much more are we talking? Like, is he gonna get like Tyreek Hill money or something like that? Like, I don't understand like the hurry,
I hope he does
the rush. All that,
because that'll mean that he's a super stud.
I feel like there's like a tendency to kind of fall in love. Let's see how it looks, And I don't like to play they got a year of tape on him, so let's see how he looks when I got a year of tape on him.
No, not that.
But I mean, there is kind of something to it, because I think there was a stretch where Nico kind of struggled, and I think they were running like man press against him like 90% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Could be wrong, and then teams just kind of stopped guarding him like that. Like in that Indianapolis game, and in the they weren't even doubling him.
No,
and it's like, what? Are you scared of John Mechie? Like, why are you not doubling him? And I don't think you can double him when Tank Dell gets back. I just don't understand the hurry with Nico Collins. And a lot of it's Titus Howard is too.
Some of those were when Tank wasn't even on the field.
Yeah, he wasn't.
You know what I mean?
He wasn't
you would
getting the
think
attention.
if they were going to double anyone, it would be Nico Collins. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's like, see there, now you got to pay me more.
Yeah.
Cool, let's go.
Earn it.
Yeah, let's go.
Look, if we feel like, here's my thing. If we feel like let's pretend that they decide not to sign Mike Evans or someone that could potentially be a number one receiver. If there's a situation next year where you feel like Nico Collins is worth more than Amon-Ra St. Brown, then that means that you think he's a number one guy.
Yeah.
So you learn something about him and you sat back and watched instead of playing like this game. Because that was the argument with Titus Howard last year, right?
Exactly.
Well, it could be more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what would that be right now? How much would that cost? And I know the injury is one thing, and good for him for getting his money, but how much would that have cost?
Yeah, it wouldn't.
Now, it would have been less.
It also speaks to why you don't base a contract like this, whether it's Nico or Titus, on 1 year.
Yeah,
and you can't do it. Titus is your example.
Yeah. And there's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of, I think the justification for giving Nico his extension right now compared to Titus would make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can get down with that. And there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about Nico Collins. This is the 1 year that you saw him with C.J. Stroud. He did come up in big moments. He works his ass off. He's a great guy in that locker room.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He's easy to root for. I want Nico Collins around here for a long time. But I'm not going to sit there and watch Amon-Ra St. Brown get paid 20 whatever he's rumored to get paid after 3 productive years and say, okay, let's give Nico that deal because Amon-Ra St. Brown got the deal because of 1 year.
That's one of the reasons I said I actually feel like Tank is closer to becoming a number one wide receiver than Nico, because he did that his rookie year, still everything coming at him at once. You can only imagine what the projection could be if he continues to build on that, whereas Nico, this was year 3. He finally got his quarterback, and that was awesome, but you got to show me another year before I give you any money. I want to go back to one thing you said that I'm still laughing about. I almost forgot about how many people messaged us about, oh, you don't need to get a quarterback now.
Yeah,
you don't need to get a quarterback now. How did that work out?
Yeah, and I was okay with it. Like, I didn't want to draft a quarterback just to draft a quarterback, but
yeah,
But like the notion that I hate the explanation.
Too many needs.
You have too many needs, so don't take a quarterback. Okay, so are you guaranteeing me that a quarterback of this quality is going to be there next year? Are you guaranteeing me I'm drafting in the same spot?
Yeah.
That's what I don't get. The consequence of drafting a bad quarterback is also there, but I do find that hilarious where it's like, you got too many needs. Why would you draft a quarterback? What do you mean?
It's no real layout.
So
it, man.
So do you want me to fill the need of the guard instead of the quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying draft Pickett or something like that just to draft a quarterback, but you're telling me, okay, and when you say something like that, you're basically telling me this guy might be good, man. This quarterback, this guy who plays the most important position in the world, he might be good.
Yeah.
We got too many needs,
not
though.
Yet. Not yet. Not for this team.
That's how somebody would have missed out on a C.J. Stroud.
Yes, I think I blocked that from my memory because it was a lot, and I'm like, "Are you kidding?" I mean, it's a rookie quarterback, rookie deal. Gets better. I didn't know he was going to be this much better.
Yeah, none of us did.
But that's how you become contending.
And that's my favorite thing about it. The weirdness of, and we both we make no bones about it. We were Bryce Young guys.
Yeah,
we were Bryce Young guys.
Absolutely.
But the notion that like the Texans got lucky and the Texans must have known something about Bryce Young. Let me make this clear, okay? If the Texans had known that C.J. Stroud was what he was right now, they would have tackled Lovie Smith on the sidelines, and they probably would have played their whole freaking practice squad against the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have even risked C.J. Stroud potentially not being there if they would have known what C.J. Stroud was going to do this year.
Yeah.
Furthermore, I think that everybody would have been trying to lose. Like, if you could get this.
Oh, that Colts game would have been fun.
Probably lost 65-0.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the teams would just be running back of the end zone safety rotations.
That's right. Oh, I dropped it again. Dang it. Another fumble.
It does change a lot, though. Like, this quarterback, like, I haven't even really like looked at these quarterbacks in the draft. Mm-mm. Like, you want them, you want as many to go as possible now because it's like we don't need one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you want to take?
So you can get somebody else.
Oh, J.J. McCarthy. Okay, please.
Yes.
Bo Nix, please go
15.
in the first round.
J.J. McCarthy goes number 15.
You're rooting for these quarterbacks to just get off the board.
Yeah,
it's fun, man. It's fun times. Free agency is close. Again, the wish, T. Higgins to the Tennessee Titans. Pretty please. Wouldn't mind the Brock Bowers either. J-Lo does not agree on that. Slime off coming up at 1:20. Lopez, you're in there just out of principle.
What? Who
just
put
out
me
of principle. I think a whole entire show put you in. Just out of principle, man. It's the principle of the whole thing.
I reacted out of principle.
Can John Lopez beat Travis Kelce? Is John Lopez a bigger slime ball than Travis Kelce this week? We'll cuss and discuss that. But coming up next, J.J. Watt. He speaks on his hairstyle, and I think he's still kind of ticked off about it.
You think?
Plus, a random rant from one of the voices, directed at one of the voices of the NFL. Internet goes nuts.
Tropicana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
PED suspension, man. Didn't see this one coming. Jimmy Garoppolo. He's been suspended 2 games for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substance policy per Adam Schefter. So the Raiders, you got a new coach. They're probably looking for a new quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo, who knows if he's even there next year. But Jimmy Garoppolo has been popped for the Peds.
Doesn't that tell you, though?
He's always hurt, man.
Yeah. It just goes to show you. It really doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me in any other way. I think it just kind of tells people, like, the old everybody does it. Everybody does it. I don't care. Get healthy. Get on the field. If you're good with the decision, do it. Like, this isn't like some big brawny lineman that just is getting this physical advantage. Over the years, I've completely changed my stance on this stuff, because they're really, by and large, they just want to get on the field. They just want to get on the field. Now, yeah, some might, in baseball especially. I think they were gaining a big advantage. Not so much football. It doesn't bother me at all.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so, man, the Niners are dumb. I said this the minute I walked into the studio on Monday, and now you have the Chiefs. You got to listen to this, and then you got to listen to Travis Kelce literally laughing about it. This was what the Chiefs thought when the Niners decided to take the ball.
You win the coin toss. That's what you get. You get the opportunity to have the advantage, and they handed it right over to us.
Yeah, well,
Not trying to harp on the guy, but it was a huge, like when they said we want to receive, and the ref looked at Fred and he said, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
You sure you want to receive? And he said, I want to receive. I want the ball.
I was
texting. Just like, I jumped out of my seat and said, hey, here we go. Let's go, boys. Perfect. They want to receive. We get second possession. We know exactly what they want. Defense, hold them. Just hold them to 3. Just hold them to 3. We're going to go down here and win this thing, baby.
Freaking crazy. Really was. I was texting Nick before that even happened, because we go over the same situation in playoff football.
Dude, they were literally laughing at the Niners' decision. Like, literally laughing at it. I wouldn't get over it if I were the Niners. And actually, this is how it played out on the field.
With the toss? Yeah. Which way you want to kick it? They call it. They call it, right?
Well, they got a coin flip.
Yeah, they call a coin flip. It's their coin flip, right? Which way do you want to kick it?
We want the ball, Fred. San Francisco, you are still the visitors. What is your call?
Tails again.
He called tails again. It is tails.
We'll receive.
You want the ball. Which way do you want to kick?
We're going to kick that way.
San Francisco will receive first in overtime. Good luck, gentlemen.
They want it. They want the ball. They wanted it. Hey, they wanted it. They wanted it, baby.
We want them to have the ball. They want it. They can have it.
Dude. It's embarrassing. I don't know. And Shanahan's explanation, we talked about it a little bit this week as well. That's it's fair, it's fine, all that, but it's just not understandable. We always say, when the opponents are glad you do something, that's not a good sign. Whether it's a trade or whatever, they were glad the Niners took the ball.
I got the internet going nuts.
J.J. Watt's hair.
Yep.
I want you to hear this. This was his his response to Pat McAfee bringing up the hair. I think this really did bother JJ.
Oh, for sure.
I think it really did bother JJ. This was JJ Watt talking about his hair and how it was getting basically roasted during the Super Bowl broadcast. Here's JJ Watt, Texans GOAT, and now CBS analyst.
You partially expect it. Anytime you switch it up, especially when there's 125, 200 million people watching, there's a chance for a reaction. But I definitely didn't know it was going to be like that. That's for sure. It was fascinating to watch. It was fun. It was great. It was. I don't know what to say, really.
Was it fun and great? He said it was definitely fun. It was great. He tweeted about it immediately. I love the tweet. Why did he break it out at the Super Bowl, too? maybe kind of do a soft opening, like earlier in the season, like a restaurant does, just a little soft opening with the hair.
I got the internet going nuts.
I had to double check this to make sure it's real. There is an actual discussion out there. Now, I don't know. Some teams are different. If you win a Super Bowl, sometimes they give spouses a Super Bowl ring or a Super Bowl necklace.
What?
No, some teams do.
This happen?
I don't know.
Well, the Astros probably gave third cousins.
That's my cousin. That's my cousin.
Remember how pissed Ted Johnson was? They were just giving out rings.
Yeah, I got mad with all the replica days. I had like 15 of them.
You're not exaggerating.
I know. They literally had like 15 of them. Right. So some teams, if you want to do this, cool. I'm not passing judgment on this sentiment. You give the spouses like a Super Bowl ring or a Super Bowl pendant of some sort. There is a real legitimate discussion about giving Taylor Swift a Super Bowl ring.
Like, come on.
I agree.
Come on. Did you hear her and Travis Kelce on the field, by the way?
I don't think so.
It's a fake relationship, Holmes.
Really?
Oh, God.
What was they saying?
Man, it's like it's awkward.
You start giving girlfriends? I mean, that's what she is. She's Taylor Swift.
She said, "You're so magical."
Oh, God.
And he goes, "How are you not jet lagged?" And she goes, "Jet lag's a choice."
Oh, God. She did not.
Yes, she did.
Oh, man.
The hell she didn't.
Jet lag's a choice?
Yeah, and that was the first thing he said to her. How are you not jet lagged? Bro, this is the fakest relationship in the world. Like, they played it on TMZ. I couldn't find it, but TMZ had, like, the audio, and they were, like, reacting to it. And, like, dude, for some reason, like, do you ever watch TMZ?
I do. I watch the clips.
Their conversations are, like, so, like, it's so laid out, and all angles are played, and it's a bunch of people. It's just funny. It's lighthearted. Like, I've got to where I watch TMZ every night now, like, before bed. They were the Swifties. They got a couple of Swiftie camera girls who are like, "Oh my God, that's so nice." And then the other people are like, "They're clearly not sleeping together." That's not. You don't say you're magical. I'm proud of you.
When have you ever told your wife you're magical?
She said, "You're magical. I'm proud of you." And then he just awkwardly goes, "Are you jet lagged? I'm surprised you're not jet lagged." And she goes, "Jet lag's a choice."
I actually got this story from TMZ. I don't watch TMZ, but I have it bookmarked on my laptop at home just to kind of see what's happening. And I was like, this isn't real, is it? Are they really? And then they interviewed some dude, some former player, I forget who, about it. And then I looked it up. Like, she's his girlfriend. She's his girlfriend. Like, if you want to give wives, all the wives, that's cool.
But she is kind of one of the faces, though, right?
I know. So there's the argument right there. But give Taylor Swift a Super Bowl ring?
Yeah,
I mean,
she doesn't need that.
Okay, to be fair,
I would, like, for PR, I would. But how long? But what if they're not? What if they're not together
exactly?
forever?
It's
then
a girlfriend.
Weird. Yeah,
it's not a wife,
dude. What if she got a Super Bowl ring and then they broke up and she like sold it for auction?
No, she would write a song about it. I got my Super Bowl ring.
Here, listen. This is them on the field. We've dug it up.
How did you do that?
How do you know I'm jet lagged?
Jet lag is a choice. How did you do that?
How do you know I'm jet lagged?
Jet lag is a choice.
Jet lag's a choice.
You're magical.
God.
You're magical.
My gosh.
You ever told your girl she's magical?
No.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Tony Romo's been catching a lot of criticism. I did not envision that Charlie Weiss would be on Sirius Radio, the former Notre Dame, former New England Patriot, Kansas City coach, University of Kansas coach. I didn't even know that he was still around. But Charlie Weiss, man, I think he doesn't like Tony Romo calling games.
Yeah, I wasn't listening to those guys because they really turn me off, I have to tell you. I'd rather they turn me off. I listened at the end of the game and I listened to Tony Romo ruin the moment. Just shut up and let us savor the moment. Just be quiet. I don't need to hear your analysis of what just happened. I just watched it. I want to watch the moment. I want to enjoy the moment. As a sports fan, okay, please, just let us enjoy the moment. It's different than Mitch on radio having to describe the moment because you're not seeing it. We're watching it. Let us watch it. I try to watch the game and not let the announcers ruin the game for me. There are announcers that I really enjoy listening to, but then there's announcers where if I have to listen to them, I'd rather go to the bathroom and throw up. Just shut up.
That's actually pretty good stuff.
Well, Charlie.
That's very good, Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. Goodness gracious.
Very good.
I got the internet going.
So this was like a Jalen Green thing online. Roosh put this out there. Roosh Williams. He covers the Rockets, but he's not really. I don't want to say like a lot of people who do are jock sniffers, but he's not. Like he's just kind of covers the Rockets, and he put this out yesterday. I guess it has Rockets Twitter going nuts. He said this, quote, "After the Sixers blew the Rockets out last month, Jalen Green very angrily told me, quote, I'm not being used properly, and I'm no sixth man. This was in response to me saying that Cam Whitmore should start at shooting guard." He then followed up, so it'll be very interesting to see how he responds to possibly losing his spot in the starting lineup. Whether or not he's mature enough to accept and grow from it remains to be seen. This interaction also made me sincerely question how he'll approach extension talks, close quote. You have any problem with sharing a direct message publicly?
Yeah, I do, unless you get permission. But it's out there now.
But what if there's like a lot more to the direct message, and it's not like just a civil talk, and it's a little bit.
I don't think you should. I really don't think you should share direct messages. I would have said maybe he did, right? Maybe he said, "Hey, I'm gonna share this," and Green said, "Cool."
He definitely probably didn't say "cool."
Well, whatever. No, I do. You shouldn't do that. That's 101 stuff. But now that it's out there,
yeah,
it does. I think it says a lot about.
I don't mind pulling back the curtain on it. I mean, I'm entertained by it.
No, it's very entertaining.
I mean, I think the way that I do, I sense that Jalen's kind of talked kind of crazy to some people who covered the team a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and
allegedly,
I do believe it.
Yeah.
And I also think it's kind of shedding a little more light on Jalen Green. Is he ever going to change his stripes, in terms of what he thinks he is versus what he is?
I think he could be a really good, scoring six man. That's people laugh at that. Look, do I think he's talented enough to where someone might give him near max money? Sure. But I think, in a perfect situation, Jalen Green's perfect role is a six man who plays 35 minutes a game and comes off the bench, and all his focus is not to play winning basketball. Get your ass out there and score.
Yeah.
Give us that energy. Give us that juice.
And by the way,
is that insulting?
No.
There's been some great six men. There's Hall of Fame six men.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Lou Williams.
It's
Jamal Crawford.
James Harden.
Jason Terry.
James Harden was a sixth man.
James Harden early on. Yeah. Jason Terry. Manu came off the bench.
He's talking about sixth man like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
It was going to be my place. It's not a bad thing. And in fact, a lot of times the sixth man ends the game.
Jamal Crawford was a baller, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Manu.
Crawford's cold. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Joe Dumars was
Manu's in the Hall of
Finals.
Fame.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I thought it was interesting. I do understand the fine line. I also, the reason that I think I like it as much with Roosh is I think there's a lot of jock sniffing that goes on with the Rockets that's out of control.
Yeah.
The same people, and this is the same people. This is not an imaginary same people. Same people who were jock sniffing Kevin Porter Jr., saying that he was getting unfair criticism, are now all of a sudden, doing the same thing. And he's just kind of like, I'm kind of fed up with this.
Yeah.
These kids are just sitting here making fools of themselves. It's getting because the thing about it, and I think this is important. Even when you're on Twitter, is there's a lot of people who just want to protect every player and this player, and I'm going to attack the media, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. A lot of these media types, a lot of these fans, they're going to be here forever.
Mm-hmm.
These players are just going to come and go.
Mm-hmm.
So choose your jock sniffing wisely. If you want to go to bat for C.J. Stroud or something like that, that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to be cutting for Titus Howard or anything like that. Let's see a little bit more there.
No,
that would be my thing.
It's like they're going to lose their fandom if they don't completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't let a retweet take away from the beauty and the continuity of fanhood. Coming up, Ryan Presley, man, he had an awkward meeting. He was basically told, "You're being demoted."
Mm-hmm.
How did he react to it? We'll hear from him next. Also, the current theme of the NFL offseason is see you next Tuesday. Next.
In the Loop.
I am.
That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Awkward meetings, the end of a polarizing era, and see you next Tuesday. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so see you next Tuesday. Start of the franchise tag period next Tuesday. Teams will have...
See you next Tuesday.
From next Tuesday till 2 weeks down the line to decide whether or not they want to franchise tag certain players. Now, that could impact the Texans in a number of ways. Do we see running backs such as Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs? Do we see them franchise tagged? Are they not? Is there not even a chance for the Texans to get these guys on the market? That's one side. Do the Bengals franchise tag T. Higgins? The franchise tag Texans not really going to franchise tag anyone, but maybe. I don't think. Yeah, would they franchise? No, they're not franchise tagging. Like maybe Cam Johnson. I don't know.
No.
I don't think they're going to be in that mix, but I will be watching next Tuesday and the 2 weeks after that to see how the Saquon Barkley thing goes, how Josh Jacobs is handled, and if those guys are going to hit the market. And, oh, by the way, I hope T. Higgins hits the market if you're just tuning in, and I hope he signs with the Titans.
I'm with you 100%. You laid it out great earlier, what T. Higgins is and what T. Higgins can do for the what's he really going to do for the Titans? Like what? Is he going to make him a contender? Or is he just going to be cashing a check? He'll be cashing a check. Those days are over here, and I'm glad. I'm really glad that those days are over here. No fear there.
Ryan Presley, man. What do you think it was like for Ryan Presley when he heard that Josh Hader was getting signed? What do you think it was like for him? What do you think his reaction was?
It absolutely sucked. He got paid, but I mean, these guys, he's made a career. He's made a lot of extra money, too, by being a closer. A lot of fans, a lot of people, following him, et cetera. And that's why, was it yesterday or the day before, even though he had already been told and the Astros were told, Astros said that they kept him informed and all that stuff, you still got to sit down with him if you're the manager and say, all right, here's what's going on. And that's why he had that discussion, at spring training.
Here was Ryan Presley talking about how he feels about the demotion. I think this is going to be the great Jason Bristol going back and forth with him as pitchers and catchers have reported.
I think we got a great bullpen, probably one of the best bullpens in the league. I get paid to go get 3 outs. It don't matter if it's in the 4th inning or the 9th inning. So whenever the phone rings and they tell me to get in there, I'll get in there.
I imagine you were surprised by this. I mean, this has been your role, and I imagine a closer cherishes it. So, how did you deal, I guess, with the addition, and was it a surprise to you?
Yeah, it was a surprise, but he makes our team better. He's hands down one of the best relievers in the game. When you add him to our bullpen, we're just that much better now. Again, I'm happy he's here. I'm happy that I get to share a bullpen with him. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun time, and he seems like a great teammate.
All right. Good luck, Presley. I think there's going to be a Presley fall off this year. I think Presley's going to be...
He's 35.
I think he'll be good. I just don't think he's going to be... I still think you have an elite 7, 8, 9 setup.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to be not as good as he's been in recent years.
His ERA was higher than it had been, I believe, in the previous 2 years. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but remembering, I think it was like 3, 4 something. He's 35 years old, and I think the biggest indication of why Presley could well fall off this year is they even made this move. Like, the fact, I know you get a chance to sign Hader, you sign him, but if Presley was the same old Presley, you're thinking twice about that because you have a closer that can shut him down. I think the Astros themselves, with their advanced analytics and everything else, they probably can feel it coming as well.
They can what? Feel it what?
His decline coming as well.
They can
feel it coming as well.
Okay. I was just making sure that I heard you right. All right.
They can.
Okay.
Yeah.
You heard it here from Lopez.
Couldn't you?
The Astros can feel it coming.
Can't you?
Yeah, I can feel it coming.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
No doubt. End of an era in baseball. Rob Manfred, he announced that he will step down as commissioner in January of 2029. So we have about 5 years more to enjoy the work of Rob Manfred. How will you remember Rob Manfred? He's a polarizing guy around here. Some Astros fans probably don't look at him favorably. I'll tell you what I think. I think he's done an excellent job. I think when you look at the changes that have happened to the game, the expansion of the playoffs, the speeding up of the entire games, how much quicker it's gotten. I think as far as like the game being in better shape, than when you came in. What is it? You want to leave it in better shape than it was when you came in, when you leave, or whatever, all that crap. Rob Manfred's done an all right job.
I think there have certainly been some hiccups. There's been some controversy. There's been some anger, especially from Astros fans. But you know what? What he did to baseball in terms of pace of play, etc., great, Commissioner. Great. Changed the game. Baseball has passed the NBA and left the NBA standing still. You often talk about it's a localized sport. That's not altogether true once you get into the late season and the All-Star game and all that stuff. It is by and large, but because of Rob Manfred and what he's done, it's more appealing. It's a more appealing game. You can't say that's a bad thing.
Yeah, like as far as the Astros, like the handling of the cheating scandal, because I said this yesterday, there's a couple Astros fans who said, well, it's kind of, yeah, he did some good stuff, but he also, what should he have done differently with like the Astros cheating scandal? Like,
you can argue they got off light.
Yeah, I mean, there were other teams doing it, but not to the degree that they were doing it.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't take away your World Series. You ended up having to fire your manager in GM. Red Sox had to do that too. They got rid of Alex Cora. They decided to bring him back. AJ Hinch is back in baseball. We don't know what's going to happen with Jeff Luhnow. I don't necessarily have a problem with Rob Manfred in the way that it sucks, but I mean the Astros did what they did.
Yes, they did, and I think you could argue that they got off light. But what he's done for pitch clock and pace of play and appeal of the game, you got to love it. I only have one problem with Rob Manfred right now.
What's that?
I don't need to know you're retiring in 5 years. Why are you like? Why? I'm retiring in 2029. Oh, cool! I'll put it on my calendar.
Some people handle retirement different ways, bro.
5 years.
Some people handle retirement different ways.
He's doing the Elton John tour.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be on tour like the Eagles in 2037. I mean, Elton John. I'm retiring in 5 years. Hell, I'll probably retire before 2029.
The George Strait.
He's George
final
Strait.
Concert.
Yeah, one last ride or whatever the hell he calls that. A cowboy rides again. Is that what it is?
How many George Strait last rides have there been?
There's been 17. 17 last rides.
Someone says, John Phillips asks on YouTube, I think this is fair. I knew this was coming. Is he going to retire like McClain?
He's doing it right now.
Is Rob Manfred going to retire and say, I just said I was retiring from baseball? He's going to run like NCAA women's softball.
I'm going to retire in 5 years.
I want to ask you a question, and I don't want to go like too meathead here, and I don't want to put you in position to where you sound like a chauvinistic pig or anything like that.
Yeah, you never would do that.
But you do it yourself. You do it yourself. You got that unlocked. But I just want to ask you this because it's unavoidable if you watch SportsCenter and if you look at ESPN.
Right.
I'll ask Figgy this too. Is this Caitlin Clark doing anything for you?
Like for me personally,
that was a hell of a breath there.
No. Let me explain it because there's a yes and no here, and I don't mean to be wishy-washy. I think it doesn't do anything to answer your question. It doesn't do a whole lot for me personally. But when I see it crossing my timeline, I'm a little bit agitated by people who think it's nothing. Because it is something. It's not my cup of tea. And I think what she's doing right now broke the scoring record with it was a logo 3, man. She was way out there. So I saw the highlights. I'm cool with it. I'm like good for her, but it's not like I'm celebrating, or posting all these tributes to her.
I can't get down with it.
It just doesn't do a lot for me, but it doesn't mean necessarily
it's all right, but it's not.
Cool.
But it's like it doesn't. I don't feel like it's moving the needle as much as they're trying to make it move.
It's not
like they're going to be.
Do you feel like it's must-watch TV?
No, I've never watched her play. I'll watch like 5 minutes. You'll hear like, well, the ratings were higher than they've ever been. Well, no crap, man. You put it right up there with the Super Bowl. Like it was a notch below with the attention they're getting. I hope it is. I do think the one thing that she does benefit from, and I think this is where it's likable, is how ass the NBA is right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way in which the NBA is, whatever their problem is, I think that she benefits from that because it's like a different form of more pure basketball.
Yeah.
But I did hate last year when they tried to make her into like some sort of hypocrite because Angel Reese was basically in her face doing what she did towards her bench. Like that was like when everyone latched onto that, the Clay Travises and the Jamel Hills and all that.
Yeah.
That got kind of exexhausting for me.
No, it did.
I'm glad they've gotten past that. God.
Yeah, it's
Clay
not.
Travis and Jamel Hill arguing about women's basketball. That's a dream.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that it just doesn't do it for me, because I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I was clicking on those links, and I was like, I just talked about her shot. That was pretty awesome. I recognize the ratings. There is an element of it being forced down people's throats. And the reason for that is
WNBA. I don't know how it's still a thing.
It's in the contract.
I'm trying to be a jerk.
It's in ESPN's contract. They have to have.
What do you call it? An add-on?
It's an add-on. It's an add-on. It's in the contract that you have to have this many games, this much time, whatever, dedicated.
I do feel like there was some requirements. What was the last big women's game that was getting a lot? Like it was LSU, South Carolina.
Yeah.
I honestly think there was an email sent out to ESPN employees and NBA players that you have to tweet about this game at least once.
Yeah.
Or you don't get paid.
Yeah, and it's you don't get paid.
People already think that's happening anyway.
Yeah.
Guys are paid to talk about that.
You're making it worse. But and it's not like chauvinistic because
no, I think it's
like
cool.
hockey, the NHL doesn't do anything for me.
And now they're having like Steph Curry shoot against a woman.
Ionescu.
What is that?
I think that's cool. To be honest.
Oh, okay. NBA All-Star Weekend, man.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Okay.
It's celebrity games. It's stuff like that.
No, it's not. The celebrity game's the day before. Then you have the
it's All-Star
3-point.
Weekend is
you
what
have
I'm
the
saying.
skills, and you have the dunk contest.
No. I'm actually very interested in that.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you cooking up for it?
Some wings.
Oh, okay. Coming up, weird wishes and new mindsets for the Houston Texans as free agency approaches. Next. First, I want to talk about Texans turf. So it rained today.
Odyssey app.
All right, so I'm worried about C.J. Stroud today. I don't like that he's playing pickup basketball with Micah Parsons. I think playing pickup basketball with guys who don't know how to hoop is dangerous. I think it's one of the most underrated, dangerous things that you can do. I also think Micah Parsons has kind of a toolish factor that I don't think he's going to just sit there and giggle if C.J. Stroud gets the best of him. I think C.J. Stroud's a better basketball player, so he will get the best of him. It just takes one foul to end up, I don't want to say it, but injured, man.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned, and this is not a joke. I am going to legit watch this game almost as if, like, honestly, with what C.J. Stroud means to this organization, with what he means to the hope of this organization, I'm going to feel like I'm sitting in the driver's seat watching my kid get on the freeway for the first time. I'm concerned.
There are times when you kind of are like, all right, come on, it's not going to be that bad. They're going to take care of each other. They're not going to go nuts. But then, when you put these two players together, who were talking about it, pretty directly on Parsons' podcast, and then you put the fact that Micah's a little bit unhinged. C.J. Stroud fancies himself as quite the hooper, and C.J. Stroud goes so hard and is so competitive with everything. It's not a stretch. Just be careful. I had to look it up.
Said yesterday Micah's going to kill him.
Yeah, that's what he said. I had to look it up because I couldn't remember the guy's name. Remember Robert Edwards?
Oh, on the Sam volleyball?
It was flag football.
God, we're bringing up Robert Edwards. You're just taking this to a new level, huh?
No, but I'm saying it's not like these things don't happen. I think Myles Garrett did something too. He dislocated his toe in the Pro Bowl, one of those Pro Bowl games or something. So yeah, I just
it's a dangerous sport, man.
I don't think
people don't know how to play.
I don't think you're unreasonable here to be a little worried.
No.
Yeah.
And I want to just play a little bit of C.J. Stroud and Micah Parsons going back and forth talking about the basketball. I think C.J. Stroud can chill. I think Micah Parsons is a D-bag.
I think C.J. Stroud's going to go harder than you think.
Yeah, but I think he can go harder without playing dangerously and recklessly.
Yeah.
I think he has enough basketball savvy to go hard without being dangerous and reckless.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Micah Parsons has that in him. Here's a little bit of their interaction on Micah Parsons' podcast on Bleacher Report.
CJ's a dead man.
Hey,
we coming for CJ.
If he fouls me hard, I'm going to call the police. He will be arrested on spot. And mind you, I have Meta World Peace, so you better calm that noise down. And let me get that screen, big dog.
I'm glad you're openly saying that because I'm going to put the team on my back. If you lose with a bigger team, what does that make you? A bum?
Oh, wow, I'm a bum now.
All right. So they're going back. I don't know about this Michael Parsons fella, man.
He's crazy.
I don't know about this guy.
He's a crazy
he got
man.
Kicked out of his high school. Apparently, he said that they were targeting him because he's a famous football player. Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's how it works in high school. There's the stuff that maybe did or didn't happen at Penn State. I guess it didn't. He's just kind of all over the place. Took a picture of 3 Poindexes following him around with his jersey, and some lady had a helmet that she wanted to sign at the airport. Took a picture and said, "These people just followed me. You don't know what athletes go through, brother. Sign the stuff.
Just move on.
Give me a break.
Yeah,
you're on Bleacher Report. You're saying you want to be a star. The hey rookie thing is just all over the place. He's a freakish athlete. I just want to get through tonight.
Yeah,
I just want to get through tonight.
I don't think it's unreasonable. I'm looking at the rosters too.
Yeah, let's look at the rosters.
I got the rosters here.
He has Ron Artest now. CJ does have Ron Artest to protect him.
Yeah, but it's not a strong roster. The reason I was looking at it, he's going to get a lot of minutes, especially down in crunch time if it gets close. So team Stephen A. And by the way, Stephen A. said that Micah Parsons nearly broke his ankles when he was playing basketball against him.
Stephen A. has Lil Wayne as a coach too, by the way.
Yeah.
He's going against Shannon Sharp and 50 Cent.
So
that's a good one.
McCole Hardman.
All right, let's. This
is Team Stephen A.
All right, let's go through these rosters.
So I'll say the first name that we're
is CJ on Stephen A.'s team?
CJ Stroud is on Team Stephen A.
Okay.
As are Natasha Cloud from the Phoenix Mercury.
No idea who she is.
McCole Hardman.
That catch got him in this.
Got him in there.
Good for him.
Jennifer Hudson.
singer.
She a singer. She was on American Idol. She got a talk
she
show.
used to be married to a wrestler. By the way, you want me to tell you an interesting fact that's going to blow your mind?
Yeah, I love those.
Kate Hudson, every once in a while, she gets a 10-cent check. This is from my TMZ stuff. She gets a 10-cent check in residuals.
For what?
Figure you're about to have your mind blown. Home Alone 2.
Because was she one of the...
She was in the choir, man.
I didn't know that.
She was in the choir.
She gets a 10-cent check for that?
Yeah, I mean, there was like a lot of choir people.
Those are cool.
Yeah, I would frame it.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
She was in the choir in Home Alone 2.
You're going to have to help me with some of these people because I frankly don't know who they are.
Was she laughing at Macaulay Culkin?
I don't know.
The ones laughing at him in the choir?
I don't know. Man,
Buzz put the little ears around him.
He knows his Home Alone 2.
He does know his Home Alone 2. Tristan Jass, a content creator.
Never heard of him.
Figgy, you ever heard of him?
Never heard of him.
AJ McLean from the Backstreet Boys.
Yes, I know AJ.
Yeah. Kwame Onwuachi, award-winning chef.
Yes, I do know him.
I don't know him.
I know him.
And I'm a big fan, but I don't know him. Jack Ryan, basketball entertainer, it says.
Never heard of him.
Meta World Peace.
Yep.
And Gianmarco Tamberi, an Olympic high jump champion.
Never heard of him.
So CJ
I bet
Stroud.
he can dunk like a mofo.
Oh my God! He goes up. You want me to do it with my feet?
CJ squat. I thought he had. So he has meta though.
The
right?
best players are McCole Hardman.
But he's got meta world peace.
Yeah, but still,
that's all you need.
What I'm saying is he's going to get a lot of minutes. He's going to be on the floor a lot, especially in crunch time. Because the only real players here that I can tell, unless somebody comes out of nowhere, are Natasha Cloud from the Phoenix Mercury, McCole Hardman, Meta World Peace, and CJ Stroud. And maybe that Gianmarco Tamberi guy. Now,
you said Quincy Isaiah?
I think he's on the other team.
No, he's on
He's on Team Shannon. I got Team Shannon right here. I'm going to mispronounce this, and I'm going to be embarrassed, but I don't know who this is. Annual AA?
I guess he's a Puerto Rican rapper. Never heard of him.
Have you heard of him, Figgy?
Never heard of him.
Okay, well, then I don't feel so bad. Kay Shanae is an online streamer.
Kai Sinet, yeah. He's a big time. That's the guy that announced he was giving away free PS5s in the middle of Town Square.
Oh, wow.
Ended up getting arrested for it.
Okay. Connor Daly, I know him. He's an indie driver.
The NBA needs influencers. Like, dude,
they have
focus on putting together a better TV product.
No, that's how they're trying to get the young crowd.
Dude,
Yeah,
they've already done. They already go by impressions and stuff.
But that's
exactly. So you're making a point.
And the league sucks. so start focusing on the actual product in the league.
They're trying to get the
These are
YouTubers.
the idiots. These are idiots. Like, they are the idiots that ruin every corporation. We're trying to get the young crowd. Let's focus on Twitch and bring in
this
influencers.
is what they've committed to.
Stupid.
Yeah, they've committed to it.
God, this is disgusting.
This one is interesting to me.
Sickos, man.
This one is interesting to me.
Influencers.
Quincy Isaiah. Now, you may not recognize that name, but that's the dude that played Magic in
Winning Time.
Winning Time.
Yeah.
So he might be able to hoop a little bit.
Yeah, but it's going to be weird seeing how tall he actually is.
Yeah, he's like 5'8".
Yeah. That's a good series, though.
Yeah.
I'm mad they canceled that series.
Walker Hayes is a musician.
Yeah, he sings that like, we're fancy like Applebee's.
Oh, I know that song.
Yeah,
I've heard it.
song.
Yeah. Jewel Lloyd, Seattle Storm, WNBA.
Never heard of her.
She'll be good.
Does she know Sue Bird?
Puka Nakua.
So CJ's going against Puka.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Micah Parsons.
Okay.
I don't know this person either. I probably should. Lily Singh.
Lily what?
Singh. Lily Singh. Figgy, you know her?
What does she do?
Nah.
She's an entertainer, it says. Sir, SIR.
That's a singer.
That's a
R&B singer. Yeah.
R&B. And Dylan Wang. Dylan Wang.
I'm not familiar.
I don't know him.
Hey, Wang. What movie?
No idea.
Come on.
Never heard of it.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Yeah, never heard of it.
Yeah. Hey, Wang.
All right, so.
Oh, yeah. Dylan Wang is a singer from China, 25 years old, and an influencer. So there you go. So
influencers.
So that's who
running
CJ,
the world.
That's
man.
who CJ is going to be running up and down with today.
Yeah, Dylan Wang
with Micah Parsons trying to foul the crap out of him.
Yeah.
Although I kind of feel like just based on those situations, I feel like Puka should guard CJ and Micah should have to guard Artest.
You would think, but that's not going to happen. You know Micah's going to be on CJ.
Can Ron Artest chill?
Yeah, why is he even playing? The dude played in the NBA. I know he's older.
But how does he find his way on this?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Why
can they not counter him with an NBA player? They don't have an NBA player.
They don't. That's kind of what I'm saying here. Like, is he a ringer? I bet you Puka Nacua can hoop.
I just can't believe they're getting these like social media influencers.
Yeah. I bet you Puka can flat out ball.
Instagram models. You wonder why your league sucks.
I kind
they
of
ain't gonna watch your game, bro.
I kind of don't want to see this.
Put some clips up.
This Quincy Isaiah guy, because I bet you he's like 5'8", 5'9".
The magic winning time. Have you ever had like an athlete or a like celebrity where you see him in person and you're like, man, this person is so much smaller than I thought they would be. Or this person is like way bigger than I thought they would be. Or they look nothing like I thought they would.
Charlie Sheen.
Would you think he was huge?
No, but I thought he was bigger than he was.
You just want to mention Charlie Sheen.
All I said was Charlie Sheen.
Go ahead, tell me.
No, all I
tell
said
me
was
about
Charlie
Frank
Sheen.
Murkowski.
All I said was
tell
Charlie
me
Sheen.
Tell me about the Spurs days.
Figgy, what did I say?
No, tell me about it, dude.
What did I say?
No, tell me about Charlie Sheen.
I said Charlie Sheen.
No, give me the Charlie Sheen story.
Schwarzenegger is big.
How big?
He's not much taller than me, but dude, that dude was
Stallone's small.
He was at Stallone's small. I've never met him.
He's little.
But I was
Short.
like, all right. Now I see.
Stephen A. is taller than I thought.
Stephen A. could back in the day. I don't know about now. He could play some hoops.
Oh, he could.
Yeah, he could. That whole controversy about he never got in the game, that might be true. But I've seen him play multiple. I played against him. He's good.
I thought he couldn't play. Man, you're exposing his book now.
What do you mean?
I thought he got like a metal screw in his knee.
No,
and
I'm talking about from back in the day. I've played against him.
Yeah, he said, but he said he said in college he got a metal screw in his knee.
No, he could play.
Oh, so you saw him hoop?
No, he could play.
Oh,
I played
wow.
against him.
Hashtag Team Whitlock for Lopez. Goodness gracious.
Doesn't mean you can't play at all.
Hashtag Team Whitlock here.
That doesn't mean you can't play at all. It means you can't play at the college level.
Like a lot of these wrestlers are a lot smaller than you think. Like Rock's not huge. He's jacked.
Yeah.
He's jacked. But like they exaggerate their heights by like 4 inches.
Yeah, I've never met him either.
It's like the Steve Nashes of the world that looks small is 6'3".
Yeah.
Like they're like,
Yeah.
it looks like he's like real small, but you see, dude, that guy's 6'3".
Or even like Steph Curry.
Yeah, 6'3".
Oh, he's huge.
6'3".
like
people think Steph Curry like 5'9".
No, he's a big dude.
Nah, he's tall.
And even though he's thin, he's like put together so well.
Charles Barkley's short as hell.
Now him, I've stood
He's
next
short
to.
as hell, man.
He about what 6'4"?
He's 6'6", but it's generous.
I
It's a
don't know
little
about
generous.
that.
Dude, I've stood next to him a bunch of times.
He played tall.
Yeah, I
though.
mean, yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
You know who I thought was going to be bigger? This is way back machine. First time I saw him in person while he was a player, Earl Campbell. It's just his legs.
He's short, dude.
He's like 5'11".
Yeah, he's short.
But his legs were just like monsters. Yeah. You would have thought Earl Campbell was just like a giant, a literal giant.
It's funny. People always think Landry is short for some reason. When they see Landry in person, they're like, oh, you taller than I thought.
Yeah.
Try to pull up to me at a remote.
And then you stand up.
Oh, hey.
You do a great job.
Oh, hey.
Listen all the time.
Landry's a tall fella.
Oh, wow, man. I didn't think you were this big. Yeah, sir. I don't want no problems, sir. Don't beat me up, man. How's the weather down there? Put an address on it. The kids still tell kids to put an address on it?
I'm not familiar with that.
Say put an Addy on it.
Well, that's Tyler. Look at him right now. He's sluggish.
He's intense. No,
Is
he's
he okay?
intense. He's working.
Is he?
Yeah, he's working.
Looks like he's falling asleep.
Well, maybe
He
both
was
things are
tweeting at 4 a.m.
Maybe both things are happening here.
I'm worried about him.
Yeah, well.
Biggie, does he look okay over the shoulder?
He look focused.
Focus or falling asleep?
From right here, he look focused.
Okay.
Oh, Stephen A. just confirmed that he did suffer an injury during the Celebrity All-Star Game practice, but he said
Stephen A. suffered an injury?
Yeah. But he said that Micah did not cross him over and cause the injury. I bet he did.
Oh, okay. So Micah Parsons is
Micah Parsons said he crossed him over and hurt him.
Okay.
And Stephen A. confirms that he got hurt, but it wasn't a Dallas Cowboy could ever cross me up.
I'm concerned about CJ because Micah, I think, is going to play too hard. If I were a Cowboys fan, I would be concerned about Micah Parsons because I think he's going to play too hard too.
Both.
And I don't think Micah Parsons is going to have any control on offense either, like where he's going to be intense cuts, all that type of stuff. Mm-hmm. You imagine that? I'm scared for both of them, honestly. Because the league is better when Micah Parsons and C.J. Stroud are playing. I just don't. I don't know. Like I would feel much better if Micah Parsons weren't in this game.
100%. I'd take a step further.
I would take Laramie Tunsil or anyone.
I'd take our test.
Yes,
I would take our test
because he knows how to play ball
and he knows how to lay up and just have fun. And he's at that age where he's not going to try to be a hero because he's already got 17 years in the NBA.
Someone's asking for the height of the hosts.
I'm 6'1.5". You're 6. I say you're 6'6". You say you're 6'5".
6'5.5", 6'6", something like that.
Figgy
5'3".
Yeah. What's up, Muggsy?
Yeah. I say 6'2". Just
never heard that one before.
I say 6'2" because it sounds better.
Yeah,
but I'm really 6'1".
That's not good. Sean and Seth.
Sean's. If I had to guess, I've never asked him. Sean is probably 5'5".
About 5'5", 5'6".
I was going to say 5'9".
Okay.
Seth is 6'4".
Yes, that's huge.
6'5".
He's a massive human
being. He's just a hair under you.
He's
right?
a massive. Yeah, but he is a massive, wide human being.
Ron is, I'm guessing,
5'9".
I was going to say 5'10". 5'9",
He
5'10".
ain't that tall.
You don't think he's that tall?
I don't think so.
Clint's probably 6'2".
6'1", 6'2".
Clint and I are about the same height.
6'1", 6'2".
Clint and I are about the same height.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then T. Mill is
5'3". No, I'm just kidding.
How tall is T. Mill?
He's probably about 5'10" also.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions. John Lopez has some allegations, and I got a confession about these allegations next.
How did Andre Johnson react?
The C.J. Stroud controversy from about a year ago could impact the way that things are done in the offseason moving forward. We'll give you the latest on that coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes. But for now, it is Lunchtime Confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during Lunchtime Confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like most of my coworkers are lying.
Most of your coworkers are lying. Okay.
I think the only one who's telling the truth is bending it, but he legitimately feels that way, and that's Clint Stoerner.
Okay.
I think, let's go down the list. Sean, Seth, Ben, you are telling the truth. Figgy is telling the truth. Ron, Tyler, they're glad I got rid of the Mad Dog. They are glad. I really wish we had some actual truth serum here. Now, I got to give...
Just tuning in, there were 9 Mad Dog bottles. I think 1 sip was taken out of a few of them. And Lopez...
One was unopened.
Yeah, one was unopened. Lopez threw them away yesterday. The studio does look a lot better.
Yeah, and so I'll give Clint credit because he legitimately, feels the way he expressed.
He laid it out pretty well.
Well, no, that's the part he didn't do.
His defense. I thought he laid it out okay.
No, he did it bad, and I can go through some of this stuff. But I respect the fact that he feels that way, and he's honest about it. You're telling me Ron and Tyler aren't glad I got rid of those things? Of course they are.
I don't know that they're disappointed.
Exactly. But I do feel bad that Clint, as much as he legitimately feels that way, all of a sudden started bending the truth in all kinds of different ways. Like, put 100 pounds in the trash can? I mean, come on. He said, I have my back to Figgy, so it shouldn't even bother me. I turned around to Figgy 60, 70 times a show. And every time I look that way, it looks like a freaking crack house in here with all the Mad Dog bottles. And then he says Mad Dog Mondays, whatever, is not supposed to be a big bit, and he said that the unopened was for the in the loop crowd.
What's the point then?
I don't know.
Let's take a sip of Mad Dog.
I was never asked,
what does that mean?
and I wouldn't have anyway. That they didn't want. They had so many bottles because they didn't want to swap spit, as he put it.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a cup?
Wait, what? What are those?
There's 150 cups in the kitchen over there.
Okay.
And then he said
they didn't want those there, right?
No, I'm saying they're all lying, except for Clint. Clint believes it, and I respect that, but he's wrong. And then he's like, put this burden on the cleaning crew. First of all, and this might sound harsh, but I sincerely believe this. We all have good days and bad days at work, from CEOs to whomever, cleaning crew or whomever. It's part of it's your job.
Oh, wow.
It's your job.
Wow.
That day might have been a little harder.
So this guy.
But it's your job.
She just grabs it and puts it in the bin.
That's the other thing.
She's really nice. She's cool.
Had to take it down 19 floors.
She just rolls the bin over there to the freight elevator.
She's not in a horse and buggy.
Yeah, she.
Trying to go downstairs. Yeah. You put it in a cart. You roll it to the freight elevator. You go down. Boom. You're done. And then the last one. Hey, we help make some money, Chief. We help make some money for the station, Chief. That the Mad Dog bottles there was the impetus and the inspiration for this Bud Light display that we have behind you, because it's product placement. I didn't know that the afternoon show invented product placement. I didn't know that. So maybe I'm wrong, but I think I've seen some of this stuff before. So my confession is, I think most of the people are lying. I respect Clint's take because he's being honest with it. He just messed it up.
Watch this.
With that said, I got to confess, I'm concerned about Tyler. This is an ongoing thing. I woke up to my notifications. I just scrolled through them. I looked through them. And I guess Tyler had replied to this. It was 3:50 a.m.
3:47.
Yeah, 3:47 a.m. Mm-hmm. What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Like,
if I'm up at 3:47, somebody's in an emergency room.
I woke up and my first instinct was to scroll through. Like, What are we doing here?
And here's the other thing.
What's going on? Do we need to do we need to really have a serious talk with my man?
I don't know.
347.
And then I think he said something along the lines of, I woke up and decided to check Twitter or whatever.
Oh, come on.
Don't ever do that.
Yeah, especially the way you sleep and the way you go to bed.
Because that gets you all the way up.
That's what Roseanne did.
Yeah. Well, plus.
She lost her damn show.
You know,
she lost a show with her name on it.
Yes, exactly.
Tyler's up at 347. Who knows what the hell he's been doing?
It's Roseanne.
Probably a
Without
lot might be some similarities to what Roseanne was doing and what Tyler's been doing. And he's up there tweeting. What are we doing here?
No, I know. And like I get up in the night 2 or 3 times. I got to go to the bathroom. I'm an old dude. Don't ever check your phone when you get up. Go right back to bed. I don't even turn the lights on.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, I don't know. 3:47 a.m. That's
late.
That's late.
Or early, however you look at it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is weird because we were kind of raising our eyebrows about this when it happened. I kind of miss Fromber's hair, man. I kind of miss his. Did you notice he cut his hair? The weave is gone at spring training. He's got short, high and tight, ball cap. That's it. The weave is gone. I kind of miss it. Have you seen the video that McTaggart posted yesterday?
Yeah, it looks good, man.
It looks good.
It looks good.
Figure, how do you feel about it? I kind of miss it as much as I was like,
I don't know.
At first.
I feel like I'm looking at a new guy. I got to get used to that.
I don't know.
Looks young.
I think it looked fine.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I miss the weave.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want the Titans to sign T. Higgins. Takes him away from the Bengals. Tennessee pays T. Higgins to be a number 1 receiver. I don't think he's a number 1 receiver. I also don't think if he was a number 1 receiver, he'd be in a good position with Will Levis. So it benefits you with a team that you think are chasing or in the same tier with in the AFC, and it benefits a division opponent. T. Higgins, if you hit the market, please sign with the Titans.
Yeah, with you on that one. Not altogether with you on another one there that we're talking about.
I said I want him to draft Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I'm not altogether with that one, but I am with you on that one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Sometimes you just get in my head, and now I'm going to watch the Celebrity All-Star Basketball game.
I'm terrified.
With worry in my
heart. That's my main confession. I'm terrified about C.J. Stroud playing in this. With Micah out there, I'm worried.
Had you not brought that up and brought it up very reasonably and made a good, strong case, and had I not heard Micah talking, I probably would have just watched it and said, oh, cool. And then the other part of it that sort of weighed into this was I watched highlights of C.J. Stroud in the celebrity softball game yesterday that Travis Scott had. He doesn't let up. I mean, C.J. Stroud, if he's going to play a game, hey, if they turn the scoreboard on, I'm competitive. He's that guy. And so now all of a sudden I'm a little bit apprehensive about watching tonight.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got prevented yesterday from being a real slime ball.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a double whammy because it made me feel bad.
What happened?
So I was going home. I don't think there are too many leftovers better than hibachi leftovers.
Probably true.
So I was
how was it, by the way?
It was great.
Yeah.
So I was going home yesterday. We had the hibachi leftovers from Valentine's, and we'd taken one to-go box. We combined my wife's food with my food.
Yeah.
And it just had a big-ass box. It was going to be a big-ass hibachi feast.
Mm-hmm.
All I was thinking to myself is, man, I'm going to crush this. I wasn't thinking about saving half for the wife. I was going to eat the whole thing, and I was going to accept my consequence, say I was sorry, and say I didn't realize it, and just crush the whole thing. I go in there, in the fridge.
Oh, no.
I open the fridge. There is that hibachi takeout.
Mm-hmm.
I grab it. It's half eaten. So my wife had done the right thing, and I was not going to do the right thing. So it made me feel like even more of a slime ball. She ate it and left enough for me, and I was not going to do the same thing when I was doing it. So I got to confess, I feel like a slime ball.
Yeah, I get it, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't feel that way. She, that's what she does.
saved it perfectly.
She
man.
saved it perfectly.
I'm shocked y'all put it all together.
Yeah.
Me and my wife is like, nah, that's yours. This is mine. Don't touch my stuff.
Don't you touch this food.
We damn near put our names on our
Don't
to go
touch
stuff.
this food. You know what? I'd have done the same thing. Like, hey, it's in that box and I'm hungry. But thank you for sharing. That's the difference between women and men. They care. We don't.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, some people are taking this MD 2020 thing pretty serious on the text line.
Man, some
people are mad at you.
Some guy said I was cowardly.
Yeah, you're cowardly. You're doubling down.
Cowardly?
Sound like an old man. I don't know what's going on here.
I did everyone a favor. And what was the other one I got? Like, you should have asked them face to face. Well, first of all,
they didn't care about that.
I said it on the air, which they listened to the day before. So if it's here tomorrow, I'm throwing it out. You heard me. And then the other part of that is people are saying, well, what if it was one of your things that they threw out? First, there is nothing of mine.
Yeah, Lopez is messy. Lopez is the messiest guy in here.
I clean up every day.
I did hear that you were dropping coffee at Radio Row.
That's not true.
I heard you were dropping coffee at Radio Row, and someone had to clean up after you.
I did not spill. It was somebody else because I didn't spill any coffee on Radio Row.
I heard you had to get cleaned up.
Well, you heard wrong. You heard wrong.
Well, that wouldn't have been the first time you spilled coffee.
No.
It would be about the 20th.
I've spilled coffee before, and I've claimed it. I didn't spill coffee on Radio Row.
All right.
And by the way, every day, I said this yesterday, I clean up everything, I tidy up, and we're good to go.
Damn, is that the Olympic logo there, or is that just all your rings from this week? That's gracious. Coming up, how C.J. Stroud's biggest controversy will change the offseason, perhaps forever. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Like that are looking out for athletes first. I think Ryan Clark's athletes first. If he's not, he's basically their PR when it comes to covering their athletes. No disrespect, that's just what it is. That kind of made it even more of a big deal. This S2 test and everything like that.
Yeah, but some of them should be a big deal, and this was one that should have been a big deal. It should. I'm talking about the after effect, the fact that the score.
What was he ended up being the number 2 pick though.
He did. But we don't know how it might have affected other teams, even though they didn't have a chance to get him or whatever. And it definitely affected, like, a reputation. I mean, it was almost slanderous.
The only thing that I don't agree with, just the wording of the athletes first, and I think this is kind of your cake, eat it too type of situation where I think there is where it says no other job interview carries the same scrutiny. Yeah, no kidding. No other job carries the same scrutiny. Right. I'm not going to be like hey, you get paid millions of dollars. No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like, I don't think you can compare being an NFL athlete for a number of reasons because they're elite at what they do. I don't think you can compare it to like no other job interview. And some job interviews do, if we're honest. Like you do take some pretty wild tests in other job interviews. That's kind of a vague statement.
No, there are a lot of other jobs that are as stringent, but they're not as viewed. They're not. I mean, you're millions of people are watching you run around in basically your underwear, and then you have your tests that leak and all that other stuff.
See, here's what my statement would have said if I worked for Athletes First. This would be my statement because their statement was very professional. Our recent experience with these exams has been less than positive. Specifically, the fact that certain results and performance were leaked publicly last year demonstrates that there truly is no confidentiality with these tests. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. No other job interview carries the same scrutiny. This would have been my memo. And I think it's just as reasonable as what Athletes First is saying.
Yeah.
This would be my memo to all the teams. This would be Landry Locker, PR representative for Athletes First.
Mm-hmm.
We are not taking the dumbass S2 test anymore because CJ Stroud just had one of the best seasons a rookie has ever had at the quarterback position, which shows that this test might not mean a damn thing. Furthermore, you guys look like the leaders of the S2 test look like complete and total jackasses by after the fact, months after the test was leaked out and there was reaction saying that maybe it was a false positive. Thank you very much. We will not be taking this dumbass test anymore. The end. That's just as good of a reason not to take it as what Athletes First said.
I kind of like it. I like your statement.
I mean, if you watch C.J. Stroud play, you saw what he did. You know that test was, and then after the fact, months after the fact, y'all do an interview. Like, if it was really a false positive and y'all knew this at that time,
that's my
and
thing.
y'all let all that reaation go out,
yes,
we should not even take y'all serious as an organization. Y'all are clowns.
And that's the biggest reason I think that that's the biggest reason I'm glad that they are out of the S2 business, and S2 should go out of business. Not because necessarily that it came out even, but that when it came out, they ignored it. When after the months later they said, yeah, we flagged that one. We knew it had problems. Well, where was this in April? It's just complete chaos management, and they should be gone. You want to keep it simple? Here's the statement from Athletes First. If I were doing it, we no longer going to recommend our athletes take the S2 test because C.J. Stroud. Because C.J. Stroud, that's why. We're no longer going to do that. I'm serious.
It's like I don't know how you do like if it was a false test, how you just sit back and let that go down.
Cover-ups. They covered it up. That's by definition, like, we knew it. We're just not telling you.
Did they even cover it up, though?
Yes.
Or did they just lie and say that it was a false
They didn't
positive?
say anything. I mean, they said we knew it was flagged and waited all those months. That's sorry. That's sorry. That's the reason I'm glad this is done.
Yeah, the credibility of the test. Now, are they still going to have the Wonderlic, or is that gone too?
I think teams should just do their own. Like, there's Wonderlicks, there's tests that HR people in every building in the NFL probably know of that are good when it comes to decision making, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just come up with your own and have your own judgment, and it's probably less chance of it getting out.
Yes, too, man.
Yeah.
Rest in peace. We hardly knew you. And I still don't know you. I don't know what the hell it is. I still have no idea. I'm sure there was some host, hey, let's take an S2 test. But I don't know what it is. I don't get it.
You should not be going off that test to pick a player, man.
I mean,
that should not.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
What is it? It's like an arcade game or something?
No, apparently there is some video stuff that goes, like, you have to decide this or that, or there's some basically electronic flashcard type stuff that you got to do. But no, don't do it. I'm glad you're out of business.
All right, there you go. John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Pour one out for the S2 test. C.J. Stroud impacting the way things are done. Coming up, some really kind words from two NFL vets with unknown futures about D'Amico Ryans. Plus, quarterback Damas is back, and he's got hot takes next.
In the Loop. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. I didn't want to bring this to the air, but I'll do it. We'll do this in 15.
All right.
It's something involving the quarterback, man. Just looking out for him. I'm protective. I'm worried about him today. And I'm worried about him maybe in another way, although I don't know whether I should or should not be. Let's have a little flashback Friday, a little D'Amico Ryans love.
Mm-hmm.
Two Eagles with uncertain futures, Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox. Let's just go back to when they were about to play in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, what they had to say about the impact of your head coach, D'Amico Ryans. Here's Fletcher Cox.
When I first got here and was in the locker room with him, I kind of watched him a little bit. He's just a natural leader. He's one of the guys that I think I told somebody yesterday, playing with D'Amico taught me a lot. It taught me a lot about how to be a pro, how to approach things. And D'Amico was always one of those guys, if I had problems with something, I would go to him. If I had problems at home, I would go to him to lead me in the right direction.
One of the best. One of the best about D'Amico early on, about what he was going to be.
Here was Jason Kelce talking about your head coach, D'Amico Ryans.
I think a lot of guys felt this coming when he was a teammate. You talk about just an impeccable leader, just always composed, always in the moment, very smart, cerebral player. Definitely a favorite during the Chip Kelly era in the locker room by coaches and players. I mean, everybody loved D'Amico, and it's of no surprise that he has gone on to have success in anything.
Love there, man.
Yeah, and you can go back to his rookie year. That's the one thing that you should have been a dead giveaway. Named captain as a rookie, as a linebacker. What do they call him? Mufasa?
Yeah, Mufasa.
Mufasa,
yeah. You know what that's from?
The Lion King, right?
Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah.
You like that movie?
Love that movie.
Okay. All right. See you next Tuesday.
What are we doing here?
That's when the
see you next Tuesday.
Period 2 franchise tag guys begins next Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah, next Tuesday they will.
That's when it begins now.
Yeah,
So,
begins and then
yeah.
you got a 2-week stretch.
Yeah.
So we'll figure out what goes on there. Merrill Hodge, quarterback Damas. He's at it right now. This was him last year, just to show that he knows what the hell he's talking about. This was Merrill Hodge last year talking about C.J. Stroud versus Bryce Young.
How many quarterbacks have a first-round grade this draft?
I got one, and that's C.J. Stroud. And he is unique from this perspective. Let's talk about this. These are the two things that have to be woven together. If you do not have these two things, your ability to win consistently in the National Football League is going to be very hard. You got to process decision-making, okay? The processing and decision-making aspect and accuracy has to be there, that combination. C.J. Stroud is strong. He is dynamic. I mean, his ability to throw accurate-wise he can attack every inch of the field. You take Bryce Young into that pocket collapsing environment. He doesn't have a big enough arm, so he's limited in where he's going to be able to throw, and he's not the same quarterback. He can't make those throws, and that's going to be a big consistency in the National Football League where he's going to have to play that he doesn't play like C.J. Stroud does.
Now, I know, he's clearly on the national stage, Merrill Hodge, because he was just on with Dan Patrick.
Well, he's not on the national stage at all.
But he's not like, on a show.
And that was a breakdown
like
right
he's
there.
a guest.
Well, we saw that last year. I was like, okay, what is Merrill Hodge?
Go back to Johnny.
Oh, let's go back to Johnny. This is Merrill Hodge back in the day talking about how he felt about Johnny Manziel, much to the dismay of Skip Bayless.
Merrill Hodge, with all due respect, you have never, ever been more wrong in your assessment of a football player than you just were about Johnny Manziel. He's going to be a star.
He's a 5th or 6th round grade. If you have a compensatory pick, grabbed him there. But not in the first round.
I'm sorry, I got a question. Are you saying that Johnny Manziel may not even be worth a pick in the first 3 rounds?
Oh, I wouldn't. The project is so massive.
Dude.
There are so many major flaws.
So what are your thoughts about people who believe he should be the first overall pick in the draft?
Listen, obviously it's not a perfect science, but I think people who will take him in the first round If you did. If you took it first overall, I would think that staff would be gone in 2 years, and whoever made that pick would be gone in 2 years.
All right, well, now he has an opinion on Caleb Williams.
All right, so you got the credibility now.
Yeah. He does seem to – maybe he just doesn't like guys who are playoff script. I'm not sure. But this is what he said about Caleb Williams as the Chicago Bears decide how they're gonna handle the number 1 selection in this year's draft.
I've only watched Caleb Williams 3 games last year, 3 this year, so I'm only halfway done, okay? The one thing that is clear, he is not special. He is not something unique like a Patrick Mahomes, and I hope the Bears don't think, well, let's try to make up for our mistake when we pass up Patrick Mahomes and go get the Patrick Mahomes. The kid is not Patrick Mahomes. Ain't even remotely close to that. So it is unfair to Justin Fields. He has had new coordinator. There's no possible way you can know about your guy when you do that. It's the worst thing that can happen to any player, especially a quarterback.
I mean, you got to respect it now, right?
I don't know.
I do.
I mean, I guess. I like Drake May.
You've said that, and
I like Drake May.
And I don't think that's...
I like him, especially if Cliff Kingsbury gets his hands on him.
And he's probably a more polished, safer, right?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, just
I don't know what Caleb is. It did seem like he was just kind of BSing this year. I don't know if maybe
that's a good way to put it.
Well, I mean, maybe like when you start losing a few games and you get to a point where it's just kind of I'm just protecting myself. I'm looking out. I'm going to run around, like try to make highlight plays. It did seem like he was just kind of at a certain point. It just seemed like he was just kind of like F this.
Yeah,
and their defense sucked.
And you know what? That's part of the evaluation.
Yeah,
it really is. I think
I would not be able to pass on Caleb Williams, although I would anticipate a lot of extra BS.
What does he do? And this piqued my interest. That's why I'm asking you. What does he do that's special?
He's got a hell of an arm. He's knows how to extend plays. He's pretty freaking athletic. Like he's like a bigger version of Kyler Murray. He's badass, man.
The athleticism I would agree with.
I remember when he came in, I was at his debut, his college debut against Texas. He kicked their ass. They were down 18. I knew that was going to happen too. We were literally sitting at the Astros game.
This guy's going to kill us.
He was this backup quarterback. We were sitting at the Astros game. I said, Spencer Rattler's going to get benched. Caleb Williams is going to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. But I say all that to say, I think I don't know. Like Merrill Hodge he did say I've only watched 5 games.
6, but yeah.
Yeah, 6.
You got 3 last year, 3 this year.
He didn't even go back to OU. He didn't go you've watched 6 games.
It's hard to say, hey, Merrill, you're dumb.
But he is quarter dumb.
Yeah. You're dumb. You're wrong. Kind of hard to say that.
Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Cliff Kingsbury, he was asked about his dream QB. This is what he had to say.
You look at today's NFL, what type of quarterback, the ideal fit, the characteristics, the traits that you want to...
Is there anything funnier when someone's like, yo, look at today's NFL.
In today's NFL.
When someone's breaking it down, in today's NFL.
In today's NFL.
In today's NFL, you got to be able to do this.
You look at today's NFL, what type of quarterback, the ideal fit, the characteristics, the traits that you want to work with here in Washington?
The Chiefs quarterback.
That'd help.
No, you better be able to move a little bit and buy yourself some time because the D-line, the rushes, the defense these days are so good. Player to be the hardest worker on your team. You want him to lead those guys each and every day when he shows up in the building. You want him to lift the building up, and that's why those guys make the type of money they do.
All right, there you go. Thanks, Coach.
Now, that part is part of today's NFL, the mobility part.
Cliff Kingsbury in Washington. How's
crazy, isn't it? Isn't that's wild. It's going to be a different. It's going to be weird seeing him like that.
Oh, what did you make of Chip Kelly, who was rumored to be the Raiders? We're going around the NFL, Raiders OC. What did you make of him leaving UCLA to be the OC at Ohio State?
I thought
I would feel like a loser if I were at UCLA.
Oh, of course. Like, think about it. I mean, just the fact that he did that.
That's usually like you go from D2 to get a head coaching gig.
Yeah.
They're going to the Big Ten, man.
Mm-hmm. They're going to be, oh, yeah, that's right.
They're going to the freaking Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
He left UCLA.
See that guy over there with the headset?
How does that happen?
Used to be our coach.
What? I would feel terrible.
Oh, you feel like just second tier.
I mean, and that's not like, hey, he left. Dude, he left head coaching gig to be OC.
Well, especially because it's not like you've been a second-tier program. You've been a marquee program. Now you're second-tier. That's what's embarrassing.
Are you even second-tier if that happens?
I mean,
can you even be second-tier if a coach leaves when you're going into a new conference, the playoff is expanding, if a coach leaves you to go be an OC somewhere, can you even be second-tier?
I mean, however you want to define it, but at best, you're second-tier.
Man.
Yeah.
That's rough. Could I interest you in a stat? This one's been making the rounds.
You know you can.
My dad actually sent me this graphic, I think on Monday. The aggregators caught it the other day. They were putting it out.
Mm-hmm.
So the Kansas City Chiefs, by the way, they led the league in holding this year in the regular season.
Yeah, they hold a lot.
The Kansas City Chiefs in their last 3 Super Bowls have been called for 0 holds.
Yeah. Yeah, because
that's some strong discipline right there.
That's
man.
not discipline.
That's good discipline right there.
That is not discipline.
They just step it up in that 2 weeks. Whatever Charlie Heck's dad, who's the offensive line coach, is doing there and teaching them in the big games with that 2 weeks to teach, he needs to keep that up. That's discipline.
Let me introduce you to Nick Bosa, because he was held everywhere. See, that's embarrassing for the NFL. 0 holding calls, not 0 holds. 0 holding calls. There's a big difference in how you phrase this. They didn't hold anybody in 3. Yeah, they did. They just didn't get any holding calls.
None, man.
None.
Algeria Sneed.
Oh, man, this was good.
He was on with Kay Adams. He's a free agent cornerback for the Chiefs. He's a guy that Jamar Chase hates. He was asked if he had a message for Chiefs GM Brett Veach. This is what he had to say.
What would you like to say to Brett Veach?
Man, pay me. Pay me. Pay me. That's what I got to say. Pay me.
That's pretty direct. Pay me, Rick. Pay me, Brett. Put that on your shoes. Can't blame him, man. Can't blame him at all.
Speaking of the Super Bowl, Tony Romo, he got a lot of smoke. He had the internet going nuts. By the way, Slime Off coming up in 9 minutes. Can John Lopez, throwing away Mad Dogs, take down Travis Kelce?
Shouldn't even be nominated.
Yeah. You got to be fair.
Yeah.
You got to be fair to our teammates. Got to be fair to our teammates. Was Lopez fair to our teammates, though? We'll find out in the Slime Off next. Here's Charlie Weiss. Didn't think we'd be talking about Charlie Weiss today, but he was on Sirius XM, former OC for the Patriots, coached the Chiefs, coached Kansas, coached Notre Dame. Here was what Charlie Weiss had to say about Tony Romo.
Yeah, I wasn't listening to those guys because they really turned me off, I have to tell you. They turn me off. I listened at the end of the game and I listened to Tony Romo ruin the moment. Just shut up and let us savor the moment. Just be quiet. I don't need to hear your analysis of what just happened. I just watched it. I want to watch the moment. I want to enjoy the moment. As a sports fan, okay, please, just let us enjoy the moment. Wow. It's different than Mitch on radio having to describe the moment because you're not seeing it. We're watching it. Let us watch it. I try to watch the game and not let the announcers ruin the game for me. There are announcers that I really enjoy listening to, but then there's announcers where if I have to listen to them, I'd rather go to the bathroom and throw up. Just shut up.
There's no denying that he's a fan. He sounds like a fan right there. Just shut up. Let me enjoy the game. It's not wrong either. That's what we were talking about on Monday as well. I saw him double fist sub sandwiches once.
Who?
Charlie Weiss.
What do you mean? Come on, John.
100%.
Come on.
Hand to God. It's when I would go on Stephen A's show occasionally, and I was in the green room.
Come on.
Waiting to go on. This isn't slander. This is what I sat and watched. So Charlie Weiss was on the show too, and we were sitting in the green room, waiting to go on Stephen A's show.
What was it, 2 different sandwiches?
I don't know if he broke it up or whatever, but he had a sub sandwich in each hand.
Was it like 1 meatball and 1 turkey?
No, it was like cold cuts.
So he had like 1 ham, 1 turkey?
1 and 1, whatever it was. And he was just going, arr,
So his hands were separate.
Yes, he had.
It's not like he had them stacked, because I could see you like stacking. Like I'll stack like 3 pieces of pizza or something like that.
No, the reason I
So he had
remember
one in each hand.
The reason I
and he was rotating.
The reason I remember
Stop it.
The reason I remember
Stop it, bro. So he was like doing like the drummer boy, like
yes,
sub.
Yes,
come on,
dude. I was sitting next to or across from him. We're getting ready to go on the show.
Was he at least like was it? Was it?
He was just going.
Was it messy eating or was
it was fine. I had a very good conversation.
Was he at least concluding? Ew. Was he at least concluding and like chewing each bite?
No, yeah. No, it was fine. But I just remember him just like going like that with the sub sandwiches. Hey, 100%.
It's not as bad as Mark Mangino.
Oh yeah, I don't even want to hear about that.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I don't even want to hear about that dude.
Man, what happened to him? What's he up to?
I hope he found a bathroom.
That guy. That guy was nasty.
Yeah.
Around the NFL here and in the loop. So C.J. Stroud kind of there were a lot of takes. It's more so like the fake-ish sites. But he was in a suite at the Super Bowl. Did you see this?
Mm-hmm.
It was he was seated right behind Kim Kardashian, man. Had a lot of people a little bit concerned. He's a California guy. She's a California gal. A lot of people saying, man, we need to step in and get CJ away from her.
All right.
It was Michael Rubin's suite, though.
No, and I know the backstory on this.
All right, give me the backstory.
I know the backstory on this.
Give me the backstory.
I was asked this twice at the fishing show on Wednesday.
They asked about it.
But so people are noticing.
Yeah.
He's like, the only thing I didn't like was seeing him in Kardashian's suite. So here's the backstory. Yes, he was in a suite with Kim Kardashian. That suite was who's
Michael Rubin? Fanatics.
Michael Rubin.
Yeah.
From Fanatics. They are all involved in the same charity for prison reform.
Yeah.
And so Rubin invited them, independent of each other, to go to this suite to watch the game.
It's the same reason he was at the same party as him. She's supposedly with Odell Beckham Jr.
He was at the same party. It was a charity event. Remember, we saw those videos. It was for the same charity event. So I'm glad you brought this up, because people have talked to me about it off air. Well, I'm a little worried about the Kardashians. Is he getting No, he's not. It was a charity event that you're talking about.
I don't think he's that crazy.
Sweet, no. It's like,
you don't think he'll talk to Kylie or what's the other Jenner?
I don't think he's
the younger
crazy.
Jenner. Kendall, yeah.
I don't think he's that crazy. I really don't.
I can see it, man.
Really?
Yeah, I can. Not a bad thing, but
it is a bad thing.
No,
it is a bad thing, Figgy.
Yeah, from that point, yes. But I can see him talking or dating.
If you are worried,
I don't want that.
You're a
but
slime ball for that.
I can see that.
I think he's too self-aware. But I'm very glad you brought that up.
He doesn't want that life.
People have mentioned it to me off air. We haven't talked about it on air. Calm down. Don't worry. It's like, had he been invited to the same charity function and suite with whomever?
Yeah.
They just happened to both be there.
Yeah, I don't think him dating Kim Kardashian is like a threat or anything like that. He's not built like that.
No, he's not.
He doesn't want to deal with all that BS. You have to have a certain amount of weasel to want to deal with that. Like, look at all the guys they did. You have to have a certain amount of like clout weasel. Mm-hmm. Like Odell might be perfect,
and you have to.
I don't know if he's big enough for Kim though. Maybe she doesn't want someone big now. Maybe she's kind of just like wants to relax.
She wants to settle down.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So don't worry about it. It's all good. I'm not saying it could never happen, but that's a lot is being made.
For me, if like let's say that in a imaginary world I was CJ Stroud, and let's say that I go in that suite and it's love at first sight with Kim Kardashian, and then we have a few moments and it's like, man, I love this girl so much. I'm in love with her. Man, I just want to hang out with her. I want to spend more time with her. Kanye being her baby daddy's a deal breaker.
Yes.
I don't give a damn. It's over. I'm not dealing with that smoke. I'm not dealing with that drama. I'm sorry. I don't want that. And I think that's partly why Odell Beckham Jr. is kind of playing it cool right now.
Yeah.
Because they're like walking in front of each other. Their relationship's supposedly blossoming. I'm sorry. I don't care if she's the best thing in the world. I am not going to take the Kanye smoke. No way, No how. No thank you.
That's a great point.
No way.
B. Scott weighed in. I don't care about clout, but 100% weasel enough to date a Kardashian. Yes, you are, but not.
Yeah,
but not C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he has himself set up. He has different values than B. Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's be serious. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It is time. This is one of the most controversial that we've had. It looked like Travis Kelce was going to run away with it.
He is.
And then John Lopez decided to throw away coworkers' property.
I didn't.
It is time.
Community property.
For the slime. Lopez versus Kelce. Coming up next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
It is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, Travis Kelce. He's got 2 nominations.
Yeah, he does.
Your odds are a little bit better than anticipated. So we have 4 contestants today. 2 of them work in this building. 1 of them plays tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs. Well, really 2 of them, but it's the same guy. Here's Travis Kelce and his brother Jason Kelce on the New Heights podcast. They're talking about Travis Kelce's shove of Andy Reid. And credit to Jason Kelce, because he's making it clear that Travis was in the wrong and not just justifying the actions.
Having a heated exchange with Coach Reid.
So heated. People are all over this. I mean, I get it.
You cross the line. I think we can both agree on that.
I can't get that fired up to the point where I'm bumping Coach and it's getting him off balance and stuff.
I mean, let's be honest. The yelling in his face, too, is over the top. I think there's better ways to handle this.
I love Coach Reid. Coach Reid knows how much I love to play for him. I'm not playing for anybody else but Big Red. If he calls it quits this year, I'm out there with him, man. I immediately wish I would have took it back. Coach Reid actually came right up to me after that, and he just let him know, I love your passion. I got cameras on me all over the place, man.
He's letting you know not to be like that.
Just fired me up even more to go out there and get a victory for him, man. Big Red, sorry if I caught you with that cheap shot, baby. But damn, I love winning with you.
You got to have your head on a swivel, because next time he gets fired up at you, he's coming hot at you. You know that.
Oh, yeah, I deserve it. If he would have cold cocked me in the face right there, I would have just ate it and just been like, yeah, let's go.
I'm not trying to make this situation acceptable, but this is what happens when you have highly motivated, passionate individuals. This doesn't happen if you and Andy aren't as close as you are. That's what nobody knows. The reason this happens is because you two love each other so much and respect each other so much that you feel open enough to have an interaction like this. Me and you both know what it was. Andy knows what you mean to him and what he means to you.
That's a great explanation.
Yeah, I love Jason Kelce, dude.
You can tell Jason's the bigger
fan.
brother, too. Because, like, he tells him at the very beginning, all right, look.
He's like, dude, you're wrong.
Yeah, you know you were wrong.
You're wrong,
It's like
buddy.
he's still, like, they're still 6-4 or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I love Jason Kelce. I look forward to seeing what he does, man. I think he's going to be a broadcaster.
Yeah, I would hope.
I just wonder, like, hell, maybe CBS can throw him in the studio if they have room.
Or just take Romo
They
out?
already have like 13. No, I'm talking about, about the studio show. They need 14 guys per studio show, don't
Or
they?
go ahead and get rid of Cower.
Well, that would be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jason Kelce. Travis Kelce nominated for pushing Andy Reid. Next one, the parade. What a 4-day stretch it was for Travis Kelce. This was Travis Kelce drunk at the Kansas City Chiefs parade.
Hold on, cut that. I want everybody a part of this thing. If you know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots and ruined the Niners affair. The last one to know. We were the last ones to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there. And I saw the surprise, that fear in their eyes. It was
What?
too dead.
What?
Get the mic from him, Pat.
What? And he did.
So Travis Kelce has 2 nominees here.
Yeah.
Next one, Sean Pendergast.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently there was a fight between he and Seth. Mm-hmm. And I don't know where you sit on this, but Seth was pretty hot and bothered by something that Sean Pendergast did. Here is what it sounded like. Contestant number 3 is Sean Pendergast.
Well, I'm watching this Iron Claw movie.
I can tell.
About
Yeah.
The Von Erickson brothers?
Von Erich.
Von Erich brothers, okay. What a weird family. I don't want to be
I don't want.
What a strange
Okay,
family.
let me just ask you something. You haven't watched the whole thing yet.
No, I'm guessing it gets weirder.
Is David still, spoiler alert, is David still alive?
That's...
This is so good.
Dude, that's about...
So you even okay?
Yes. What the hell?
Okay, I thought you
Wait,
knew.
honestly, what the hell? Honestly, what the hell?
Okay, my bad.
Dude. All right, slime ball, whatever award. Like, what the hell?
I got to tell you,
that's a bad one.
I got to tell you, I had not heard like the full context of this.
Yeah.
I was in the lab getting prepared. That was pretty damn bad by Sean.
It was bad.
That was pretty damn bad by Sean.
Because he knows Seth doesn't know a lot about wrestling.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't even I haven't seen the movie, and I didn't know who died or anything like that. I didn't follow the Von Erichs.
Yeah.
So Sean is talking about like it's common knowledge. Like that's pretty bad by Sean. That's really bad.
It's very, very bad.
It's not like Titanic.
No,
like it's not like
I was
Titanic
kidding with Sean.
sunk.
I was kidding with Sean during the toss that day. I was like, "Hey, I'm going to watch Titanic. Don't let me know what happens," because it was that bad. No,
like everybody knows about the Titanic. People don't know the Von Erich story.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like common knowledge. A lot of people, I would say the majority of people that watch this movie are learning about them for the first time.
Yes. The only reason I do, and I'm not a wrestling fan, is because it was local. You know, they're from here.
They're from Dallas.
Yeah. And so I don't mean Houston, but anyway, growing up in that era, you hear about it. It's on the newspapers. You remember what those are.
That was pretty bad.
But it was very bad. But
that was pretty
bad.
bad.
You know Seth doesn't know a dang thing about it. Hey, has
he didn't even know their
died
names.
Yet? The Von Erichsons.
Like he said, the Von Erichsons, and then Sean assumes that he knows their family history.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, that is bad.
Yeah.
Sean Pendergast is a strong candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have John Lopez.
I shouldn't even be.
John Lopez tossed out the Mad Dog 2020 bottles. I think there were like 9 or 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
There had been one drink out of them. Like they weren't doing anything with those, but just leaving them around. So any notion that Lopez threw away like some property or something like that is incorrect. This is the reaction from the Drive guys, specifically Clint Stoerner, based off of Lopez's actions.
I guess in the loop, I know they threw away our Mad Dog.
Who's they?
I know they did that, and I know you felt some kind of way about it, at least about the whole situation. So I haven't heard this, Tyler. Did it ruffle your feathers when you heard it, Tyler? Did it get you a little?
I mean, I don't think as much as Clint. I do think it's Bush League to throw away someone else's property, for lack of a better term. I'm not acting like it was expensive, but I think that's Bush League. You know, whether you're throwing someone's stuff away or taking their lunch out of the fridge, I think it's Bush League.
I like Bush.
Well, and see, that's
3 times.
Yeah, man, he called me Bush League in the process. That was awesome. I don't have a problem with Lopez throwing the Mad Dog 2020 that was on the windowsill. Have no problem. Don't give one rip. It's the commentary that goes along with it. It's the commentary from John Lopez and Landry Locker and old Figgy Fig dipping his toe in the water too.
For the first time ever today, I thought the OG John Lopez, I thought he sounded like a boomer. Sounded like a cranky old man.
Let me hear it, because you said Edward jumped in it. Let me hear it. Let me hear this. All right, this is from In the Loop, as they not only track, but they really started feeling themselves, right?
Oh yeah.
They start going one at a time. All right, let's keep going here. Let me ante it up.
Yeah. Can I please? Can I just set the stage?
You called me by my real name,
spiel, boys.
He did.
You got me up against it here, so I don't know if I got enough time.
You went by the government.
Lopez starts the damn thing talking about I'm tired of looking at him. For everybody out there listening, Lopez's back is to the Mad Dog 2020. It's literally behind him.
Never seen a person
for 4
sit that
hours.
way in radio.
Right?
Weird that he sits there.
And then Figgy, he sits his ass back there and says, well, I can actually see y'all. You've been looking at Lopez's back for 4 hours for the last 2 years.
Them bottles ain't that damn tall.
Correct.
Figgy's on the shorter side.
I don't care how.
Wow.
Figgy ain't under the table.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I mean, if them bottles are bothering that screen in front of y'all, is going to bother him too.
The bottles don't even come above that chair.
Lopez said the bottles were irritating him.
It's beautiful color. It's beautiful artwork to me.
How can the presence of some glass bottles irritate you, boomer?
Look here. Because it's been brought up several times, I just want to make something very clear. Other than Lopez's back is to the bottles and the producer.
That's a good point.
Mad Dog Monday, and I don't think any listeners out there thought that anything else, but I do need to clarify for those guys, I guess. Like, Mad Dog Monday was never it was never intended to come in here and just mash bottles of Mad Dog 2020,
and just
right?
throw up all over ourselves by the end of the show.
It was never, let's just bang a pint of Mad Dog on Mondays. It was, hey, man, let's bubble this bottle, take you back to the old days, Mad Dog Monday for the Texans. Boom.
I don't understand how they
defend yourself.
Well, I don't understand. First of all, I shouldn't even be in this. But if they want to put me in, fine. I did everybody a favor. Anyone who says that they don't appreciate what I did is lying, except for Clint. I believe him.
But he said he didn't mind it. He just said he didn't like the commentary.
Right. And the commentary, that it bothered me, I turn around and talk with Figgy probably 50, 60, 70 times a show. 100%. And by the way, I come into the studio, and they're right there. And the whole thing, they're pretty colors. It's Mad Dog, dude. It's irritating. It's disturbing to look at. And the season is over. So I shouldn't even be in this thing, but whatever. Whatever.
Figgy.
And honest, look, man, I can see better, though.
Yes.
Like, they are going, I can see better, and I think all three producers said the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he said it right away.
Chris Santiago said the same thing.
Tyler.
I can see better. Tyler said it.
Yeah.
It looked nice and clean.
Yeah.
That's all I said.
Yeah. You should be thanking me.
I just think it's not. I'm not asking you to, do heroin.
Yeah.
Just drink the bottle of Mad Dog, or don't do Mad Dog Mondays.
And when you're done, throw it away.
Yeah,
that's all.
Just drink one.
That's all.
Just drink one bottle.
I'm gonna bring like 8 sodas, open them all, and just leave them there.
Look at that.
I'm gonna just leave them there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get pissed off if somebody throw them out.
All right. Well, so we have 4 contestants right now.
Mm-hmm.
I got some news for you.
Yeah.
We got another contestant.
We have another contestant?
We got another contestant here, and I'm throwing this one front and center.
Sports Radio 610, run in.
Contestant number 5 is the guys from The Drive for doing a half-ass bit and leaving their backwash piled high in front of me in the middle of the studio, as if I want to sit there and look at y'all spit as y'all fail to capitalize on actually drinking the Mad Dogs that you're claiming you're going to drink during a great Texans season. So my vote was going to go to Sean. As we talk this out, I'm giving it to the Drive guys for leaving 1-sip Mad Dog bottles all over the damn studio, especially now that I can actually look at Figgy during the show, and it's gone. So my vote is for the Drive guys for leaving the Mad Dog bottles here.
I get you. I got to tell you, I got a little bit of an upset pick here, too. I got to go with Sean. I got to go with Sean on this one. That's a bad spoiler, man. That's a bad spoiler. Figgy, sounds like you got either the deciding vote or you're going to cause a tie.
I got to go with that last-minute entry, man.
Oh, really?
I don't appreciate somebody calling me Edward.
There you go. Edward. Okay, that's a big
Don't nobody call me Edward.
We'll call him Edward.
Except for my wife.
Yeah.
So this week's winner of the Slime Off, the Mad Dog Hoarders, a.k.a. The Drive. Coming up, a wish and a concern. A wish for a division rival and a concern for the face of the franchise. Next.
How did Andre Johnson react to being...
Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, I got a wish and a concern when it comes to the Texans and free agency. I'm going to start with the wish. I hope the Tennessee Titans, if he hits the market, sign T. Higgins. T. Higgins has been an elite number 2 receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals. Before this year, he had consecutive 1,000-yard years. Burrow got hurt. He was nicked up. Didn't produce at quite the same level. Cincinnati lost their offensive coordinator to Tennessee. He's now their head coach. T. Higgins also happens to be from the state of Tennessee. If free agency comes around and he's on the market, I'll be more than happy if the Tennessee Titans sign him and they pay him like a number 1 receiver. Number 1, I don't think he's a number 1 receiver. Also, he would be playing with Will Levis. That's number 2. I don't think Will Levis, even if he was a number 1 receiver, would maximize him. And then number 3, the Cincinnati Bengals are a threat to you when it comes to knocking on the door of competing for a Super Bowl. If they lose T. Higgins, that negatively impacts their team significantly. So my big wish is that T. Higgins signs with the Tennessee Titans. I would welcome that with open arms.
How the hell do you expect me to take you seriously?
What do you mean? That was a good point, I thought.
I'm sure it was. Figgy. So you've got an extra large big hat on that's made out of foam. I just tweeted a picture of it. This is the work environment in which I work. You look like a cross between Pharrell and
Super Mario?
Probably Super Mario. That's a good one. Figgy, how would you describe this hat? You can go to my Twitter to see it if you want.
It's on YouTube, too.
It's on YouTube as well. Yes. Can't wait to see those.
Yeah,
comments.
that look like the hat. What's the guy from the backyard baseball game, Pablo?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what it looked like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That's the best experience. Yeah, Pablo from, what was it, baseball?
Backyard baseball.
Backyard baseball. Yeah, something like that. You're Pablo, dude.
So really, though, T. Higgins to the Titans, how would that make you feel?
What do you say? I'd drive the limo?
Yeah.
I'd pay for the limo.
For the limousine.
I'd pay for the limo for him to go to the Titans. Not that I don't think he's a fine player. He's more than a fine player. He's a terrific high-end number 2 receiver. He's kind of like Nico in that regard. No offense. It's a high-end number 2 receiver until proven otherwise for me. But they're in total rebuild. He's not scary there. You know, it's not like they're going to break you because T. Higgins was with the Titans.
Yeah, sign me up for that. That would be great. So that would be my wish. My concern is going to take place tonight. I think basketball is a very dangerous sport, especially in the pickup format when you have a toolish guy with high testosterone that doesn't know how to play, that has a chip on his shoulder, that doesn't really have a sense of safety. I'm worried about C.J. Stroud tonight in this celebrity ball game. I'm being dead serious. Like, do I think something bad is going to happen? No, but I am going to be watching this and just wanting this thing to be over. That's just how important he is to the organization. That's how important he is to this process, and that's how dangerous the sport can be when someone like Micah Parsons is guarding you. This is Micah Parsons on his podcast. Just basically talking about hard fouls and whatnot.
TJ's a dead man. Hey, we coming for CJ.
If he fouls me hard, I'm going to call the police. He will be arrested on spot. And mind you, I have Meta World Peace, so you better calm that noise down. And let me get that screen, big dog.
I'm glad you're openly saying that because I'm going to put the team on my back. If you lose with a bigger team, what does that make you? A bum?
Wow, I'm a bum now.
You didn't have me worried, really. I mean, I should say I wasn't really worried. I knew there was always that possibility until we started listening to this podcast and Micah's doing the things he's doing. I saw how hard CJ's going to play in the celebrity softball game last night, and then you realize CJ is going to compete like crazy, and now it's a beef, not a real one, but a basketball beef. Yeah, a little more than when I walked into studio this morning.
So here was their back and forth. So CJ Stroud, I didn't know that these highlights were on my man that played at UCLA that plays for the Miami Heat now.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. Micah Parsons apparently not really impressed. I don't know what's going on here.
You seen the highlights.
Roll the clip.
The JV highlights. Pull the JV highlights up. Pull the JV highlights up. This is a JV basketball team.
No. You know who the star player on the Miami Heat is right now other than Jimmy Butler?
Bam?
No. Jaime Jaquez. Played at UCLA. That game I scored 40 points was on him. The game winner. That's Jaime Jaquez right there, the center. Stop playing with me, bro. Stop playing with me.
What is this, freshman basketball?
No, this is varsity basketball.
Bro,
At
he
8
does
p.m.
not look like he's...
Number 24. Ask him about it.
Mike apparently is pretty dang good. That's for sure.
Who said that?
Stephen A.
Stephen A. can't even walk.
He had to go to the hospital.
Well,
he was practicing, I guess, getting ready for this or whatever.
He's a coach. Why is he playing?
Because he's scrimmaging, I guess. And
I thought he got a metal disc in his leg.
I'm sure he does.
He's making Whitlock look smarter and smarter.
I'm sure. Well, that's hard to do.
It is. It is. But I mean, my gosh, he tries to step on the court.
But I guess he crossed him up, hurt him somehow, and sent him to the hospital.
Here's the final little snippet. Micah Parsons and CJ Stroud. I'm being dead serious about this. Like,
I know
am
you
I
are.
like overly
and
concerned?
you've kind of got me more concerned than I should be.
I just want him to get off that court, man.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Before I even say it, the things that I'm about to do to you on that court is about to be...
Whoa.
It's about to be...
I'm going to let you shoot the basketball.
That would be the dumbest thing
you want to
can
go
do.
to the basket.
That'd be
You
the
can't
dumb-
shoot, Micah.
That'd be the dumbest thing you can do. That'd be the dumbest thing you can do.
You literally are a wild animal.
I'm a spot-up shooter.
No, you're not.
And I can go off the dribble.
Well, I'm going to make you dribble. I'm going to make you go left. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do.
I go left.
That's fine.
That's in my arsenal. Like, don't tell me too much of the game, but I get excited.
How they're...
The moral of the story, you can't stop me. Like, the only way I can be stopped if, like, I missed a shot.
Yo, what was the first thing you said when you gave your speech?
Gotta thank God, thank my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, you need to go talk to God because you need to repent for lying like that.
It's all fun and games, and then it kind of escalates a little bit.
Like,
yeah.
CJ breaks him off, and then all of a sudden Micah gets a little bit
gonna wanna
embarrassed.
get a piece
and
of
it's
that.
one it's one go underneath him when he's shooting type of thing. Next thing you know, you got like a Kawhi Leonard, Zaza Pachulia type of thing. It's just not. This is not good.
Yeah.
I don't like this. I don't like Micah Parsons. He's just kind of a little much for me.
Yeah.
So much for me, and this is going to be a competitive situation. CJ's obviously the better hooper. Like, let's be honest.
Yes, but I don't think Micah's a chump.
He ain't dropping 40.
Well, he did on that NBA guy.
Yeah, I mean, Micah's a high school bigger than everyone bullying, going up, getting rebounds, and like.
Well, what's he going to be
guys.
here?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but that doesn't like correlate to productive pickup sometimes.
And against these people, it probably would, or stand a better chance of doing that.
This is going to be dangerous.
No, I'm gonna have to watch it.
Need Ron Artest, Meta World Peace to look out.
See, I think he's just going to be out there.
What's he gonna do?
Messing around.
He's heavy, isn't he? Right now,
I don't know.
I think he's really fat.
But I think he's just going to be.
Does that surprise you?
No defense, whatever. You throw me the ball and I'm wide open, I'll shoot it. But I think the competition is going to be between the guys that are actual athletes and women, because there's two WNBA players in there that are actual athletes.
We got to watch them
going at it. You do, but I think Puka Nacua is going to be really good, and then you got these two guys, Micah and CJ Stroud. Yeah.
Just get off the court, man.
Mm-hmm.
Concerned.
Just get everyone. Just have a good time and get home safely.
Yeah, just get home. Get home. Get off the court. Shoot. Just sit back and shoot.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
drive.
They're going to go. They're going to have at least a couple of moments where they
Try
go
to
at
drive.
it pretty good.
Get at that.
Yeah.
Get Puka versus CJ, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. So T. Higgins to the Titans, please. And CJ Stroud, keep it simple, man. Keep it simple. We got the drive guys in the building. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. We've been talking about Mad Dog Gate all day.
Yeah.
You guys won the slime off as a group, by the way.
Oh, we won it.
Yeah, y'all won the slime off as a group. It was the last second run in.
No, you won it.
Just a nominate. I nominated y'all for leaving that around.
We got nominated or we won?
Y'all won.
and won.
Y'all won. It was a last second nomination. Originally, I was kind of like Clint's making good points, but then I realized, there was backwash just right in front of us. So I had to. We had to switch. And Figgy didn't like y'all's short jokes, so he voted for you.
That kind of put it over the top for him.
Well, I mean, to be fair, was that Tyler or was that Ron?
He is short.
I mean, I was trying to clarify.
I
The
didn't
bottles were a problem and the screens a problem.
I tried to. Y'all trying to act like Figgy is really short, like them bottles were like some sort of privacy.
No, I think he never alluded to his height as being the problem.
Yeah.
It was just a clutter.
Tall ass Chris Santiago said he can see better now.
Yeah. Well, Listen, y'all gonna.
A lot of people say it can see a lot better.
Fig, I'm glad you brought that up because I did hear Santiago and Johnny last night.
I didn't hear it. I didn't know it really took off.
Oh, Santiago, he wasn't real strong. Like he didn't really say it with his chest, but I felt like he was on Lopez's side of the
course,
fence.
everybody. See, that's the thing. Everyone is on my side in their heart of hearts except for Clint. And I actually said it earlier. I respect it. I mean, you're wrong, but I respect it.
What? I'm
definitely not on your side.
Get the hell out of here.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with you throwing weights. It's a shared space.
Yeah.
You know, if it impacts everybody, it affects everybody.
No, exactly. That's my point. It's a shared space.
I just think
It impacts
the
everybody.
commentary was flawed.
That's my favorite thing you said. The action, I don't care. It's the commentary.
Yes. Oh, like I put 100 pounds in a trash bag?
Oh, man. Could you imagine? I didn't think of that.
Dude, there's this thing called an elevator.
When you thought about it like that, I hope you felt like a real ass.
No,
I didn't.
I didn't.
Right. I could see it.
They have carts.
He
that
said
they
it's
roll.
her job, man.
It's their job.
What an elitist.
That's not an elitist.
Bajani said she strained her back last night trying to get that bag out of that can right there.
She did not. They have a cart right outside the door. You put it on the cart, put it on the elevator. You never have to lift it again.
Lopez, you made her job significantly more difficult than it needed
I said this earlier. We all have better days on the job than others.
You 100% sure she had a cart?
It was right outside the door. We all have some good days, some bad days. That's her job. She had a bad day.
By the way, speaking of this, so this has been, people have been talking about this. I wake up this morning, I open the phone, I look down, I see that Tyler had commented on this.
People have been talking about this.
Had the internet
Landry Locker's been talking about this.
No. People have been talking about it, including you.
People.
And I scroll down, and I see Tyler had commented, dude, it's 3:47 a.m. Like what? The tweet, like the time on the tweet was 3:47 a.m.
We're gonna. And by the way,
I'm just trying to figure this out, man. Like
what started? What time you think Tyler got home last night? I'm gonna tell you. I stepped out with Tyler, and we'll discuss that coming up. But we got to get your guesses. What time you think Tyler?
Well, I mean,
last night. So
if he was tweeting at 3:47, that gives you.
I was home way before that. Not that I haven't been out at 4 a.m. before, but last night was not one of those nights.
I mean, bars close at 2. Tyler was tweeting at 3:47, so it's somewhere in between.
Do the math.
I was like, what?
Lives up in Tascita,
right.
about a 45-minute drive.
Said he just saw
This is easy math, man.
The last time he told us he was out till 4 a.m.
I remember that one. That was after just a nice little, hey, let's go have a beer after a work meeting.
It was a fun Wednesday.
All of a sudden, we're whipping out the fireball shots.
I don't think. No, he's tequila.
Anybody? No, he's talking about it. Kirby that night. Anybody want a shot?
Was he whooping him out then? No.
Yeah, he's bringing out trays to the table. It's like, man, I didn't like. I would have like. There's a different type of mindset when you go in a bar. Like
I got there, B. Scott said, "Damn, man, we've already had two."
As soon as someone says shots, you're like, all right, this is a different kind of night.
Yeah. I was just a little.
What if they say it twice in about a 5-minute span?
Yeah, it's a really different kind of night.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
And Tyler is really good at bullying you in a very nice way into taking shots.
Now you're a bully, Tyler.
It's like a guilt trip bully.
I'm a bully for a good time.
Oh, come on, you got you take it, man.
Tyler, there's no reason ever to bully. One. There's no good reason to bully, man.
Bullying is really nice. You're like, all right, man.
Even if it is a 3 a.m. night with you,
it's a community event. It's something to do together. It's a bonding thing.
All right, man. All right, I'll do it. I'll take. All right. I mean, no, the drive is live. We had a good time last night. I did. I told Tyler I was 35% sure by the end of the show that I'd step out. And
I wasn't sure you were.
I know.
There came a point last night where I was like, man, I don't think he's going to come.
Tyler texted me, "You're not here."
What time was that? At that point, it was probably, like 8:30?
Yeah, it was 9.
9, yeah. I was like, damn, man, you ain't here.
He wasn't even starting his podcast until 8.
I had just finished it. I said, hey, I'll be there. I'm leaving the house in 5, which was really 10, but I'm leaving the house in 5.
So what time did you get there?
I got there about 10:15ish.
B. Scott got there about 9:15 probably.
Yeah, B. Scott was there a little bit. Yeah, I saw him. Saw him out there doing their thing. And yeah, man, we had a good time until I'm disappointed a bit in Tyler.
What?
I mean,
and
we had a good night.
We had good time, good night.
There's no disappointment that should be coming from this.
And listen, to each his own. Tyler had me out at a line dancing.
Okay,
Tyler had
that
me
is
out.
horse manure, and
I'm
you know
just saying, you did. We were at a place then, like, all right, let's go across the street. Okay, and Tyler had me at this spot, line dancing. As soon as I come in, I turn the corner. It's
not true.
And it is straight line dancing. No drinks on the dance floor. No drinks on the dance floor.
We're saying that a lot.
And I got to try to walk through to try to get to the bar. The bar's on the other side. I said, damn, Tyler's got me. It's a country music night here Thursday night.
I do not accept that.
Thursday night, country music night, line dancing.
I won't accept these lies. We were at a line dancing place, Clint.
And like I said,
but I didn't take his ass there. I didn't want to go there.
Tyler had me at line dancing.
No, my buddies had us at that line dancing place.
Well, how was it?
I mean, the scenery was good.
Music was good.
Music was good.
I was second.
Some really good old 90s country they were working through here and there.
Was not my favorite.
But that's not a spot I like. I didn't take your ass there.
If the first two are right, I'm sure you'll make do.
Listen, I enjoyed myself. I just Tyler got me out here line dancing. Huh?
Did you do any line dancing? Did you do one?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I stepped out there and I thought, well, hell, let me see if I can slide in here. And I'm thinking, if all else fails, I'll just start doing the cha-cha slide or something.
Okay.
Maybe run into somebody. But hell, man, I just couldn't pick it up.
You couldn't pick? Well, really?
I was trying. I mean, it just didn't seem any rhyme or reason of what they was doing. Like
they forgot to repeat at some point.
I like your moves.
Bride just stumped and turned her foot, and then all right. And then I thought I picked it up. And I'm thinking, all right, they're coming forward, back. No, they're not. No, and everybody out there, I'm like,
boy, if you don't know the line dance deal, boy, if you don't at least,
I ain't got it.
If you don't at least have an idea, boy, you could really cause a traffic jam.
Yeah, I know it, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to embarrass.
Was it Copperhead Road or was it?
They played a few different things. I mean, it wasn't just a line dancing spot. I mean, I think I heard a few of them they played, but it was mainly two-stepping and such.
Well, at least you heard. At least you had to. I mean, Copperhead Road had to be one of them, right?
I actually didn't hear that one. I heard Cupid Shuffle.
That's not country.
I did not hear Cupid Shuffle.
I heard
that must have been when I was
Scootin' Boogie.
Yeah,
I didn't hear no Cupid Shuffle. I'm gonna tell you that right now because I'd have came out there and turned that one out.
No, I didn't think I don't think I heard Copperhead Road. That's a good one though.
I'm just like,
where did she come from? Where did she go? Cotton Eye Joe.
Cotton Eye Joe.
They played that one.
I heard that. Yes. That's one.
But they weren't just playing line dancing songs.
Oh, so there was some two-stepping going on in this place too.
It was primarily two-step.
So what was the name of this place?
Austin's Backyard.
Yeah.
And so Austin had a little country party going on, huh?
Yeah, Thursday night. Every Thursday night, country night, right here at Austin.
I didn't want to go there. The buddies I was
Tyler's like, let's go.
Thursday nights are the best nights ever to go country bar hopping.
And hear me, I like to two-step here and there. I like to spin the ladies around the floor, but I wasn't feeling it last night.
I really wish you would have two-stepped and Ron would have got some pictures, some videos.
I'd
love to see old T-Meal, real deal T-Meal out there two-stepping.
Burning up that dance floor.
Come on, baby.
That badass knee, he didn't do nothing.
No, I can two-step. Now. I'll spin y'all around that floor. Yeah. I mean, not you, but
that would even been better if it had been you. If it had been you teaching Ron how to two-step.
I did. I said, here, let me get out here, man. Let me walk out here and see what I'm about to do, man. I'm like, I got here. I did. I thought I picked up the first round off the spin, and then they came back around, and the lady that I was watching, I looked for somebody who had confidence in their face.
Sure.
Right. And I was like, all right, she knows what she's doing. Solid pair of shorts, but she knows what she's doing. And I'm like, she did something completely different on this go around.
There's never a repeat, huh?
There was nothing I could pull off with that. And then she was adding, you could tell her own little spin into it with the stomps and kicks. And I said, yeah, this ain't my journey right here. Right now, this ain't for me.
Well, I missed that one, boys.
Yeah,
little country music, little two-step.
Yeah, a little two-step.
Austin's Backyard, Thursday night, huh?
Yeah.
I ain't had me a good Thursday night country night in a long time.
I knew I had to. I knew I was in a different portion of Houston, or was about to have a different part of Houston in me when I walked up the steps and I saw, what was it, a bull? A little bull riding.
Oh, yeah, the mechanical bull.
There's a mechanical bull in Austin's backyard?
There's a mechanical bull as we walk up. Well, first off, we walked this up. They were really trying to sell some hot dogs.
Yeah, they were. I forgot about
beef hot dogs. Come on, man. You know you want one of these beef hot dogs?
They were trying
Get you
to
one of
push
these
them
beef
on
hot
us.
dogs, man. We just trying to walk through. Get you one of these beef hot dogs. We got Chicago style. I got cheese. Get you one of these beef hot dogs. I said, damn.
They really were trying to push those, man.
I looked over
Get one
to
of
them.
these wieners.
But they did it over the
didn't say
loud.
that.
They did it over the loudspeaker.
Yeah.
I'm in there, and I can hear, got hot dogs right outside. Get your hot dogs before you leave. Get you a couple of hot dogs.
And also, keep your drinks off the dance floor.
Yeah, keep your drinks off the dance floor. They're gonna get that thing right.
That's weird.
Is Austin's a hot dog joint by day and a country bar by night, and they had some leftover inventory,
No, they
or
just
what?
sit right outside when you walk in.
Like right where you walk in.
This dude is a hustler. I don't know what he is, because he out here, he's trying to sell these jokers. Hot dogs right here.
All right, so how many did y'all eat on the way out?
I didn't get none.
I didn't get any.
I didn't. I sure thought about it. I didn't get any.
I knew Tyler.
Brandon Scott. I'm not opposed to getting one right now. I just
skeezy.
No, man, it wasn't a bad time, man. We had a good time. Enjoyed ourselves. From the text line here, not sure if it's intentional or not, but I love that the Drive is starting beef with other shows on the station.
What?
First off,
We ain't starting nothing.
we have not started anything.
Now we'll finish it, but we ain't starting nothing.
Now the Area 45 fellas, I don't even know what that was about. Okay,
They were sensitive.
Yeah, that was all of them, and then they created lies and tried to sucker me in. Now they were successful, but they created lies, and then John and them just threw stuff away. We didn't start nothing.
No. The boomers got angry and cranky about some bottles in their room.
The boomers.
I mean, seriously, it was irritating me that they were here.
Yeah, I just don't believe it bothers them that much.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to tell you, if we were in some kind of high tech, professionally decorated studio here, I would totally understand it. But I mean, I feel like, I'll be honest with you,
I miss the color.
The Mad Dog bottle, bingo. The Mad Dog bottles added a little color to the room. I mean, for crying out loud, I don't know why. I don't know why somebody would hang that big ass hat.
I did that.
Oh, you hung it on her head?
Yeah, I did that.
Well, why did you
bullet.
do that?
Just didn't want to.
He didn't have it covering her face though. He
It's
had
a
it
fel-
like
it's-
on her head.
But this is better.
Landry covered her
I
face.
feel like it's a good spot to have it right there.
No, I feel like, I mean, that's a beautiful young lady. I feel like you should probably at least
I think
show us her face.
I think we're good.
Great
there.
mountains.
We got enough.
Oh, there's a DILF hat back here on the back.
Yeah, that was a gift. I wanted to be shown right there. The DILF. There it is, right there.
Ah, yeah, man.
There it is. Oh man, listen, man. We're not starting nothing.
I mean, everything in here is free.
Okay, we're not starting nothing. Only thing that was paid for was thrown out.
That's right.
Ain't it beautiful though? Because we'll finish this crap. Because guess what, Lopez, Boomer Lopez, Landry Locker with your whiny ass. Guess what?
Tyler.
Guess who gets to finish every Friday on air with Houston's #1 station? It's this program, The Drive. So I think we'll get the last word, and we'll put a nail in these coffins and be done with it.
And I got a good feeling it's going that best of, or what is it? What's the name of the Friday deal?
No.
Best of,
Best
right?
of the week?
Yeah, best of. Not to be confused with best of that you do, that we sometimes do out the year.
Best of
And
the day.
Yeah, this is best. The Drive. I'm sure it's loaded with.
I'm sure
with
it is.
Mad Dog.
Yeah,
arguments,
Tyler
debates.
tried to request an extension of time on it, and
Yeah, we had so much good stuff this week, man.
I said, no, Tyler, we got to limit that now. Can't.
The top ranked show in the city.
He's gonna say to me before, how long you think? What's a good time you think for best of the week?
Well, I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Well, I know you got 7-8 minutes of content that you want to get purely about the the back and forth, but we can't.
What is the go to on that? Like, what's
I told
the
him
time?
4. I told him
4
4
max?
minutes. 4 minutes. That's what I
I think today's is like
he's over
4:15 or
See,
4:20.
4 max, and you went to 4:15.
Well, I was already
4:20.
done.
Pushing the envelope, Tyler.
Area 45's Chris Santiago pushed the limits with a 7.5 minute.
Every bit of 7.5.
That I had to jump in and say, hey man, let's pull it down after this last one.
That was a Freebird version of best of.
I was listening to that on that vacation. I was like, damn, this has been going on a while.
It was like Mod's entrance song.
I wonder if did he think the whole segment was supposed to be that?
He crushed it, man. He crushed it. I'd like to hear it. We could have done that in parts. It was going to be, all right, there's the best of the week. And coming up next, that's the first part of Best of the Week. We'll finish off the second part of Best of the Week right after this. You don't want to miss this. All right. Listen, this is a safe space, right? You're right. You all have helped make us the #1 drive sports show here in this city for a reason, and you can express yourself. It's a safe space. You can say how you really feel. You don't have to be scared at all, okay? In this case, there are no dumb answers. Sometimes you all do give dumb answers. Sometimes we give dumb answers as well. But this is a safe space. No dumb answers here. No wrong ones here. I just saw this. Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud, fellas, was named the MVP of Travis Scott's HBCU Celebrity Softball Classic. Clap it up for him. There you go. Good for C.J. CJ, he went yard, had him a great performance. Next up, NBA Celebrity All-Star Game tonight. So he leaves Houston, gets on the plane, goes to Indy. He'll be competing against the likes of Micah Parsons, Big Head Puka Nacua, and many others in Indy tonight for the Celebrity Basketball Game.
Come sling it, 7.
I listen. If you call me a hater for this, whatever. Just serious. Just throwing it out. Y'all think CJ doing too much around here these days? Y'all think CJ doing too much? We were in Vegas, Clint.
That's a lot.
That dude was, first off, look, you're right. He was in Orlando banging it out. Slipped from Orlando to Vegas, right? We were in Vegas. He outside of like Mahomes and Kelsey and Swift. Hey, you could argue, hell, he was as talked about as anybody, or at least sought out to be talked to. I mean, everybody had him. Almost everybody had him. Almost everybody had him. We saw him, crowds of people around him on Radio Row. He was on Up and Adams. He was on Pat McAfee. He was on everywhere almost.
Almost.
I want to make that clear. Almost. And then
almost, except the.
Well, whatever. And then at the game Sunday, he's with the Kardashians in the Rubin Suite with the Kardashians and Russell Wilson and Sierra and Justin Bieber and all of them. And he's in there. And now he's the celebrity game here in Houston, and then bang, he's out playing ball in the celebrity basketball game. My man doing a lot. This is just the first few weeks since the season ended. And listen, he is one of the most popular players and young up-and-coming players, so he is going to have a ton of opportunities as we're seeing. Anybody think he's doing too much? You think he's doing too much?
It's tough. Like you said, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, in the span of like 7 to 10 days, my man is.
He's rolling now.
My man is.
He's going to enjoy the 3 or 4 weeks that he has completely off from football. Now, I don't. I don't necessarily want to say he's doing.
You wouldn't have said this. That Sunday box threw a wrench into things for you.
The Sunday box threw it, but I mean, look, it's just he's going to expose himself to it, and then it's all. He's already done that, so that's damage. The damage is done. He's been exposed to it. I don't like tonight. I'll be honest with you. This is the part I really don't.
I didn't know this was backing up against celebrity softball.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just a lot of travel, and like the softball game doesn't scare me, doesn't bother me. I'm cool with that. Obviously, the Pro Bowl stuff doesn't bother me. I'm cool with that. The Las Vegas stuff outside of Kim Kardashian doesn't really bother me, even though I tell you what I did hear was, I don't know if it was the second or third day he was in Vegas, but he had a real nasally Tyler to him. He had a real.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He had a real. It was one of them days. As soon as the audio came on, it was a video and audio. I think it was when he joined either Pat McAfee or Micah Parsons, whichever one. When he joined one of those two, I was listening to it, and I was like, wow. Late night, huh, Chief? Late night.
Maybe a little bit of a hangover?
Yeah, a little nasally. And I don't think it was sinus issues. But the basketball stuff is what scares me a little bit. The other stuff, I'm not worried about him doing too much. I just don't I don't necessarily like the Kardashian part of it. That concerns me. But this basketball thing, with this Micah Parsons factor, or this Micah Parsons dynamic to it, it bothers me a little bit.
Right now, that part, I don't know. We'll see. Like we talked about it before. I think he probably rolls and chills a little bit, or not. I don't think he's going to go to the paint. Now, he was going a little harder and taking a little bit more serious that softball game yesterday than I thought he would. But I don't think he's going to be rolling to the paint. I just think he's just going to have to – I just want to watch. I want to see if the schedule continues to pick up like this.
Ron,
This is a lot. He's doing a lot right now.
The scary part about this basketball game in particular, and I know you're talking about everything as a whole, but the Micah Parsons factor is a lot bigger than them just track. Like, he's the kind of guy that'll pick you up at half court.
Oh, Mike is going hard. He's been showing videos of his dribbling.
Yeah. I mean, he's the kind of guy that will force C.J. Stroud into
a competitive mode,
into having to dribble and navigate traffic, and even if he wants to pull up, and this can happen between half court and a 3-point line. Like, that's the part. It's not C.J. I think if it's up to C.J., it's a cool, casual, hey man, nice little fun game, little celebrity entertaining game. I think it'd be one thing, but Micah, like, I think Micah's got a screw loose.
I don't know if he's got a screw loose, but I do think I think he is taking this a lot more serious than most people who are participating in this.
Yeah, Mike is on a different. He's on a different level for me. I don't want my quarterback playing. I don't want him picking up my quarterback at half court after talking trash on podcast for a week.
Yeah, from the text line, I think CJ disappears after tonight's game. This is BS. What CJ needs to stop. He needs to settle down before he gets hurt or something happens. The more he puts himself out there, the more chances of getting hurt. D'Amico needs to sit him down and have a talk with him. Listen, he's a grown-ass man. He's going to do these. But he is going to get, and we're seeing it, he is going to get a ton of opportunities to do things like this. He is an up-and-coming star, which is great for this city because every time he's out there, he is – it's Houston, it's Houston, it's Houston, it's Houston, it's Houston, it's Houston. And he is somebody who talks about Houston and uplifts it. It is, boy, you're going into like uncharted waters here. If we're starting to see him in the public light a lot and stretching himself and doing a lot, I think there are people like, whoa, slow down, slow down.
Well,
Cowboy.
I would be more concerned if it turns into, and I'm not throwing stones here, but if it turns into more of the Deshaun Watson type action, like Deshaun created a lot of, and I'm not talking about the off the field stuff with the lawsuits. I'm talking about just like Deshaun. Like has turned into almost like a content creator with the clothes and the jewelry and the foreign cars and the trips all over the place, and obviously his gal, who is absolutely beautiful, but their whole dynamic is that's the part that I'd be more concerned about. When it's Pro Bowl, when it's Rookie of the Year, player honors, Super Bowl, and at an event where they asked you to go, I can understand why a young fellow would want to do that. Now, if it turns into a bunch of Instagram stuff over the next month, then I'd start to get a little concerned.
He's just going to we'll see. He may have to. We'll see how much it happens. He may have to say no a few times here on some of these things. All right, coming up with the Astros, there's one player, and we're going to talk about this on the other side. I want to pose this thought: have we seen the peak version, the best version of Chaz McCormick? Sorry, Glenn. Have we seen the best version of White Boy Chaz? Have we seen the best of him? We'll discuss that coming up next.
You'll come at me about White Boy Chaz.
Payne and Pendergast.
This is a problem. Are there any pitchers in the Astros rotation right now that don't?
with that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Chaz McCormick, he is out, and I know pitchers and catchers reported, but Chaz, he's also reported, so he's there early. Jake Myers is there early, as well as Mauricio Dubon. But Chaz McCormick, he had a breakout season last year. Breakout season. He had the most at-bats he's ever had, over 400 at-bats. Was hitting 300 most of the year, ended at 273. On-base percentage, career high, 353. 22 homers, 41 extra base hits, all career highs. Career highs and RBIs with 70 and 19 stolen bases. Breakout year for Chaz McCormick. This was him speaking about his improvement at the plate last year and why he had a breakout season. This is Chaz McCormick with his thoughts from last year.
Yeah, I thought I had to focus a little more. I knew I was going to put together some good at-bats, for a couple weeks, even a month or two. Again, my goal is to be consistent this year. It's really hard to be consistent in the big leagues. But, I just started taking more risk up there. I made sure, obviously, everybody knew I was a good fastball hitter. I had to slow it down. I had to hit the low and away, soft stuff better. I had to take that stuff the other way. Yeah, I just used my legs a little more. I learned a lot. Your first and second year, you're not really sure. You're on cloud 9 playing the big leagues, and my third year, I knew that they changed up the plan, day in, day out. I knew you had to come up with a plan every single night up the plate, and you have to earn that stuff.
All right, that's Chaz McCormick talking about what was the change last year. Took more risk, and I think obviously hit the off-speed pitches much better as well. This is the question I'm throwing out. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, all of you are generally active, and we appreciate it. Do you think we've seen peak Chaz McCormick? Do you think we've seen the best that we will see of Chaz McCormick? Was last year the peak of him? Or, remember, he's 28 years old now. He'll be 29 during the season. He's 28. Is this the best? Have we seen the best of Chaz McCormick? Or do you believe there is another step? Wow, come on, this is your guy. Naturally it's meant for you to believe.
But that's a tough question. I think statistically we've seen the best of Chaz McCormick. I mean, for a good chunk of last year, the dude would hit 300. For a good chunk of last year, he was top 3 on the team in OPS, top 3 or 4 in the league in center fielders OPS. I mean, he hit with power. He hit for extra base hits. He used his speeds on it. I don't know that statistically we're going to see Chaz McCormick hit better than 280.
Did you know Chaz had 19 stolen bases?
Until you said that.
That is a hidden gem.
Yeah,
I didn't even realize that.
I don't know, Ron, that statistically we're going to see a better overall year. Now, I think there's another step for him, at the plate, to being more disciplined, being more selective. Hitting the like he said, the slower off-speed, low and away pitches. Going with that, I think he could be better in that. There's still a dynamic. It's not quite Jeremy Pena, but there's still a dynamic with Chaz McCormick when he goes to the plate. He can be pitched in a way that he damn near has no chance. If a pitcher gets ahead of him in a count. Now, again, it's not as I think obvious as the low, down and away off speed pitch that Jeremy Pena just cannot leave alone. But the wild stuff, and then the strike. I don't even know what the strikeouts where he ranked, but I just remember watching him hit and watching him play. It's like there were at bats that I felt like were wasted at bats with Chaz McCormick, where he's just going up there guessing. I know they're all guessing to a certain extent, but he's guessing way too often. He's being way too free with the bat, and he just said it. I mean, what he just said is exactly the point of he's got to be more disciplined now. So I think Chat, there's another step from a looks perspective, and from maybe a quality at bat and a difficult out for a pitcher. I think there's a step that Chaz can take in that category. I don't know if that's going to be to the tune of 280.
But you'd be surprised if statistically he has a year like he had.
Ron, if he has another year statistically like he had last year, and for a good chunk of the year, he's in OPS wise in the top, 2 or 3 or 4, even 5 center fielders or left fielders now to be playing mostly left field in Major League Baseball. Yeah, I'd be shocked. I'd love the hell out of it because that means the Astros found a diamond in the rough.
Yeah,
and they got themselves a good if that because you put 2 years together of what we saw last year, then it becomes much more convincing.
Real, yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, for me, it's a tough one. It's a tough one because, and I agree at points with people here on the text line. Someone said, "Heck no, White Boy Chaz has never had starters roll without looking over his shoulders at Myers. Really, not just Myers, anybody. He never has been able to work through a slump like any pro needs to, and to be able to come out of it." Yeah, so I think the playing time where I do believe he will have a level of comfort to know, all right, I'm going to be out here.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And I think that helps.
Hell, he talked about it.
I think, like, when I watch Chaz, like, there's certain elements that I think aren't. Like, I think his power numbers can jump. Like, if Chaz walked up and hit 30 home runs, I would not be surprised. I could see, especially in this ballpark, I can see him hitting 30. The 273 in the on-base percentage, that one is almost like how I feel about Yiner. Though, like, those two elements, I wonder, boy, those two guys are too free of swingers, don't walk enough for that to be a consistent thing. So I don't know if that is real. But there's certain elements. So I don't know if this is peak. I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say I think there's another slight step in areas. Now, I don't know if he'll be across the board career highs like he was last year. Like, I don't know if we're going to see him hit 290 with 30 home runs and have an on-base percentage 360 and have, 50-plus extra base hits. I don't know if that's it, but I think there is another step. And then to the point you made, Clint, when you look at that, if there is another step for him, this is a scary, scary lineup even more, because you're talking about your 6 or 7 hole hitter, putting up all-star level numbers. Because if he takes a step above last year's numbers, we're looking all-star territory from a Chaz McCormick. So, yeah, I think especially power-wise, I do. I think there's something. I think there is something to it. And as you know better than I do, as an athlete, when you're comfortable and you know that you can mess up and you can and you can keep rolling, I think there is a comfort level to that. So,
that's a hill I'll die on, Ron. I said it last year when the carousel in center field, the last couple of years that's gone on. To me, it's impossible. And then you throw a couple of injuries in where you're talking about Jake Myers or you're talking about Chaz. You throw a couple of injuries in there, along with sharing duties, along with not having the opportunity to work out of slumps, along with looking over your shoulder the whole time. Like, it's damn near impossible to string together what he strung together last year. It's why it's crazy to think that he did it. And Dubon, too. Dubon did it, too.
I'm going to say I feel like we've seen peak Dubon.
No, I agree. But I'm just talking about Dubon being in that mix. I guess the difference is Chaz intends to be an everyday player, where Dubon, I think, is a super utility any way you look at it. So maybe he's used to the shifting around and playing here, playing there. But the numbers that Chaz put up were incredible last year, relatively speaking, to what he was actually going through. So this year, it sounds like they're going to commit to him in left field the majority of the season, and DH Jordan, which you should love.
God.
I'm anxious to see what that looks like.
Clint.
What?
We got to go to break, but I'm about to scare the hell out of you.
Did something come up, or is it text?
Oh, my Lord, what's going on?
I mean, I have to go away. I'm going to have to go away from what we have here. This is, you don't want to miss this either, Hughes. I mean, listen, I'm not going to BS you on this tease. Clint is going to be beside himself when we come back from break, when I show him this video. And he is going to give you a full explanation like only he can. I don't mean to make you nervous. I am just the messenger here to give you the facts of what we're seeing.
It's got to be Kardashian.
It may be worse. We're coming up.
Oh, hell.
Next.
Academy Sports and Outdoors, baby. Before Ron brings us this breaking news, I got to tell you something that if you lived around these parts, you should have known all along. But if you don't, I'm here to tell you again, Academy Sports and Outdoors. It's always a good day to don the doors of Academy Sports and Outdoors. I got a little something for everybody. Whatever you're needing, whether it's for you or somebody else, whether it's a gift, a birthday gift,
And no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Fitting music that Tyler's bumping into. I want to shout out my guy Kevin Joseph. He comes out to remotes a lot as he sends us a tweet, and that's why we love our listeners. Kevin sends us a tweet, says, "Let me ramp up y'all's nervousness." Click up on it. Clint, we know C.J. Stroud was at the celebrity softball game yesterday. And my man, you up here nervous about him being in the box with the Kardashians. He is in a video walking out, leaving the celebrity softball game with Amber Rose, another ex of Kanye.
Oh,
and Wiz Khalifa.
My gosh.
And multiple others. And I would assume that she would at least be in the frame of nervousness of a Kardashian. And Clint has and listen, there was no I tried watching the video the whole way. And listen, I'm telling you, Siege, go do your thing. How old is she, Clint? Clint
40.
She's 40. So this is already 23 to 40. We already like unless CJ is giving her a ride. I don't know. They are walking. I'm trying.
I do not like this.
At first, they're walking out, and I'm thinking. Now listen, I'm telling you now. Listen, Amber's put together now. I'm going to tell you that now.
Ain't no doubt about that.
I can understand.
Thicker than a
But it's a similar thing is when you would say Kim and the rest of that Kardashian crew. They are put together. You can understand. All right? But, I mean, they walk out and hit it, and I'm thinking, well, maybe she's going to go walk to a different vehicle. CJ goes and lets the trunk up to this. It looks like a Lamborghini of some sort.
Lamborghini crossover, a Lamborghini SUV.
I knew you had it. She and it lifts up the trunk. And she is grabbing the passenger side and gets in that puppy. And this ain't, and they don't look like they've walked, and this is the first time that she has got to a car with him. They look like they have done this before. So you were nervous about Kim or the Jenners or whatever. My man is out here with Amber Rose. And if you would go ahead and give her a follow, and if you think the Kardashians make you nervous, I heard John Lopez, and I almost fell out of my seat earlier in the room behind them, say that he would not be. He's in a different mind space,
impossible,
or different thought process to be dating one of the Kardashians. The hell he is. Unless Clint
off the mark, J-Lo.
Unless Clint, he's just giving her a ride somewhere.
It's being a gentleman.
Unless he is also an Uber or something. All right, now y'all went up here and tried to tell us that he's doing the crime prevention thing or the prison reform thing with Michael Rubin. I don't know. Maybe he is turning into an Uber driver for celebrities at night after celebrity softball games, and he's going. I don't know. Clint, you have talked about this, untied and undefeated. Are you? Does this would make?
And she is definitely untied. She's undefeated. Let me tell you something. I wonder.
I followed Amber Rose for quite some time.
I wonder how many Texans fans in the last 5 minutes have come over to my side, my way of thinking. This is the only concern I've had for C.J. Stroud since he jumped on the scene in the NFL. Let me give you the list here. Kanye West.
This is her. This is her.
Kanye West.
This is her lineup.
Machine Gun Kelly. NBA player Terrence Ross. Wiz Khalifa. 21 Savage.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about their union.
The kid number 2. Kid number 1, by the way, came from Wiz Khalifa. And then kid number 2 has come from some gentleman named Alexander Edwards, which, by the way, I just thought it was some old boy named Alex. This is a Def Jam executive.
Yes, I remember him. They got matching tattoos.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you walk out of the place with her, get in the car with her, and you ain't knee deep involved. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, that ain't a woman that you work on prison reform with. Not that Kim Kardashian is either. No, I mean, these ain't once you tip your toe off in that water, you going skinny dipping, boys. Oh, God. I mean, it is over.
You just rolled through. I'm just giving you the facts. I'm not saying it. Maybe a loving relationship starting, blossoming. But you just kind of ran down the lineup there of her previous, and this is a 40-year-old young lady who's been in the game, who's been in with celebrities and dated celebrities. Got 2 kids by celebrities. She's and this.
I got to believe she's one of the more popular women in L.A. I got to believe she's one of the more popular women, which he is a West Coast dude. So look, hey, to each their own, man. I don't blame CJ for dipping his toe in that water.
Oh,
I don't blame CJ.
I've watched this video 19 times. I'm currently watching.
Hey, I don't blame him one bit. I'm just saying, as a man, I mean, you know as well as I do. Once you get in that Lamborghini SUV and she gets in that old passenger seat, it's hard to turn back now.
Literally, like we've gotten past.
She may be bad. She may be stronger than Kim, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. I would literally say if you have concerns about the Kardashians, and once again, I don't want to just label her as a goal. I don't know what she is. I'm just saying we could see the history, and you could look at this, and if you had concerns about him getting into a situation with the Kardashians based off their history. And I know the Reggie Bush would really lead your head.
Derailed.
Your concern I would imagine be heightened.
Well, I don't know if Amber has derailed anybody's athletic career, has she?
I don't know about athletic career, but I mean
she may have, and we didn't know about it. But I don't think. I'm just telling you that it is. This is the concern of mine, is that all of a sudden we're in L.A. We got a lady that's out and about.
She's still rocking the bald look.
Yes, and that is exactly. I mean, when I say stronger than Kim, I mean Kim's a beautiful woman. When I say stronger than Kim, I don't know that Kim could pull off the bald-headed look.
Again, I want to say this again. To this person texted in, Ronnie, it's Ron. While you in CJ's business, let the young man do his thing. Okay. She said about Deshaun.
Damn.
Just let him do his thing.
Yeah, look, I mean, hey,
and I'm not even talking about the stuff that he got in trouble with. I'm talking about like just let him do. Hey, who cares? Let him roll and do his thing. That we said. Listen, I'm gonna tell you again. From what, and I'll just say this: from what C.J. Stroud, since he's gotten here, has given us and shown us, and he's a great kid thus far from what we've seen. I would have lost all the money that I have if you'd have told me the first person that we see him spotted with that appears to be publicly in some sort of a that right there, that looks like that's what Travis and Taylor do. They get in cars together like that. They're in a full-fledged. The first person that C.J. Stroud that we would see publicly with is Kanye's ex. Wiz Khalifa's ex, God, 21 Savage's ex, Terrence Ross's ex,
Def Jam executive
Amber
ex.
Rose. Now, listen, I'm not. Oh my God! Like, that just from what everything CJ has given us, that would not have been the one. Right? I'm just not calling whatever. Like I said, they may have this may be a blossoming love affair, or hell, he may just be taking her to her hotel. Just giving her a ride or something.
It'd be tough.
Giving her a lift.
It'd be tough when you got there and say, "Hey, you need me to walk you up?"
I would not have guessed that 40-year-old Amber Rose would be the first one that CJ would say, "Let's let it see publicly." From the text line, maybe he's preaching to her. I want you to think yourself through this. 2-3, 40 years old, Amber Rose. Who you think's gonna win the preaching?
Here's my concern. I got two.
I just wouldn't have guessed it. Amber Rose is the first one. I would have thought it was going to be somebody named Amber McKellen that we have never heard of. Amber Jones. That was from a high school sweetheart. Somebody went to prom with. Not Amber Rose. Not somebody who's not using their given last name. I don't believe her last name's Rose.
Levenchuk. Yes. It's Amber Rose Levenchuk, by the way, if anybody's wondering. My only two concerns. I want to. Yeah. I appreciate you get that credit right there. But the one is, I would bet heavily this is not just a friendly ride. They may say it's a friendly ride, but again, you pull up to the hotel and it say, "Do you need me to walk you to your room? You need help with your bags," and then you know where that goes. And then number two is it's gonna be really tempting in this offseason.
God, he had a hell of a night.
Yeah, he did. It's gonna be I almost repeated it. It's gonna be really tempting to want to be in Houston with Tank Dell's little ass when Amber Rose is out there in L.A. where you're from. That's my concern. That is one hell of a distraction.
I know I'm bad. I'm breaking this video down. I
got to see it again.
She walked into this. She got into this car like she's gotten to this car so many times in her life. Man. She's gotten to this car so many.
Watching that little narrow screen. Blow that thing up, Chief.
Right now. I don't know how to do it. It's not mine. I mean, she got in this car like this ain't the first time she got in this car.
Where is that?
It's outside of Minute Maid. He didn't unlock this joke.
Oh, at the
yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw Stroud with her and Johnny Manziel at the game.
Clint and Tyler, if she is in Indy with him.
Softball game?
Mm-hmm.
He was playing in the softball game, wasn't he?
Yeah, but
she was too?
No. I just mean there was a video I'm sorry.
If she is in Indy at this celebrity thing, it's full-fledged on.
It's a good point.
Well, he's got to be going. They got to be going straight to the airport, right? Straight to the private jet. God, they got to be.
We got to go. Let's see, jeez.
I mean, Indy All-Star Weekend, the night before I play in the celebrity game. You ain't staying in Houston and hanging out at a celebrity softball game, are you?
Coming up next, Jimmy G got popped for two game suspension, which seems meaningless right now. Because C.J. Stroud has been seen with Amber Rose. Good God Almighty. We'll come up big three, the biggest stories. And I feel like there's one story that could be 1, 2, and 3. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Area 45 with Bajani and Craig. Free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome back here in The Drive as this question that I have put in here is gonna have a completely different meaning. I feel, Clint, when I now pose this question to you. Last night, C.J. Stroud played in the Travis Scott HBCU Celebrity Softball Classic, and he was named the MVP. And now he is moving tonight, and he will play the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game tonight. We'll play with guys like Micah Parsons and multiple celebrities in this game. They play every year in Indianapolis, so he's going from Houston to Indy. He has been out and about and doing a lot of things all the way. When you look at, he started with the Pro Bowl. He was in the Pro Bowl. Then he was in Vegas all week. Was really doing a lot of stuff in Vegas. Except he was doing a lot of stuff in Vegas. Then he leaves Vegas. He's at the game in the Kardashian suite. Now he's doing all of these celebrity all-star game, basketball tonight, softball last night. I was going to ask you, do you think he's doing too much? Do you think he's spreading himself too thin? But I feel like that means a whole lot more when we just found out last night he was seen leaving the arena, getting in the car with Amber Rose. Are you all right?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, I was just kind of thumbing. I was doing a little thumbing, a little studying over here.
He has not said a word during the break.
Look, I just, it is good to be right. My concern is very, very valid. I feel like I got shot down originally when I said it, and people turn their nose up at it. And I mean, here's the deal. If he can handle the distraction, good for him. But my concern for our young QB is getting into something that is a distraction away from you being in Houston and having a sole focus on football, which he himself has told us is his way of living. When you attach yourself to Kim Kardashian or Amber Rose, or it's a different level of distraction on several fronts. I mean, it's a different animal. So
because we talked about this earlier. We talked about this earlier. You feel a lot different now.
I feel a lot different about what?
We talked about this earlier. If he's kind of doing too much right now,
look, I think as a young player, I mean, you get an opportunity to go to the Pro Bowl and do everything that in and around the Pro Bowl. You get a chance to go to the Super Bowl, rookie of the year, players honors, Super Bowl. If it is the prison reform stuff that you're in the box with the Kardashians and Bieber and Russell Wilson and all that. I mean, okay, go do it, whatever, and then come back here and Travis Scott's celebrity game, cool, do it. Especially he's got a little bit of a baseball background in high school and stuff coming up, so I'm sure he enjoyed that. And then you get a chance to the NBA All-Star Weekend. That's a big deal for basketball guys, and he's been a basketball guy growing up, and so all that, it'd be hard to say no to that. I'd be cool with all that going down, and then you put a stop to it when the timing's right, and you get back down here, and you get to room dogging with Tank Dell and Nico Collins and them boys, but instead, there's just a different level of temptation right now when you get Amber Rose involved. There's a different level of, man, I think I may be able to shoot to L.A. for the weekend. I may be able to shoot to L.A. for the week. I may be able to – there's a different level of temptation, any way you slice it. And it is untied and undefeated. And when it's 40 years old, looks like Amber Rose with all of the baggage in her Louis, it's potentially a tough relationship or a tough situation for a young rookie quarterback to navigate and stay focused along the way. That's all.
I wonder if he bought that Louis.
I mean, he was carrying out that issued Nike gear when he was walking out of there. He did have 2 bags in his hand. I wonder who the second one was.
Oh God. Well, I mean, listen, Tyler, they could have just been. He could just be giving her a ride. That also is there. He could just be giving her a ride.
That's one way to say it, giving her a ride.
And dropping her off at the hotel after. It could be that, right? Could not be anything. So it would not appear to look that way.
I'm just trying to remember, and I in no way, shape, or form am ever going to compare myself to C.J. Stroud and the potential that he has in this world. I'm just trying to remember if I ever gave one a ride that looked like that and didn't have, and had innocent, honest to God, good intentions.
If you just see the video, it does not appear this is the first time they have done this dance.
Yeah.
Getting in the vehicle together.
When I was 23, it was a Tahoe. It wasn't a Lamborghini. When I was 23, but if that one was getting on the passenger side, we wasn't just getting a ride to the next bar.
When I was
or the night spot.
When I was 23, it was a Jimmy. It was a Jimmy SUV.
Yeah,
that had to feel the air.
It's a different level of distraction.
Had to feel the air.
He better say some. He better get to praying about it right now. Better bring the big man upstairs in on this one because you're gonna need a little help to stay focused.
When you say that,
He ain't laying down for nobody.
I would have never guessed that's the first person we saw him with like that.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Go big or go home, CJ.
He went big. Ooh. Wow. All right, the Raiders, Jimmy Garoppolo, he gets a 2-game suspension for violation. PEDs, Clint. Las Vegas Raiders quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo is being suspended 2 games for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substance policy, league sources tell ESPN. He is not going to appeal the suspension. He will miss the first 2 games of the 2024 season, and I don't think he's going to be playing with the Raiders the way that ended.
The interesting thing here, Ron, this has got legs because apparently there's some verbiage, and this isn't confirmed. It's not confirmed, but it is a report that I read. There potentially is verbiage in his contract that can void it if he's suspended for performance-enhancing drugs. And so, not that I guess it does matter because even if they cut him, there still be some guaranteed money involved. Yeah. And if something voids the contract, I would imagine a good chunk of whatever's left of that guaranteed money would come back to the team. So this may be a blessing in disguise for the Raiders, and they may be able to split ways with Jimmy Garoppolo and not have any dead cap money, not have any money on the books, and just get rid of him and let him move on. For Jimmy, it's maybe that's what he wants, but this comes at a costly ticket because I think it's $11.25 million or something like that's what what he has on the books.
Yeah,
I mean this whatever PED it was, prescription drug it was that he didn't have clearance to be taking. That's an expensive drug, Chief.
Your thoughts here because I think this is a way that can potentially come back towards the Texans. Is he done being a starter? You think Jimmy Garoppolo's days of being a starter? Because the way it ended with the Raiders, they just basically said, "Nah, man, we good. We're gonna go with Aiden O'Connell." And after, like, to say how bad it was, Aiden O'Connell played a game this year following getting the starting job when they moved past Jimmy G. He played a game where he didn't complete a pass the final 3 quarters of the game, and they never even thought about going back to Jimmy
tough
G.
sledding there. I mean, look, there's obviously,
so he's done there. But I mean, you think he could still be a starter, like a Baker, or get a chance to be a starter?
Yeah, look, if Geno Smith can land on his feet after kind of how the rough start that he had, and how it seemed to be everything was stacked against him, and you just said Baker can go through what he went through with the dysfunctional Cleveland Browns and go play at a playoff caliber level quarterback and potentially going to get a decent little contract here in Tampa. I mean, if guys like that can continue to land on their feet, I would think that Jimmy's going to land somewhere
as a starter.
As a starter, yeah. I mean, I would think there's going to be – now, it may not be, hey, we're going to pay you starter money and we're going to name you starter from jump, but I would imagine the Baker route, go in there and compete with a draft pick somewhere, and because you're a veteran and you've won a bunch of games and you make better decisions, you end up being the right guy. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But, golly,
he's 32.
He's 32 and he's won a lot of football games, but he's not been. I mean, like they run him out of everywhere he's been except New England.
Yeah, I just
like to think that New England tried to run Brady off for this guy. Bill Belichick tried to run Brady off for this guy.
It's just hard to see teams that you look at and you're thinking, all right, they don't have a quarterback situation in which they've got an established starter or a young player that they want to be their starter. There aren't that many around that you would think he would take. So I think at least for the next year, I think he is potentially a backup. And he would be a fantastic backup to me. And obviously this is the system that he knows and he played under with the 49ers and Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson. They have worked with him and coached him. And it's clear to me, when they went with, and we've talked about it before, when they went with Case Keenum over Davis Mills, I don't know that they trust him. And we see you need a backup. Quarterbacks get hurt. CJ got hurt twice.
If he's on the streets, I got to believe Tennessee gives it a look, and I could see him starting there.
But you don't think they're turning the page to the young guy?
I would think so, but that's not their guy. The new regime, that's not their guy. And he is the well. No, I mean for their own sake. I mean, I don't know what their mindset is, but he is a guy. Will Levis is a guy that I could see driving an offensive-minded head coach absolutely crazy with his just reckless approach to playing the position of driving the football down the field. And then the exact opposite of that is Jimmy G. Limit the risk you take and just find completions and stay ahead of the chains and make the other team beat you. How about Atlanta?
Atlanta is the closest one where it looks like he may have a chance to start, but I wonder, is that the place? Raheem Morris wants to go. I don't know. I think he's going to be a backup.
Same system.
Yeah.
Did he hire the Zach Robinson kid out of the Rams organization? Is that who he hired?
Yeah, he's the OC.
I mean, so yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he's going to be declared the starter and get a contract that says he's a starter. But going in and competing somewhere with a first year head coach, I could see Jimmy Garoppolo's approach winning that competition.
But this hurts him though. He's missing the first 2 games of the season.
Yeah, hell yeah, it does.
So that hurts him in any kind of competition.
Yep.
So that'll be the one to watch. Someone texted and said, I'm determined to get Jimmy G on this team.
Here in Houston?
Yeah. I'm not determined to.
It wouldn't be. You're not. Oh, you are. He said you.
Yeah, I'm not determined to. He would be a fantastic backup. Like last year, we were just looking at the tea leaves, and there was a thought. I'm not a Jimmy G fan to say to me. I don't think he would have been a horrible option last year. I thought there was when you saw his connection with D'Amico, his connection with Bobby Slowick, and his connection with Nick Caserio. It was obviously a step that you could see them getting there. But we'll see where
now
he is.
you sign him now, and he is obviously the clear backup.
And he's the backup. And if CJ, who missed 2 games last year, I'd feel a lot better with him
than Case
and Davis.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
If he's going to be a backup.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right. Tiger Woods, who, he shot a 72 +1 in round 1. Plenty already has back spasms.
Gosh, dang it, Tiger.
He teed off at 154. I've been scared. I've been scared to check to see if he's still playing.
Right. Tiger has never needed to make a cut or play on Sunday more than he needs to this week. One, it's his tournament, isn't it?
Genesis, I think.
Isn't the Genesis Invitational his tournament?
Is, yeah.
One, it's his tournament. But 2, he done came out with this new clothing brand, so he needs 4 days of free advertising. Number 2. Number 3, the damn name of his clothing brand is Sunday Red. Like, you can't not play on Sunday.
You got to.
You can't be so injured you can't play on Sunday. You can't play so bad that you don't make the cut and play on Sunday. If you're going to call your gear Sunday red, your ass got to wear red on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, he's at least still playing.
Come on, Tiger.
He's +1 on the day and +2 for the tournament right now through 5.
Hey, you know that ball he shanked yesterday, Tyler, that you sent us that video? No, hey.
Oh, he was hurt it before.
He putted for par on that. He hit that sucker up to about 10 foot.
I told you he'd get out of it.
Out of that shank, he hit it to about 10 foot, and then he missed a 10-footer, obviously. But I mean, he had a putt for par on that hole where he shanked the hell out of that one.
Come on, Tiger.
But just, man, 16 holes, my man back is giving me problems. That's because, you go into it, man, you know if he gets to Sunday, if he just gets to Sunday and plays 3 rounds, his knee's going to be hurting. Like, we already know that. And now the back's hurting before the first round.
All I give a rip about Tiger's back if it's got Sunday red on it on Sunday. He's got to, right? You can't have Sunday red debut in a tournament where you don't play on Sunday in red.
I mean, I think he would like to have it. But
no, you got to, man. You can't. You talk about
if that back lock up on him, man, he ain't got no choice.
You talk about a bust.
And I can't get up.
No, you talk about a bust.
I hope
that clothing line, not Tiger, the clothing line.
Yeah, that back.
Which it deserves. With that damn logo, it deserves it, by the way.
I thought you may have been talking about Amber Rose there.
What? I wonder, you think Tiger ever leaned into it?
He may have.
Very
man.
possible.
Who knows, man. He may have. He had a run there where Tiger was beyond reckless. Coming up, there is a position that the head coach has talked about they got to improve and they got to get better in. I want to see if Clint is in the belief they can do that in a cheaper route. They can do that in a cheaper route and not just go and fork over cash to fix that issue. We'll discuss that coming up.
And John Harris have you covered as we head towards the 2024 draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. D'Amico Ryans, man, he's been talking about fixing that front seven, particularly that defensive line. We talked about Chris Jones. We talked about him yesterday. We talked about Justin Madubuike. We talked about Christian Wilkins in Miami. There have been several guys that are free agents that have the potential to be back or the potential to be targets for your Houston Texans, and it's clear they are talking about that as a priority, and they're going to do something and make additions to that front seven, and in particular that D-line. Clint, we've talked about swinging big here. I'm wondering from you, do you think that they can get away with getting a player out of the draft as the fix to the interior defensive line and that player be ready to go and to be that fix next year?
No.
John Harris really likes Byron Murphy II.
Does he?
Texas. Really likes him. I've seen the Texas product. Tyler would become a real big fan of him quickly if he stepped up and came to the Texans. I've seen him mocked to the Texans a couple of times and other drafts where the Texans went with other players according to these mock drafts. He was behind them. So he has been in the range of many mock drafts that I've seen him in. But you don't think that a guy like a Byron Murphy, who John Harris really high on, really likes, you don't think that guy would be the answer next year? You think they've got to go out and get an established player at that position?
Yeah, look, I don't think they should rely on the draft. One, I think it's a crapshoot. Two, you're talking about a year where the only approach is you be extremely patient with a player and you let him develop and you let him work through some things and then you hope and pray that he's the difference maker, game changer that you need in the middle,
especially at that position, right?
Absolutely.
That's one of the. I'm sure Seth Payne can attest to it. What I've always heard is those are one of the toughest positions to come right in and impact.
Well, especially if you're talking about like the impact that we're like. I would be if a rookie came in next year and had a bigger impact than Sheldon Rankins had this year. I'd be shocked.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And you need, and especially the way that D'Amico's talking. You need a bigger impact than Sheldon Rankins.
And maybe this is a different segment, Ron, but to me,
I'll go with it.
Well, no, just to me, like you've got to. The Texans have to decide, right? Where do you want to sign the game changers? Where is it? Receiver? Is it running back? Is it defensive line? Is it safety? Is it linebacker? Is it an edge rusher opposite Will Anderson and you don't sign Jonathan Grenard? Or hell, we can throw Jonathan Grenard in that mix because they're going to sign him because he's a free agent, right? So where do you want that to be, okay? And from there, you got to decide, first of all, you're not going to – you to some degree, you're going to have to take what you can get, right? I mean, to some degree, you're not going to be able to have your pick of the litter of all of those positions. Guys are going to sign elsewhere. Guys like Chris Jones are going to go back to Kansas City, and you're going to lose guys that's out of your control.
Yeah.
Right? So you're only going to have opportunities at a handful of these game changers, I would think. And when that happens, you've got to decide, do we want to draft, to your point, do you want to draft an interior defensive lineman and then load up on offense and win the way Kansas City had to win when it was Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, Pat Mahomes, and company out there, and where you're out there leading the league in scoring on offense, right? Or do you want to try to do it the way that, say, San Francisco, or hell, you can say Kansas City this year, where you're a little bit more ball control, you limit the risk on offense, you play great defense, right? And you try to win football games that way, right? Like, so what way do you want to win ball games? And that may be determined or dictated by the game changers that you can sign. And I believe those game changers have to come in free agency, not in the draft. I think it'd be a huge mistake if the Texans, particularly on the defensive side of the football, Ron, in the front seven, because the head coach DeMeco Ryans has immediately after the season stood up and said, we got to invest in our front seven. For that investment to come by way of the draft, I believe would be a huge mistake.
Or at least know what you're understand what you're doing, because
but Ron, you don't have I agree, but you don't have a 2-3 this year or 2-12. Like, you don't have the same capital to like go, hey, that's the guy I want. Screw it. I'm gonna move all the way up and get him. You don't have that.
But even if you did at that position, like even Jalen Carter didn't just come in and just change, and he was really, really good.
Yep.
And he didn't just come in like they weren't good enough up front. The Eagles. He didn't. It's probably going to take a year, maybe next year. Jalen is a much better player. Who was the big kid? You remember? Almost can't miss Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis, kid out of Georgia, the kid of the year before out of Georgia.
He still has not really probably hit to the level consistently. Like, it takes a while for those interior D linemen, especially. We see running backs and receivers tend to hit quicker, than more of immediate impact. And I'm just saying, if they're going to go this route and say, all right, man, we're going to get this big kid Byron Murphy because we feel like down the line, just understand, like, it's going to be a year 2, year 3, potentially, when he's able to give you what you want to give him. I think that was a good barometer. You put somebody, like, how long would it take for Byron Murphy, a rookie coming in the league, to match what Ridgeway and what Sheldon Rankins was able to get you? I mean, maybe you would hope, if he's really good, 2 years.
Yeah.
Maybe. And so just understand what you're doing. Like, to me, that if your thought is, all right, we're drafting this kid and he's going to be the fix, to get us to that front seven.
Yeah.
That is a dangerous.
Well, and I'm not saying you don't draft that guy if he's available. I'm just saying that can't be the only answer. And if it is, better load up on offense because you're going to have to outscore some folks.
You're not solving it.
You're not solving the problem that D'Amico Ryan stood up on the mountaintop and shouted about as soon as the season was over.
And maybe you couldn't solve it because the veteran pieces weren't available for you to get.
Right.
But just understand, like, the odds of him or a player like that at that position immediately impacting the way you need it is probably slim.
I'm excited about the draft this year, but to me
I like him a lot.
This offseason, I like him a lot too, but this offseason is all about the free agents. It's all about the free agents, man. Yeah. I mean, you've got to get better on paper, significantly better on paper, and I would say on both sides of the football. And then you got to cross your fingers and hope them guys stay healthy and make the difference that you paid them to make. This offseason is about free agency, veteran free agency, and knowing you're getting better, not hoping you develop a guy to get better and waiting on him to do that.
Well, speaking of veteran free agents, you two, a guy that you have been hands down, go get him if you can. I want to see if the numbers we're hearing surrounding this player will make you sing a different tune. We'll discuss that coming up next, live on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Renters Warehouse. Look, if you own –
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
How many Texans fans out there wishing to God that there was a Brittany Mahomes in C.J. Stroud
in a heartbeat?
But she get on your nerves until you say, man.
Oh, junior high sweetheart.
I'll tell you, boy, 7th grade.
I'll take the loud junior high sweetheart.
All right, I'll tell. Okay.
Yeah, I'd take that right about now. Not that bald-headed lady.
God, I hope he had a good time.
She's trouble, Siege. She's trouble.
You don't know, but I hope he had a great time.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
we all know.
She's got a track record that hopefully
she's got her lovelies out there all over the internet.
Hopefully the 11th one's the charm.
Is that her? Is that her? She played in that game.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, she's full baseball uni, man.
Definitely as thick as Maldi.
Where is Megan Thee Stallion? Lord.
Was Lizzo there?
Solange? Anybody?
I just pictured Lizzo booking it down a baseline.
Man, I would have thought Michelle Williams. If we was going 40 plus, I'd have thought Michelle Williams, who was a part of Destiny's Child, and switched over to a Christian career.
Or Hannah Storm.
I wouldn't have thought Hannah, but I sure enough would have thought that. Wow. All right. Before I get to this veteran, Tyler, I've seen this commercial multiple times. And I've wondered, it makes me think of you every time. Would you eat, or have you tried that KFC bowl that got the French fries and the mashed potatoes?
Oh, I saw this.
And the cheese and
I don't know,
Every
man.
time I see that, I think, yes, the smashed potato bowls. Because you love that. You love them bland-ass smashed potatoes.
Oh, bland my ass.
They're bland. Sorry. I mean, I'm just...
Whatever. The people sounded off when we had that discussion.
Tyler, you would mash that thing that was on
It's
TV
got French fries, your mashed potatoes. He would do that too. But it's got French fries, the mashed potatoes you love. It's got some nacho cheese with the chicken, and then they said, well, let's sprinkle a little regular cheese over the top to it as well. Is what they did.
I'm a cheese fan. I don't.
That sounds
I'm
like
not saying I would turn my nose up to it, but I don't know if I'm going to seek it out. That seems like doing a bit too much.
Oh, does it? But the chicken and the gravy.
Well, it's everything.
And the corn ain't.
Well, it's everything in the bowl I like, and then there's more. Like there's a baseline of the one I order.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm over here scrolling through C.J. Stroud. I'm over here at Amber Rose videos.
You've been caught up.
I'm caught up over here, and I tuned back.
Internet.
I tuned back. No, oh yeah, right. I tuned back in to what you two are talking about, and all I hear is Tyler talking about. He wouldn't choose it, but he'd take it. And my mind immediately goes to, I wonder what Tyler would. I wonder how Tyler would hunt Amber. Like, I wonder.
Hey, throw the camo on, go cougar hunting, bud.
I mean, could you imagine? I mean, I'm not saying I'd rank in her top 5, but I mean, just Tyler. Could
my
you see
skinny
Tyler
ass with her thick ass.
Could you see his?
I'd like to see it.
I'd get lost in that, bro.
With Amber.
What's his opening line?
She's got to have me, and she's not like a big girl. She's thick, but she's got to have me by like 70 pounds.
No,
or something.
she doesn't have you by no damn 70 pounds.
I mean, she's not
I don't know.
tall.
She ain't that thick.
She's pretty thick.
She is as thick as Joy. She ain't got you by no 70.
You might be right. You might be right.
She's 5'9". I didn't know she was that tall.
She's tall.
I bet you she's close to Tyler's weight.
Tyler, how much you weigh?
180.
She ain't 180. She ain't 170. I bet Amber's probably 145.
Yeah.
And I bet Tyler's probably more like 155.
That was about when I graduated high school.
He's lying to us in there. He done lost all that weight.
No,
I mean, all his weight's in his damn head. And I ain't talking about. I'm talking about that head. I'm looking on your shoulders.
Both of them, boys.
Okay.
Swing.
Calm down.
She doesn't look that thick in the in that video and in all black walking out with.
I just haven't seen her in a while.
No, give me a few minutes. I got you.
You got to be.
I'll load you up here in just a second. Give me a few minutes. Give me a break. I'll get you. I'll line you up.
Man, I bet they're on a private jet to Indianapolis right now.
They in the hotel.
See, that's what I'm talking about. His ass ought to be getting in Indianapolis. His ass ought to be getting in Indianapolis, getting a workout in. And I ain't talking about it with Amber in the bedroom. I'm talking about in the weight room. He ought to be getting a little sweat in between all these little events he's got. Get your little sweat in. Maybe get your little rotator cuff work in. Right? Whatever kind of nicks you had, make sure you get a little treatment. And get them legs and body right. And instead, he's doing work. He's gonna go out there tonight and have dead legs, and then have to deal with Micah Parsons chasing his ass around.
2 days ago, we hear from Hall of Famer Andre Johnson. He said he took one vacation his entire 14-year career. 2 days later, we got C.J. Stroud in the car with Amber Rose heading to NBA All-Star.
Welcome to 2023, 24. Actually, my bad.
This is speculation.
Yeah.
Right now,
Speculating.
Honest to God, I want you. Honest to God, right now, you think those two are together right now?
Yes.
I don't mean they are
physically
in the place, like together.
Yep.
You think they're in the same city right now?
Maybe without clothes.
Well, I mean, they're both pretty. I mean, I'd imagine she's a pretty busy individual. So I don't know if she had something on her schedule today.
She had CJ on that schedule today.
I'm gonna tell you, I watched the videos.
You don't think All-Star Weekend be on her schedule?
Yes, it would. You're a great point. Great point. Absolutely. Yes. Whatever's on her schedule is in Indianapolis.
Going to Indy?
You're going to be there too?
Don't you say you're going to Indy? Wow, get out of here. I am too.
That is a great point. That is, I mean, I bet you there were several private jets leaving last night going to Indy.
They're in Indy together, right? Like right now, if Tyler's bookie put it down, however we bet, it is CJ and Amber Rose together right now in the same city.
What time's the game tonight?
Oh, it's in a few hours, probably like 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think they're together. I think their bags, let's put it this way, I think their bags are in the same room.
Oh, you think they're in the same room?
Mm-hmm.
They just got in the same car.
I mean,
with media everywhere.
With ease. Like it wasn't the first time. Want to get something to eat first.
I mean, look.
What she said in the video. We heard the video, want to get something to eat first. What she said.
Sounds like a date to me.
Here's the deal. This was my biggest concern. This is my biggest concern for our quarterback, Ron. But, hey, he's in the water now. He's in the water, man. Take it off, bro.
This was supposed
to be. Just roll with it, man.
Anthony Richardson is somewhere in Indy working his ass off, thinking I was supposed to be the one to get in.
Cleaning up the cafeteria. Like, you remember he cleaned up the cafeteria after all the guys? That's what Anthony Richardson's doing.
Anthony Richardson, this was supposed to be me, damn it. I was supposed to be the one in Amber's sights.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Wow. Wow. Oh, man, yeah. Someone texted and said whoever eats those KFC or mixed bowls are serial killers.
Cereal killer. Oh, like I thought you meant like cereal, the food. Cereal killer.
You love a good bowl of cereal.
Yeah, that's a little aggressive.
Crunch me, Captain.
I think they just don't. I think they just like bland food, but I don't think they're killers. What does CJ's mama have to say about this? I don't know. We'll stay out of that.
She ain't gonna like it.
Tyler's not. If there was a gun to the head, hard or scrotum, I would probably lean into the direction of Tyler that he's caught off guard. That she would be caught off guard by this. Listen, I also want.
I mean, she's got to be closer to the age CJ's mama's age.
How old is CJ's mom?
She's got to be mid-40s. CJ's 23. She's got to be.
They probably were in high school at the same time.
I mean, he said Pops has been in jail most of his life, so she's got to be. She's got to be young, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's only 23.
Oh, Lord. How old is Kimberly?
How do you know her name, bro?
I can't find an age on Kim.
I'm trying.
I bet you Kimberly's
44. I was going to say
40. She's 44.
I was going to guess it. Yeah, she's got to be closer.
I mean, you look at it. I mean, they were probably in high school or college at the same time. Her and Amber. I guarantee you, Mama Stroud's boyfriend was following Amber Rose on MySpace.
Yeah. Amber in her room.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Have fun, young man. At least do that.
I could see her call and go, Amber Rose, baby? Baby, Amber Rose?
I can't imagine what Teresa would say if I was in that position right there.
I tell you what.
Decision I made.
I tell you what, next time he talks to Daddy.
All right, son. What we doing here?
I see you, boy. I see you, boy.
What we doing here, son? What's the move?
Daddy, you know what I'm doing.
By the way, I
couldn't help myself.
What would you be doing? I want to say, listen, as a clear leader of the show, I want to. This is obviously on me. I want to say this, and I have to accept this blame. Tyler, this is on me. Maybe this is a couple of weeks here. We have missed Tyler's turd list on Thursdays. That was supposed to be a staple on Thursdays, and I will take the blame of this.
Turd Ferguson.
I feel like it's been a cool month since we've had Tyler's turd list.
It's been 3 weeks.
Now, I will say, generally, the producer also likes to kind of put on like as a reminder of our.
I had it on the dock,
but
didn't delete it until a few days ago.
I will not put that on the producer. Well, I would have liked a little help. Maybe a little reminder next Thursday maybe could help.
Oh, I can.
And that's on me. Tyler's turd list was something that a lot of people would be.
I agree, it is on you.
Would be looking at, and really enjoy.
It'll be back.
Yeah. Someone
maybe if you want to do
let's
it.
Do it.
Thursday.
Yeah. So I apologize. I want to make that ongoing Thursdays. Tyler's turd list.
Yeah, we'll see.
Final segment of the 3 o'clock hour.
Might just happen to forget again, you know?
Like, I feel like you don't, like, there's a part of me that thinks that the producer doesn't remind me because he has not created a list. Oh, hell. Tiger just withdrew from the damn.
I was going to tell you. Stomach illness.
It's not even the back.
It's not even the back?
That's what they're saying.
Tiger, Eldrick!
Tournament host Tiger Woods has withdrawn from the Genesis Invitational due to illness.
He's sick with the back, too?
It ain't even the leg?
What?
Have you seen the photo of him being carted off the course?
He's been carted off?
No, I mean, he just got in a golf cart and rode off, but it's so sad, man.
Sunday Red
he's
got
like,
carted off?
He's like hunched over in the golf cart, kind of like
man.
both arms over his
Tiger
stomach.
Quit, man.
He's
got to retire.
He's just got to
get
better.
I never thought we would
he
be.
Gets sick?
I never thought we would be here. I thought he would limp for a while, maybe forever.
Maybe he's got Paul Pierce.
And there'd be a knee issue. You know, I thought we did. I mean, we're talking knee. We're talking this badass limp. We're talking about a tight back, and now we got stomach issues. When you debut your Sunday Red gear, and you ain't even gonna be on the damn course on Sunday.
Friday Red. Friday Red.
He needs to rename that damn thing Friday Stripes because he had on stripes today.
Damn, man.
Right.
How many injuries he got? Ain't no rope testing somebody could give him over there?
Ain't no testing.
Dog, what you got coming at the floor? Man, that crushed my heart.
We talked a lot about Amber Rose, and while that is, without a doubt, my biggest concern, the reason CJ is in Indianapolis is a concern for me as well, and it's because of one Cowboy. One Dallas Cowboy has got me nervous as hell, boys. I'm gonna tell you who that is, and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Stoerner's Football at 4.
Oh, my God. All right, we got breaking news. Obviously, we've been talking about it for a couple segments here. Amber Rose, C.J. Stroud. I mean, this is big news, y'all. This is big news. It was my biggest fear.
My goodness!
I hear you, Jim. I can only imagine that's how you would really feel about it at this moment. That was my biggest concern. Untied and undefeated, man. C.J. Stroud getting tangled up with a lady friend that maybe could potentially get his priorities out of line. We'll see what happens.
I mean, he swung for the fences.
Yes. It's something to keep your eye on. Amber Rose. We'll keep you updated on that. And I think we got a couple of people that call in.
You said it the other day. Name somebody outside other than Kardashians. Name somebody. I forgot.
I wasn't talking to CJ. I forgot. CJ said, "Hold my beer.
Hold on, I got
Hold my beer and watch this."
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you, CJ's on his way to Indianapolis, or he's in Indianapolis, and what he's there for, and who's playing in this game with him concerns me. Before we do that, we got to back up just a minute though. You guys, again, I've been somewhat distracted. You guys were talking about Tyler's turd list, right?
Yeah. We got it. That's just my fault.
Well, I think Tyler needs to come clean on this. Tyler knew that we hadn't done it the last few weeks.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was a decision made by more powerful people on this show than me.
And I knew that was the case. So clearly, he's not talking about me. We had a heart-to-heart one night, and Tyler's turds list didn't make the cut. And Tyler felt like that the reason we weren't doing it is because Ron didn't want to do it.
Wow. It was in the doc, and then it was deleted.
And once again, I don't know why I keep taking care of this guy the way I do. Once again, I said, Tyler,
wow,
Ron ain't that kind of guy. If Ron didn't, first of all, I think Ron loves it. I said, but secondly, Ron's the kind of guy that if he didn't like it, he would tell you that he doesn't like it. We're not going to do it anymore.
And I said that sounded right to me, but one day I opened the doc, and that was the only reoccurring segment idea under our little portion of the doc that had been deleted. So I thought, damn, all right, that's done.
He felt like Ron did it, and it's because Ron didn't like the segment, and he just assumed we're going to do it anymore.
I didn't do it. I didn't delete it.
I believe you.
I
could have done it. I don't know.
I brought it up.
I
told him there's no way that Ron Hughley would delete something, and that's kind of an underhanded. I mean, that's a very immature, unprofessional way to go about telling a coworker and a friend you don't like their segment.
Yep.
I just didn't. There was no way in hell that you did that.
No way.
I didn't want to let that moment slide because Tyler didn't make that clear when you brought it up right there. I wanted to give Tyler the opportunity.
I didn't say you definitely did. I said I thought maybe you did because I opened the doc and it wasn't there.
We just needed to get this out on the table, boys, okay? we just needed to get this out on the table.
There's nothing right now you can do to hurt me.
Let's go get drinks after work and talk about it.
Tyler turns it into another 2 o'clock in the morning.
I've already had drinks this week.
Just me and you this time, though. Let's go bro out.
No. That is great.
No.
Drinks
all right. Now that we got that, before Tyler makes drinks and orders another round of shots here, let's get this out of the way. Guys, C.J. Stroud, it is All-Star Weekend in the NBA. And all the parties, all the events are being held in Indianapolis. All right. C.J. Stroud has been invited and has accepted the invite and has talked at length about playing in this celebrity NBA celebrity basketball game that takes place tonight. Probably within the next couple of hours it'll tip off. And we talked about this briefly a week or two ago, guys, and I was not as concerned with C.J. Stroud because I feel like he's got a real James Harden game to his hoop game. Like he's got a real smooth, effortless, low risk approach to the way he hoops. I've seen some highlights of him hooping, so I thought he ain't gonna be down in the paint. He ain't gonna be going too hard. He's gonna spot up, or he's gonna shoot from the logo kind of deal, and everything will be fine. And enter the conversation, Micah Parsons, the Dallas Cowboy. Some of y'all Cowboy fans, I'm sure you love him. Texans fans, I'm sure you hate him. I don't like what I've heard or seen from Micah Parsons. I'm not a Micah Parsons fan per se, He's not entertaining. Like the conversations. It's not funny. He's more annoying than he is anything. Obviously, he's a great player, but he strikes me as a guy that's got a screw loose. And
he strikes me as the way that T.O. approached this.
Yes,
T.O. wanted to prove that he could play ball, and he believes he could play in the NBA.
Which another way to say that is he's got a screw loose, right? That, like to me, Micah Parsons is a guy that would be totally embarrassed if he didn't go out there and give full effort. He's a guy that's going to go out there and be over the top competitive. And now that I know him and C.J. Stroud had this little back and forth, and there's obviously a friendship there. There's a basketball back and forth there. I'm nervous as hell that Micah Parsons is going to try to pick C.J. Stroud up at half court and really maybe even full court pressing.
And C.J. and him were already on the podcast. He was already on Micah's podcast. They was kind of going back and forth a little bit.
That's what's got me, Ron.
Yeah. I definitely know that it feels like Micah Parsons, there's a chance that he is going to be playing at a completely different level of intensity than anybody else.
Right. And that alone scares me. But like, I've done this before. Like, I used to play in these little local charity celebrity basketball games in Arkansas and stuff. And you go into it. Now, I wasn't going into it worried about getting hurt and costing myself money or a season because it was after I got done playing. But I did go into it and go, hey, man, I'm mid-30s, man. Like, I don't need to be doing – I need to take it easy out here, right? I don't need to be Johnny Hustle like I used to be. But the minute that somebody gets up in your face, in the minutes, like your competitive gene takes over, and especially if it's on TV like this deal is tonight with CJ, like the man in you, the competitor in you is going to be like, oh, hell no, I can't let this dude do this on national TV.
Especially when you're playing in front of your girl.
Yeah, good point. Great point. She's going to be – I bet she's on the court. I bet she's playing in it. Check that out. I bet Amber Rose is playing in the NBA celebrity game. They banned her from it.
I don't know if they banned her for it. I don't think
I would think if anybody that's coordinating events, that would be the event that they would make sure she's in.
You're a legit girl. But no, he will. Yes, I think Micah Parsons is a guy that will be out there talking.
Yes.
And would potentially make him go a little bit more serious. Because for me, I was hoping he'd just, hey, let's shoot these threes. Shoot these threes on that.
Ron, I've gone
out the paint.
Yes, I've gone from literally, I mean, maybe a 1 on the concern meter for C.J. Stroud playing this game to, I would say, a strong 7.
You had all right, I'm not that high. I'm at about a 3.
I mean, it's going to boil down to like, and look, I don't think he's going to get hurt, but when we watch this tonight and we talk about it tomorrow, we're going to be talking about, now that was stupid. Like, just because you didn't, let's not ignore in victory that we wouldn't in defeat. Like, just because you didn't get, like, that was stupid. You shouldn't have been doing that. Like, that didn't make sense. Or is it going to be like, dude went out there and just played a nice little easy, smooth game and you know, yacked a couple and called it a night and left the stadium with Amber Rose. Or are we going to be talking about, like, man, we're lucky as hell.
You got to stop saying that.
What? The Amber Rose part?
Just made it real.
Hey.
Left the arena with Amber Rose.
I mean, I'm just telling you, man. I mean, what is the conversation?
Saying he won MVP last night. Can he win MVP again tonight? MVP last night? Is he going to win MVP tonight?
It depends on if
he wins MVP back-to-back nights.
Well, let's be honest.
Well, all right,
the odds. No. That video probably ruined the odds of him winning the MVP.
The video did?
Yes. The odds are one of the judges are going to have cross paths with Amber, and they're not going to be real happy that she's moved on and she ain't entertaining them tonight. And so he really ruined his chance to hear. Anyway, I've gone from a 1 to about a 7, and it has nothing to do with C.J. Stroud, and it has everything to do with Micah Parsons. Like
try hard.
I'm serious, man. When I listen to him talk and some of the stuff he says and the way he delivers it, like one.
If
he's got a level of arrogance, which is fine because he is one of the best athletes in the game, so I totally understand why. But he's got a level of arrogance that I believe he thinks he's somewhat invincible. Like when I hear him talk, there's a level of arrogance. Like, yeah, I'm above all this. It just scares the hell out of me, man.
If he sets a screen, he should be ejected immediately. If he tries to set a pick on somebody.
Oh, he's setting screens. He's setting screen. It's going to be. I'm telling you, watch Micah Parsons' ass tonight. For all my Texans fans out there, if you want another reason to hate the Cowboys, watch tonight and see how hard Micah Parsons goes on C.J. Stroud. I hope they're on the floor. They're not on the floor at the same time. But I got to be honest with you. I think C.J.'s going to at least want a little bit of that. So keep an eye on it.
He's definitely saying I'm picking C.J.
I'm going from a 1 through 7. By the way, the other thing that kind of moved the needle this morning for me. Stephen A. Y'all see this? Stephen A. got injured last night. Last night, apparently in Indianapolis, there was a practice, I guess, and he's a coach, right?
He's a coach, yeah.
Well, after practice, he was just going to shoot around a little bit, and he slipped on what he says is sweat. He said he slipped on sweat. And I don't know how – allegedly he had to go to the hospital because he slipped. I don't know what he hurt, but he slipped on the floor, and apparently they had to carry him off the floor.
They had to carry him.
Now, he was on TV this morning telling the story. He said that it was sweat. It wasn't. But guess who he was on the floor with playing with?
CJ.
Nope. It wasn't CJ. He was here with Amber.
Sorry, Amber Rose. Who?
Who we been talking about?
He was on there with Micah Parsons? Micah's already there at practice?
Yes. They were having a shoot around, a shootout, and somehow Mr. Basketball himself, Stephen A. Smith, goes down and is injured. Now, he got to work this morning, but all he has to do is talk. So, again, just explaining why my concern meter has gone. Oh, and it's gone up in the last couple of minutes, too, because there's a really good chance CJ's going to show up to the game with dead legs.
For him, I hope he does. I mean, if he's getting in the car with you.
Oh, the feet got to be heavy. He's already got heavy feet. There's the little slew foot. He's got to kind of drag. They're going to be heavy today. They're going to be late night, a lot of work. He's going to be fatigued, no doubt. This is a perfect scenario. We're going to change sports here. We're going to go into baseball because this is one of those where y'all know I hate when people minimize like communication and leadership and intangibles and all that kind of stuff. Whether we're talking about football, baseball, basketball, like in sports, really, hell, in business, in anything, like all of that stuff is so important, right? And I'm over the top believer in it. And the Astros have given us a perfect example, Ron, of why this kind of stuff matters. Why communication is so damn important. Right, I heard the midday guys talking a little bit about, or maybe it was B. Scott yesterday on In the Loop, talking a little bit about the meetings that Joe Espada had to have with Josh Hader and Ryan Presley, and kind of how it was just a formality because they would have never signed. Josh Hader would have never come here had he not been. And I'm paraphrasing, but the point is Hader would have never come here if he didn't know he was going to be the closer. So the meetings were kind of just a formality, right? And while that may be very, very true, I heard Sean Pendergast and him talking about it this morning or yesterday morning as well. Maybe very, very true. But still, the communication aspect of this thing is so, so difficult because you don't ever know how it's going to be received, right? And where I'm going with this is Joe Espada, once again, I got to tip my cap. You over-communicate, you over-meet, you over-discuss, you be very clear with what the hell you're doing and what the plan is, because you don't ever know how the person sitting across the table from you actually views it. And this is a perfect example. This is how Ryan Presley, ultimately, I guess, how he understood or how he responded, actually, how he responds to the Hader situation after Joe Espada had talked to him individually as well as both of them together.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got a great bullpen, probably one of the best bullpens in the league. I get paid to go get 3 outs. It don't matter if it's in the 4th inning or the 9th inning. So whenever the phone rings and they tell me to get in there, I'll get in there.
So with Presley, really doesn't matter. I'm sure he appreciates knowing that, hey, he's going to be in the 8th inning. But for him, it don't matter if I'm in the 4th inning or the 9th inning, right? Doesn't matter. Well, here's Josh Hader, and this is Josh Hader talking about, again, responding to knowing where he's going to pitch, and Joe Espada making that decision and make it very clear.
Yeah, I think ultimately in the game of baseball, roles are very important. We have routines as baseball players, and when you're able to get into that routine and knowing exactly what you have to accomplish, it makes the whole outcome of baseball games better. You perform better because you know what you have to do to accomplish that.
One conversation, right? One decision a manager makes. Two very, very, very important players that clearly view the value of that communication differently. One of them says, absolutely, I like to know my role, exactly where I'm going to be. The other one, hey, I don't give a damn. I got to get three outs. I don't care if it's the 4th or the 9th inning. That is precisely why communication is absolutely huge, is because it cannot matter to everybody in that clubhouse, although it does. It could not matter to everybody in that dugout, but if it matters to Josh Hader and he plays better and prepares better because he knows exactly what his role is on this baseball team, then damn it, the communication was important. So again, I just want to tip my cap to Joe Espada for the way in which he handled, I think, the first hurdle, maybe as a manager, first big decision as a manager. Yeah, so I tip my cap, man. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, like if it doesn't work out, it won't be because he didn't handle it right. It just didn't work out.
That's right.
I'm very impressed with what Joe has done thus far. All right, coming up next, speaking of Joe Espada.
By the way, I made Tyler over-communicate that to you because I wanted to get that clear as we started the segment.
Yeah.
So Joe did a great job. I thought I'd take a little bit of Joe Espada, pull my inner Espada out and make Tyler, because he kind of went tight-lipped on me.
Yeah. A decision it seems like they've made, Chas McCormick. He had a hell of a season last year. A hell of a season. You remember it. Big-time season. You think that's the best we've seen of Chas? Is there any chance that you believe Chas McCormick can take a step forward? Because if he does, it's a scary team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right,
Fine new.
Only concern with C.J. Stroud was the one thing that's untied and undefeated in our world. It's more powerful than money, and getting tied up with the wrong woman is the only concern that look. I mean, hell, I had it for myself for a long period of time. So now I got it for my quarterback here in Houston, and I don't know Amber Rose. I know who she is. I know what her resume looks like, and her hit list looks like, if you know what I mean. I don't know whose career she has or hasn't ruined, but I'm a man. I can look with my own eyes and tell you that she's got the ability to be a distraction very, very quickly for my young quarterback. And I think a part of what has made CJ super special is his ability to compartmentalize and put everything out of mind, out of sight, out of mind, and focus solely on football. And with Amber Rose walking around in and out of the hotel room, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to focus. That's all. I mean,
I'm at a 9, flashing lights all over the building. Flashing lights all over the building. I'm at a 9.
I'm not at a 9, but the only reason I'm not at a 9 is simply because I can't put my finger on any football careers that she's ruined the way that Kim Kardashian has. That's really the only thing saving me right now is I don't know that this is just a ticking time bomb as much as it is just a potential distraction.
Good for her. James Harden on her list as well.
That's right.
Terrence Ross.
Which is not good enough.
The list I had earlier was, I guess, just the documented, like officially documented.
Terrence Ross became a role player, and now he's just traded all around the place. Someone text in, concern level 26, Clint. Tyler, concern level 8.5. The only reason I'm not at a 10 is I'm trying to give this young man some trust on his judgment. But the lights are flashing.
You know, hey, here's the best thing for me, Ron.
And we'll get to you, Chaz McCormick, in just a second.
Yeah, just white boy Chaz. You got to wait a minute. You're there's anyway. Fix to go off the beaten path there. The best part to me, and we're getting hit up on social and text line and all that. The guy, look at the man that's out there, grown men that are out there that respond to our conversation with, man, y'all stay out of that young man's business. Let that man do his thing. You are completely denying what you know. You are completely denying what you know and how big. I'm not saying anything is. It could be the most beautiful thing ever. It may be nothing. But
they
you
may have
as
just been giving her a ride.
Of all people out there, as a grown man, your ass knows what type of potential distraction an Amber Rose can be to a 23-year-old rookie quarterback that jumped on the scene in the last 6 months. Not accusing anybody of anything, but if you're a grown-ass man and you and your response is, "Oh, y'all stay out of that man's business. That ain't none of y'all's business. He'll be fine." Come on, man.
YouTube and Twitch.
What world are you living in, man?
YouTube and Twitch, I'm where I think they are. 6.9.
6.9. That's a good one.
Probably,
I see what you did there. I see what you did there, Twitch.
I said I'm where I think they are.
Oh, man.
Probably.
CJ trying to get in that Jimmy Garoppolo world, ain't he?
Chaz McCormick. I said this before. Tyler, I want to go. I want to hear from you on this as well. 713-572-4610. The people on the text line as well. Chaz McCormick. He hit 273, career highs across the board on the offensive side at the plate. 353 on base, 41 extra base hits, including 22 homers, 70 RBIs, 19 stolen bases. Had his most at bats in his career with over 400. Do you believe that we have seen the peak of Chaz McCormick? Do you believe we've seen the peak of Chaz McCormick and Clint? I would say no. I think there are some important areas that I think he can improve upon. I think his power numbers can jump. I think he could drive in more runs, and I do agree with the thought that a lot of people have had that if he had more playing time, and not just more playing time, but to the point of, I know I'm playing every day. Like if he knew he was going to be in the lineup the way that Bregman knows he's going to be in the lineup, the way that Tucker knows he's going to be in the lineup, and I think that's where he is gearing himself towards. If he knew that, I think there is a way. Now, I don't know if he's going to hit 270s or 280s. I don't know about that. I'm going to need to see him a little bit more patience at the plate. But I do think the power numbers can go up. And I'll be honest with you, I think Chaz could probably get in better shape too, which I think would potentially help him all around.
Dusty not bringing him donuts or whatever the hell he was bringing him.
That banana
pudding
or whatever.
Oh, big pudding.
Do you think he is peaked? We've seen him peak. That was last year the best that we'll see.
I think statistically we've seen him peak.
You think so?
I think statistically.
You'll be surprised if he can jump over.
I will be shocked. Now, I would love it, but I would be shocked if Chaz McCormick at mid to late season next year, I mean, he hit 300 for the majority of the season, for a good chunk of the season. I don't know if majority's fair, but a good chunk of the season, he hit 300. I mean, at one point in the season, I mean, he was top 3, I think, maybe even better. I think he was top 3 in OPS in all center fielders. At one point, he was top 3 at OPS with the Astros. He finished, I think, number 5 OPS with the Astros. I will be shocked. And I don't know what, like, if you do home run per at bat or bats per home run, at bats per home run, however you do it. Like, I don't know what that would have forecasted out to be had he played 30 more games. I know Bregman had one more home run than him, I think, and Bregman had over 200 more at bats than him. So, I mean, if you give him another 150 at bats, what does that look like? I doubt very seriously as a whole, Ron, because we're talking about average, OPS, power. I mean, we're talking about it across the board. As I see it, sure, the power could improve. I think
that's the big part.
I think the play could improve drastically. I think he could get a higher percentage quality at bat. I think he could chase bad pitches less. I think he could be less reckless at the plate. He himself said, "Hey, I got to be a little bit more disciplined at the plate." I think Chas McCormick, the hitter, can look significantly different than what we've seen, right? But I don't know that equals, Ron, the combination of average, power, bases stolen bases. Like, man,
I don't know he's going to get 19.
What old buddy did last year, Ron, was really, really impressive from a numbers perspective.
Because the thing is, if he does take a step, like, I think, and I understand it, man, he's 28 years old. You don't generally, like, you kind of are where you are there. But he's kind of unique because, like, this may be the first time he gets 500 at bats in a season. But yeah, if he takes that other step, what he does to the lineup now, it's crazy. Him batting 6th or 7th in the lineup, and if he takes a step from last year, we're talking about an all-star level player.
Yeah,
with what he did.
Yeah,
we're talking about an all-star level player. All right, we got to get to the top story. Where are you at, concern-wise? Where are you? I'll open up the phone line. 713-572-4610. You can call in. I'll get you. Where's your concern level right now? Your young quarterback, your star, C.J. Stroud. Clint got nervous because he was sitting in the box with the Kardashians. Now he is sitting in a Lamborghini together with Amber Rose, who once had her head licked by her boyfriend Kanye West. We'll discuss your concerns coming up next.
The top-ranked show in the city.
How did Andre Johnson react to being named the first Hall of Famer in Texans history? With humility, of course.
I don't think this was only just for me. I think this was for the whole city of Houston. It's for the organization. I'm still trying to take it all in, but it's been a great experience so far.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell.
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Level 9 from the text line. Level 9 worry factor. Tyler, 1 to 10. Where's your concern level? I'm at a 9 with flashing lights and
alarms going off everywhere.
Alarms going off. What was it? What was like in my mind? I picture I'm at a 9. What was it when we knew that that Lovey's year wasn't going to be great? Did they have the fire alarms going off back and forth during his?
Oh yeah,
that's what I hear. No! Get away! Stop!
Run away!
Walk! Somebody, come in, please.
I'm at a 7.46.
Where's Kim? Where's Kim? Who? You at a 7?
7.46.
Okay. 7.46.
I like the details.
713-572-4610. CJ Stroud spotted last night after he won the MVP, and with that, him and Amber Rose were spotted leaving the facility together, leaving Minute Maid Park together, getting into his in his Lamborghini, talking to Chris Santiago of Area 45. They're on 7 to 10 every night. Chris said, "Man, he was carrying her stuff. That was her Nike bag."
I was wondering why he had 2 Nike bags. I was like, well, maybe
he just had a lot of
maybe he just got an extra bag. It is C.J. Stroud. Well, then I looked at some videos.
That's her bag.
Amber Rose played in that game last night. Yeah. Amber Rose she had a swag bag given to her as well. She wasn't carrying it out, and CJ was carrying 2.
Yep.
Now, look, that's a gentleman thing to do.
Of course it is.
That's the right thing to do. If you're gonna give Amber Rose a ride somewhere, if you decide you're good with that, then you damn sure say, well, let me get that bag from you. I mean, that's the gentleman thing to do. I wouldn't expect anything less. He had already made that decision. See, he had already made the decision that wherever they were going.
Would you have felt more comfortable that he wasn't involved with her bags?
No, I would have felt more comfortable if both of those bags were his.
I'm just saying if he wasn't involved with her bag, he wasn't involved with her.
Yeah, I'd feel better if he'd have walked out with Tank. Yeah, he could have walked out with Tank. That could have been Tank. I'd feel a lot better if it was Tank Dale's little ass getting in that. Like he can jump in the window of that damn Lamborghini for all I care.
She could give Tank a run for his money. Height end.
No question.
Height end, maybe 20 pounds below him, maybe 10 pounds.
Hey man, look, it's I'm at a 7 because I it's not like I'm gonna be at a 9 if it's ever made official. Like I'm at a 7 right now because I don't that now there is
it'll be just a fun.
There is about 1.45% of me that believes this could have been just hey we're going to the same spot. I'll give you a ride.
That didn't look like they're going to the same spot.
Strat House.
No. Oh, check that. It looked like they're going to the same spot
by design,
but it don't look like this is the first time that they have gotten in that car together.
We just so happen to be going to the same car.
That's how me and Courtney get in the car. I got the stuff. I lift up the trunk. I'm throwing it in. She get in the car. Just not cameras and stuff. Taking pictures of it. That's how we
uniforms back in the trunk.
That's the best part of the video. Other than just CJ and Amber together, is that he is head down, going to the car, walks between 2 cars, booms, get those stuff in the trunk, and she's stopping and making sure everybody takes pictures and waving and smiling at everybody. That's the best part of it.
This is absolutely.
At what point does CJ do the same thing on the other side of the car? Does he become the guy that stops, waves, poses for pictures? At what point does that happen, you think? Running with Amber, it's going to happen.
In Indy. But Tyler, seriously, he knew that those cameras were going to be out there. Like
I would think so.
They were prepared for this. They knew this. They knew this. Text line, let CJ have some fun. He ain't talking. He ain't taking her to meet mama or anything. Still, I'm at a 5. Irwin, we don't know what he's doing.
Well, you're at a 5. You're at a 5 with a walk to the car. You got a tad bit of concern there, Chief.
You ain't laying down for nobody.
It's just I for the life of me, and I'll get to you 713-572-4610. For the life of me, I just from what you would have never. You never would have made me guess. Like for the life of me, if he was going for somebody north of 40 or hell anybody, that Amber Rose would be the first one. Everything CJ has shown us, everything CJ has said to us, everything that he has done, but never. Maybe Tatiana Ali, Ashley Banks off of Fresh Prince, that would be a better fit.
Man.
Never.
23.
Michelle Williams from Destiny's Child, who turned gospel.
23, looking for no commitment beyond a good time. MILF hunting. Ooh, cougar hunting. Yeah, man. Look out. You're done tied into one now.
All right, Larry and Stafford. Listen, this is, you've been waiting for this quarterback to come in. You've been waiting for CJ. It's been your dream, and now he is out here with Amber Rose. And you looked at this. If you've seen the video, how long you think that this ain't the first time that they done hung out? Can't be.
No, hell no, this ain't the first time, man. Look here. Y'all asking the question, what level we at, right? I'm issuing a citywide red alert at this point. that damn, when he was in the Kardashian box, that was strike one. Now he got Amber Rose. Oh no, CJ, that's too much ass, dog. Look, you are a young man that can have all the fun you want to. I'm enjoying the fact that you're going to Vegas and playing in the Powder Puff game, and you going to the HBCU Classic, which I'm a big proponent of because I got a son that plays baseball, and y'all playing softball and all that other stuff, and now you're going to Indy for basketball. But no, dog, you cannot allow yourself to be tempted by what has ruined generations and dynasties around the world back in the day, man. Amber Rose, she may be the finest and nicest young lady in the world, but your ass needs to run as fast as you can, because let me explain something to you. When she was with Kanye, her ass was crazy. Then she did the slut walk, and that was crazy. Now she got 2 kids, and you a young man. I've seen this picture before. Just go ask Jalen Green how Drea Michelle trapped his ass if he about to have this baby. No, dog, you got your whole life ahead of you. I'm not expecting you to be a saint, but you better get over there and talk to your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and tell him that he needs to bring you somebody else in your life that's going to be able to allow you to continue on this arc that you own of positivity and moving on up. I love you, dog, because you're my quarterback, and I got to protect you at all costs, because I know what life looks like when you don't have one of them dudes like you over there. And I got to go over there and figure out where the hell you and Amber went, because if y'all went to the Post Oak together, then that's going to be a whole kind of bigger problems, man. Look, I'm a big proponent of dudes having fun, man. I'm not somebody walking around here afraid to do a little dirt my damn self, but there's levels to this thing, man, and at certain levels, you don't need that 40-year-old man. She will curl your toes and have your head spinning that you're being gave up everything that you could think of. This is why I run, and see, I called you run because I'm so shook by this thing, man. This is what I keep telling people, why I do not think the NFL should ever have an off season, because these kind of things can derail programs. I'm not happy about it, and I'm going to try to figure out a way to get in touch with CJ Mama so we can fix this thing in our hall.
Wow, we're going to people's mothers. All right, another Houstonian wants to chime in on this. Robert Flores, our guy who usually talks to us about baseball. Are you at a cold red right now? Are you scared to death right now about the potential of this?
I when I saw the video, I think I just immediately thought of Terrell Owens and just said, "That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback." No, I mean, look, I consider myself a bit of an expert in the in relationships between men and women, and I think what I think we're maybe kind of overreacting a little bit. I mean, this could be just maybe like a teacher-student relation. Okay, that's probably not the best scenario.
I've seen that one on the Hub.
It could be like a step. No, that ain't.
Seen that on the Hub too.
That's not. Look, no. You know what? Let's talk about the Astros. Josh Hader, huh? Am I right, guys?
Let's go. Am I right? Man, we got problems, man. We got problems, man. These two knowingly knew they were going to be seen, and they said, to hell with it. We want everybody to know. She got in that Lambo like she's gotten that Lambo like 15 times. Like, this ain't the first time,
you bring up a great point. He was carrying his bat, and
he was carrying her bags too.
No, I said bat. He was carrying the bat that he got from the softball game. But yeah, they seemed very comfortable with one another, and look, if these two crazy kids can't make it work, what does it say for the hope? What hope do we have for the rest of us? Am I right? Huh?
That's right,
man. I mean, if these two crazy kids can't make it work, then I'm giving up on love, guys. I'm giving up on love.
Man. Quit on it, man. By the way, real quick, how you feel about Josh Hader? Is this the best? Is this the best bullpen in baseball?
They have the best trio. Abreu's dirty. Presley, you can make a case is the best postseason closer of his generation, and then you got Josh Hader, who's obviously, his record and resume speaks for itself. What concerns me is those three guys can't pitch every day, right? So what's behind there? The JP France, Justin Verlander news, that's definitely something to keep an eye on. But yeah, I think they need a little bit more. I need to see some more depth emerging from that bullpen before I'm ready to say, hey, this is the best bullpen and the best unit in the game.
Yeah, they get to the postseason. It's a different story, but they got to get there. All right, Roflo, man, we appreciate you joining us, and listen, it's going to be something to monitor. I just don't know why.
Oh, without a doubt.
Just couldn't. Just Patrick Mahomes got his girl since he's been in 7th grade. That's where he went with it. Now we got Amber Rose.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's my quarterback. That's my quarterback.
And I will say this, Roflo, if the very least, I hope he has had a hell of a time. If we're gonna get in here, I hope he's had a wonderful time.
Hey, he's had a heck of a season. He's carrying a franchise. He's carrying her bags. He's doing it all. He's doing it all. And but like your previous caller, I think we need to get the mamas involved. Let's get the mamas involved. Let's make sure that they're in the loop, and we'll all feel much better.
All right, MLB Network's Robert Flores giving his thoughts on this breaking news that has taken over the entire city of Houston. C.J. Stroud and Amber Rose. Are they a tandem? I think so. Coming up, Tiger Woods, he's out, but not for the injuries that you thought it would be, for other reasons. And we'll give you the latest on potentially a backup quarterback is on the market. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. In fact, if you need help finding the land, Our Vision.
ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. The Big Dilf. And Psycho T have the latest. And here's the latest. Listen, we've been talking about it. It is the news that is sweeping Houston. C.J. Stroud seen walking out with Amber Rose, and they were getting in his Lambo together. And I'm going to just give you the news here. I want to see if you two believe it. If you were with this. Looked like there was a post from Amber Rose. She was responding. It says, new couple alert. Amber Rose spotted leaving a celebrity softball game with 22-year-old NFL star C.J. Stroud. She said, and tell me if you believe this, fellas, we literally don't know each other and only met yesterday at the softball game. The sprinter left me, and he was nice enough to give me a ride to the hotel. Thanks again. C.J. Stroud.
People meet and in the same day end up in the sack all the time. It's the only thing I thought of. It's not unheard of.
Fair, very fair, especially considering the resume that,
I'm gonna let y'all. How y'all? Does that right there make you feel different?
I've done a little digging, Ron. I've put on my investigative discovery hat and I've done a little digging. I went back and watched a couple of videos that surfaced from pregame of the Cactus Jack HBCU celebrity charity game, whatever it was that I'm screwing it up, I'm sure, that Travis Scott had. And there is a cut in there. Amber Rose walks down the third base from the third base coaching box towards the stairs that Dusty, it's third base, not first base, but the front stairs where Dusty typically would sit, right, in the other dugout. And as she's walking down them, CJ and Tank are walking up. And there's absolutely no flirt, no eye contact, there's no pause whatsoever. Now, she may have been, but from CJ's perspective, he was tied up with Tank.
Yeah.
And they act like they didn't know each other. Had they known each other, again, being a man, having once been 22. 22. Had I known Amber Rose before, as much as I love Tank, when I cross paths with her, which I imagine she smells so good, when I cross paths with her walking up the steps of a dugout, if I do know her, I'm acknowledging, I'm hugging, there's something there, right? So maybe there's some truth to not knowing each other. Maybe there's even some truth to the sprinter leaving her, even though Amber Rose, one of the celebrities at a celebrity game, seems like a sprinter leaving her to fend for herself in Houston down at Minute Maid Park is probably a little bit risky. But maybe that did happen. And maybe she's being honest. And I just asked C.J. Stroud, he was nice enough to give me a ride. That does not disprove anything that concerns anybody in this group. Does it you? Does it?
Listen, I hope, I'm just not in hope, whatever. If she's saying that's the truth, that's the truth. The visual did not appear to look like that. I mean, the visual, that did not look like that's the first time she got into that car. Or she walked right to it. That did not look like that was somewhere where it's like, oh, I don't know him. I'm just getting in the car. Just like she walked right to it. She's waving, cameras all around. Like, you got to know what this look's going to be about. I don't know. I don't know them. I'm going to sit there telling the truth. That's fine. That did not look like that was the first time. That we don't know each other.
Well,
just didn't look like it.
Well, here's the deal: is
if she just happens to be an Indy, all right.
I'm going to put my Texans fan cap to the side, and just as a man, like
If you agree to if you felt the need to carry her bags, which the gentleman would do, from the game, from Minute Maid Park to the car, put them in there, let her wave to the crowd and do her celebrity thing. It's a man's duty when you get to the hotel to carry them bags to the room. It is a man's duty to make sure she gets to her room safely. Regardless of how long you've known each other, it's a man's duty. And I believe there's still, it's highly likely that CJ may have been a gentleman in that case as well.
He also said,
and even if
he also said in the video, let's get something to eat.
Can we get something to eat first?
Okay, I forgot about that.
Can we get something to eat first?
So just so happened to be there to scoop her up. Oh, that your ride left you.
Watch that
Let's
video.
go get some grub.
That looked like there's somebody.
I'm fixing to get in the car with somebody I don't know.
I don't know.
That's a good point.
I just met his ass yesterday. I'm about to get in the car with him.
Ron, it is if she was going to
eat my oatmeal.
Ron, if she was going to get in the car with anybody, it needed to be somebody that was from Houston that knew the streets, and he knows the streets. I mean, lives here, not from here, but he knows the streets.
We wasn't going to grab no Uber or nothing like that. Wasn't no limo service, nothing around. All them damn celebrities. The only thing she had was to get in the car with some dude. She ain't know. Listen, damn it, I was born that night. Not last night. Come on now. Now, come on now.
Amber's trying,
that's my only way. My only way home to the hotel. My only way. Oh, the Sprinter's going. No other way to get there.
Strat House.
I'm going to go up to this total stranger I met yesterday. Hey, boss, 22 years old. You take me?
You take me to my hotel?
He took her.
Hotel. That's it.
He took her.
Yeah.
Oh, show.
Nah, I mean, look.
Carry my bags and everything. Got in here, popped the trunk. I walked right over, opened up the car door like it's the first.
Well, here's the other thing, Ron. Here's the other thing.
Eat your oatmeal.
Even if she's, you are. He's over here eating apple cinnamon oatmeal, by the way, from HEB. If anybody's wondering, the
maple brown.
Ron, even if it's maple brown sugar. My bad. Even if she is telling the truth, you can't. Let's take CJ out of the mix. You can't tell me 40-year-old Amber Rose didn't watch CJ play. Watch this nice young gentleman give me a ride home. And even if he was the gentleman that everybody believes he is.
Get out!
Which I do believe he's a gentleman. That's even more of a reason for Amber Rose to want to smash.
That's the only option she had to go home.
Come on, man.
We got a place full of celebrities.
Tank knows the city better than CJ.
Well,
Tank wouldn't give her a ride home.
She's too small for him.
You mean to tell me she riding on a Sprinter van with what they 16 deep on the Sprinter? She riding, what, she 14 deep on the Sprinter?
I've told you before, the Sprinter. No, we're not talking about a Sprinter like you took Trey and all your the 11-year-olds. Or not. How old is he? 9 or 11?
10.
More like a party bus.
Yeah, I mean this is a Sprinter van limo, Ron. This isn't.
That's the only route. Only way she could get home with CJ. That was it. That was her only option. She's stranded.
Wait on another Sprinter van or Lambo with the rookie, 23-year-old, good-looking rookie of the year.
You'll go watch that video, and you watch them 27 seconds, and you tell me, by their demeanor and their actions and everything they did, that's the first time them two jokers that met each other. First time they ever got
get it on, baby.
Get out of here.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Tiger Woods.
Didn't look like there was anything wrong with it. You nailed it.
I'm almost through it. Tiger Woods, in his own tournament, he had to withdraw from the Genesis Invitational, not due to the back spasms he had walking into the day. He ended yesterday and started having back spasms that was giving him problems his last couple of holes. But now today he had to leave with an illness, and Clint and Tyler, Tyler? You look. This was pretty serious. It looked like they took him out on a cart, and it looked like the ambulance came and got him.
Yeah, I saw for sure Tiger hunched over, like grabbing his stomach on the cart, leaving the course. But someone's also put out a photo of an ambulance at the golf course. You don't actually see Tiger, but they tweeted it out and said, "Looks like Tiger's getting in this paramedic vehicle." So that's not good.
Yeah, that's you said it earlier, Clint, and I listen, and I'm just being selfish as as a fan, as Tigers is on my Mount Rushmore of favorite athletes all time, personal, he may need to let this go.
I think he does. He needs to hand the baton to Charlie.
And not even just playing the senior tour, man. I think he may need to just let it, just chill, man. Go. Is there a media job he can take or something? Or just chill, just go fishing or something, whatever it is he likes to do. Because, I mean, we always know in a tournament the knee is coming. The knee's going to be a problem by the end. By the time he plays, 54 holes going into Sunday, if he gets there, the knee's going to be a problem. Now we got back issues. Now he's getting sick. Now
he needs to just hand the baton to Charlie.
I just have never wanted to accept that. That ain't good.
I mean, it's not. I had a buddy of mine. We were texting back and forth into the break. It's just not the same Tiger. Tiger would have never went down with a stomach illness in his heyday.
He would have taken something.
Oh,
he'd have doodled all over himself.
He'd have put a diaper on and finished around.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he'd have doodled all over himself first before he.
Tiger Woods here, speaking for Depends.
Could you imagine?
He'd have been like Tiger on that 16th tee box when he crapped his britches and wanted to call it a shark.
He'd have took his coat and tied his jacket that he got in that bag and tied it around his waist.
And called it a shark.
Yeah, I kept playing after that shark. Come on, Tiger.
Man, dog, he's like. Could you imagine? Hey, imagine how uncomfortable and how much pain he was in. His stomach hurting, his knee hurting, and his back is locking up.
Him on that cart hunched over, he looks like he is genuinely
he's
hurting.
on the 6th tee, and he's just like, man, I the hell with this, man. What am I, 3 under or 3 over for the day? The hell with this, man.
Time to call it.
I'm good, man. Somebody give me some Tums. He didn't thrown in 7 Tums and
shot of Pepto.
It's a Pepto. It's some milk of magnesia, and none of it's working.
Just stay away from those pain pills, bud.
How much you think he probably took something for his back, took something for his knee, took something for his stomach?
It's just, and he's got that limp along the way, Ron. It's just time, man.
He's never going.
It is time. I mean, not that he hasn't already been pouring into Charlie, but it's just, hey, man.
Just coach, man.
I mean, the only way Sunday Red is going to be literally worn on Sunday by Woods is if Charlie does it.
He should just play in the Masters every year.
I don't know.
Sunday Red. Gear up for that.
I'm dead serious with y'all. I don't know how this isn't a bigger thing. My man debuted his clothing line, his golf clothing line, and it's called Sunday Red, and his ass didn't make it out of Friday.
It gets Saturday. Yeah,
I mean, if you're ever gonna make a cut, it's
the first one.
It's this week, man, and let us see you playing on Sunday in Sunday Red. Your ass didn't make it out of Friday.
Friday Red.
Yes. Start calling it Friday Stripes.
FDR, baby. Friday Red. There it is. Maybe they come back with a new Tiger. I'm talking about on the hat and the shirt. He had that little. Somebody texted in yesterday and said that damn emblem looks like a tiger that's been dead for years.
Damn.
That's bones have just been put together.
It looked like a fossilized tiger.
like roadkill.
Oh no!
They didn't put them tigers.
Vultures have picked it apart.
Yeah, just bones. Just bones.
Hell.
5 o'clock
Tiger
fire.
fossil.
Yeah, that's what your old ass is too. Looking just like your emblem, falling apart. All right, the Raiders' Jimmy Garoppolo. He is suspended 2 games for violating the PEDs, performance enhancing substance policy. He'll be suspended for 2 games, and he is not appealing this suspension. Now, it'll be interesting to see where he plays, Clint. And I'm looking at Jimmy G because I'm looking at the league, and there are so many young quarterbacks right now that we're seeing the top 3 picks may be quarterbacks. So all of those teams, you would think most likely what we're seeing these days is these top 3 picks are starting to start their guys immediately, like Anthony Richardson did last year, like C.J. Stroud did, and like Bryce
They're
Young
damn sure
did.
expected to, ain't they?
Yeah, that's where we are. So that's 3 teams right off the bat that are probably going to start young guys, and there aren't very many teams that are looking for veteran quarterbacks. I think Jimmy G may be destined to be a backup at least next year, and with them knowing The system, with him being familiar with the coaches offensively here as they worked with him in San Francisco, Jimmy G would be maybe the best backup in the league.
Yeah, in the right system.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
and you hope he never plays, but then when we're looking in the league right now, it seems like most backups have to play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that one bit. Now, I mean, a couple of things on the suspension or the PD suspension is apparently one thing to keep an eye on with this moving forward is there's some verbiage in his contract with the Raiders that could potentially make this a violation that could void the entire contract. $11.25 million, I think, that he's due this year. It could become bigger than just a 2-game, which I think the Raiders want to part ways with him if they could. So this may be a blessing in disguise for the Raiders and allow Jimmy Garoppolo to move on, even though it would cost him the money that he was – I don't know what portion of that he was guaranteed. But either way it goes. And then to your point, look, I think the days of Jimmy Garoppolo even being remotely – viewed as a starter are over. Now I could see him doing pulling a Baker Mayfield, going somewhere where there's a young quarterback and that young quarterback's not quite ready, and the old veteran
until they're ready.
Yeah, and he starts and maybe he plays well and earns a year. I don't know, but I mean that's where Jimmy Garoppolo is at right now. Is there's one or two spots in the league where he can like compete, if you will. Everywhere else is going to be a backup. And now that the starting quarterback position here in Houston is solidified, I don't know that Jimmy Garoppolo wouldn't have interest from at least from D'Amico and Nick of coming here. Now I don't know if he wants to bite that bullet and come to a place where he knows damn good and well he ain't playing unless injury, but I could definitely see the Texans being interested.
All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans has made it very clear where he believes this team needs to improve, at least one spot. Can they do that by drafting a player to fill that void? We'll discuss that coming up next.
In the Loop.
I am more excited about
Plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Want to get your thoughts on this? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I saw this from John Harris. You know him as the sideline reporter, and he'll be following us as he does Texans All Access most nights after us. So make sure you stay tuned for John Harris.
You think he's got Amber Rose on the rundown?
He's nervous as hell.
Why?
John's
well, I know he is, but you think he's got him on the rundown? You think Texans All Access got Amber Rose on the rundown?
And they say no.
I don't know, but I know he could go on it. He'll surprise you now. John Harris can cut 15 good minutes on this.
Let me tell you how that goes down.
I'm slinging it 7.
It depends. Is Vandy on tonight?
I hope
yes.
Is Vandy on tonight with him?
That might go different then.
Vandy and Johnny
if
Harris.
He was in a solo and he had his J's on.
Yeah. He'd have to film room that one.
It's good.
No. This that team classic. I love listening. This is classic Vandy move right here. While the whole world tends to be focused on Amber Rose and C.J. Stroud, we've got the Generalies coming up next. We're going to talk about the draft.
Like hell we are. This is what we're going to talk about.
Yeah. He's going to let us know that Amber Rose thing is on his radar. But I don't think
CJ
I don't think he's got much on it. What you think?
If he's alone, he does.
Oh no, I know that.
if he's hosting,
you're talking about John now. I'm talking about Mark.
No, Mark ain't got much.
Mark's gonna intro that thing. Thing and let you know, like I see it. I see what you're doing.
No, he won't give Amber the satisfaction of using her name. He may say, I hear there's some things that we're talking about with our quarterback, but what I'm focused on is him participating tonight.
Yeah, everybody's focused on our quarterback's love life, and I'm focused on his health tonight at the basketball game. Yeah, Johnny, who's playing in that celebrity NBA playoff game tonight?
The game is
not playoff
over.
Game. I hope it's not a playoff game. It's celebrity.
Mark, I think the game just started.
Did it really?
No.
Oh, it will when they're on.
The love game.
I'm talking about the game. But.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
But John Harris,
off track
who you can catch after us, Texans All Access. He's really talking up Byron Murphy II, and he was one of him and Sweat were those two big guys in the middle for Texas this year, the Longhorns, that kind of helped turn around that defense. But he is a big D tackle in the middle that's going to go around the 20s. I've actually seen him mocked multiple times to the Texans in a couple of mock drafts, but he is going in the range of like 21 to 25, and the Texans sitting there at 23. He could be somebody there, and people are really high on him. And John Harris is somebody who likes him a lot. But we all know that D'Amico said the front seven, interior, up front, we have got to get better. He said that immediately after the season. So when the coach comes out and specifically talks about a position, you think, all right, well, they're going to target that. And there are some free agents there that, one, you got to try to wrestle away from their current team, like a Chris Jones or Justin Matabike or Christian Wilkins, who are on playoff-level teams. And then, two, you got to pay them. You got to pay them big time. And they're going to be some of the highest-paid players in the NFL on the defensive side of the ball. Do you think, though, that the Texans can fill the void the way that they need to fill the void? And if D'Amico's coming out speaking about it, it's got to be of grave importance to him if he's speaking about it publicly. Do you think that they can fill the void the way they need to by going and drafting and doing it through the draft with a kid like Byron Murphy?
Absolutely not. I think it. Look, this is an off season. I'm over the draft. I mean, it's going to be great. We're going to cover it. It's going to be fun.
No, you're over it.
I mean, look, we had the draft hype could not have been any bigger than it's been in Houston the last 2 years. And so the draft is one of those where it's back to normal. We got a first round pick. It's late. It's a good thing. It's a good problem to have.
And you're not going to draft anybody late in this draft that is going to change the franchise immediately the way that you are going to change the franchise immediately with all the cap space you have in either re-signing guys like Jonathan Grenard or going out and bringing in big-time impact playing type free agents. No, to answer your question, I think if you could draft a player and the change and we're talking about a guy that can take this team from getting skull drug in the second round of the playoffs to getting to an AFC championship and hopefully getting to a Super Bowl in the next couple of years. Like, you're drafting an interior defensive lineman, and the odds are it takes him at least a year to get where Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins are. The odds are. Yeah. Now, you may you may capture lightning in a bottle. Hell, you did it with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. But the odds are late first round, you're gonna catch a guy that tangibly is. I mean, it would be a grand slam if you caught a guy in the first round this year that after 1 year in the NFL is flirting with Sheldon Rankins type of play at the interior defensive line position. That ain't the guy that's going to take you to the AFC Championship next year. That's not the guy that's going to get you past Baltimore. That's going to be done through free agency, and that's going to be done with more than one guy.
Yeah, not right away. Someone just texted in, on YouTube and Twitch, message in, rookies made huge impacts around the NFL this past season. Absolutely, it's doable through the draft. And I would say to you is, I want you to start naming those rookies, and then think about the positions that they play. One of the most difficult positions to really break in immediately is anything on the line. Offensive line, defensive line, and especially interior defensive line. I mean, edge rushers are a little bit easier because they're coming off the edge and their speed sometimes can use it. But interior defensive linemen, usually it takes them a little bit of time because they're going up against grown men. They're doing different things. It usually takes that time. Wide receivers, running backs, even some corners seem to tend to kind of make a bigger impact sooner. I think if that is the only answer, because listen, it may not be in their hands, right? Like Christian Wilkins may just go back and sign with the Dolphins. It looks like Chris Jones, there's a potential that he goes back with the Chiefs. Same thing with Justin Metabike and the Ravens. But to think if the only deal is, all right, we're going to get him and he's going to be the plan to kind of really improve that defensive front like we want, I'm not certain he's going to be able to give him that year one.
Let me
I
run
like
you,
Byron Murphy a lot.
Let me run you through the interior, just the D linemen that were drafted last year in the first round. And I'll include Will Anderson Jr. He was number 3. You're not drafted until the 20s, so that's a stretch, but I'll include it. Will Anderson Jr., linebacker. Tyree Wilson, D end. Jalen Carter, D tackle. Lucas Van Ness, D end. Will McDonald, the 4th, linebacker. Jack Campbell, linebacker. Kalijah Cansey, D tackle. One more. Mozzie Smith, Dallas Cowboys, D tackle. I'm sorry, one more. Miles Murphy, D end Clemson. Brian Breesy, D tackle Clemson. Nolan Smith, linebacker Georgia. D end Felix, I ain't got that one. Uzoma out of Kansas State. Which one of those guys right there? Which one of those guys right there you drafting this year and you're beating Baltimore next year?
Felix had several inactives. Coach's decisions.
Hell, Tyree Wilson, did he ever play in Vegas?
He played a little bit. Yeah, he played a little bit.
I mean, with the exception of Will Anderson, I know when we got down here to the bottom, a couple of guys, I know Mozzie Smith ended up playing in Dallas quite a bit. I believe the kid, the Kalijah Cansey kid in Tampa with Buccaneers, he played quite a bit. But my point is, I mean, none of those guys are like, yep, that dude right there is helping me beat Baltimore this year.
Yeah, it's not like the impact like Bijan Robinson has made as a rookie. It's not like the impact that
Jahmyr Gibbs,
or the impact I think the Coleman kid out of Florida State could make if he gets into the league.
Yep,
those positions are a little bit more difficult.
Made a big, like there's Dalton Kincaid made a big man. That D tackle, it's
just more difficult.
Yes, it's more difficult.
All right, we'll continue to look at the top story and the best of the week. We do it every single Friday. This was a fun week. Tyler always works really hard on that. All of that coming up next as we continue rolling live right here on The Drive.
Ends Monday. Restrictions apply. See Target.com for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Best of the week coming up here in just a bit. As we roll through here, and now people are saying, "Oh, you guys are rolling with the rookies, just don't know anything."
Who said that?
No, I don't.
I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
Talking about the defensive tackles.
I thought you were talking about CJ. My bad. I think he knows exactly what the hell he's doing.
CJ's no longer a rookie.
Amber Rose on the brain.
Hey, that man got a hold of a cougar now. Yeah. I mean, look, he may call animal control. He may handle it himself. I don't know. I don't know. But he damn sure got a hold of one of them.
I bet Tank said, "Oh, is she riding back with you? Are you taking her? Oh, hey, let me get up out this way."
I'm gonna tell you, if I was Tank, I'd have been in that back seat.
What do you say? Do you have room for one more?
If I'd have been Tank, even if I was just being a smart ass, if I was Tank, I'd be like,
"You got room?
Hell no, you ain't." You think you finna leave with Amber Rose and I'm gonna follow in my car? No. I'm gonna ride with y'all. I'm gonna be in that back seat. I'm gonna be in the middle of the back seat.
You think you about to leave and go home with Amber Rose and I'm going to the crib?
Nah, yeah. Y'all going to eat? Oh, y'all gonna pick something? Yeah, I'm hungry too.
This leg is healed up. Clint,
yes, indeed.
Clint said Tank.
If I was Tank, I'd be like that little kid sitting on right behind that console.
Tyler, Clint said Tank they'd have been walking up to that room and Amber walked in, CJ walked in. That door about to close. Tank get that foot in that door. And they stop on his car.
Hey, how funny would that be? CJ Stroud turns around and sees the tip of a Jordan in the door.
Hey, CJ, man.
Get that foot in there and say, "Y'all got room for one more?"
Y'all got 2 beds in there?
I'm good with one.
That's great. That is classic.
Eiffel Tower time.
Yeah, closing it on me, Jack. No, I talking about the rookies. Rookies don't. No, they can play.
No, you want to take the Houston rookie class to a whole nother level. Let a video surface over there at Marquee.
Oh, those two, huh?
Post Oak, whatever the hell, Houstonian. No, stay away from Houstonian. Post Oak, whatever that is. Woo.
Hell, this could go down in the Ramada. It don't matter here where it is. All right, let's. All right, this is we better get out of this. The best. We do this every week, every Friday. We've had a fun week, a lot going on here. Tyler works really, really hard on this. This is the best of the week.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, The Drive is live, baby. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day here.
Back in the H, baby.
How about it? Yes, sir. Clint's in the building. Tyler, it's good to see your beautiful face.
It's good to see your pretty face.
I know it, baby. I'm pretty and happy now.
In the shotgun, Mahomes. 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap. He runs and he throws. Caught, touchdown. It's caught. Hardman caught the ball. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. Super Bowl 58, 25-22 in overtime.
Boys, if it makes you two feel better to tell each other that y'all are pretty, go ahead.
Well, it does. Okay, not going to hurt me.
I like it.
I'm feeling too good, baby.
Yeah, you're on cloud 9. That's right, man. Vegas for a week.
Yes, 16 daiquiris.
The Chiefs have won. Man, woman, or child, right?
What about halftime? What about halftime, boys?
I will say, I used to call Steve Nelson handsy. You got a little Steve Nelson on Alicia Keys. I'm just saying, if I'm Swiss Beats, we got a little touchy. The look in his eye of desire. And if I'm Swiss Beats, man, I'd like to meet Usher Raymond at the 50.
Just stay facing forward.
Was Usher out of bounds? Was Usher out of bounds?
He had been behind her before, that's for sure.
I told Tyler, man, I'm hungry as a terrible towel right now.
Why are terrible towels hungry?
They've never eaten, I would assume. Right?
It's true.
Right? True.
I don't think that.
Safe bet. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not a living,
and I would imagine
breathing being.
Well, except for Tally.
Tally.
Last name Whacker.
He's just Tally.
Don't forget your towel.
He really enjoys that one.
Don't forget to bring a towel. When you get out of the water, you need to dry off right away to avoid catching a cold. That's why Tally says, don't forget to bring a towel. Thanks, Tally.
Have you found a sitter, or?
No, I'll just put the kids in their kennels.
Oh, that's right. Your kids are old enough to watch.
Yeah, they can take care of themselves. They might lick their own butt here and there, which I try to tell them not to.
How old
but
is your oldest kid?
You don't even know their
13.
age.
Oh, 13's old enough.
You don't even know their age.
13's old enough.
I think there's a reason she took me to an empty place.
She was ashamed?
No.
I don't think she was real proud, to be completely honest with you. I don't.
You're a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Tyler.
What do you think? It's an age thing?
I'm having a good hair day today, huh?
Normally, and when you hear the word concern, scary ass rhyme on this, but it ain't me this time. No, it's my man Clint Stoerner.
TMZ got me. TMZ got me.
Damn it, that is the best. That is the best moment in the history of this show. Damn, man, in the break, I'm going to have to show you my Uncle Al. Let you see him preach. I love it. There you go.
Broke, busted, and disgusted, and they ain't mad at God. They mad at us.
Jackpot, Kansas City.
Tony came right in. Oh, that's Andy's favorite play. They love to spread you. And he went up like 30.
Can you believe it's over, Jim?
I can sit there and tell that he is annoying, if not pissing Jim off.
Oh, yeah.
He told Jim.
You know all about that.
He told, yeah.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
You're Tiger frickin' Woods, man, and you got this little tiger.
The little tiger thing is really weird. That's what it looks like. All right, speaking of Tiger, he's got some issues with thinning up top, boys. I got the answer, baby. Advanced hair restoration. There's one name that I do not want to see associated with C.J. Stroud. Who would you say? What name would you say?
Well, that's a hard one. Winona Ryder?
No, but I'm sure this one does that. Anybody else got one?
Britney Spears.
No.
Oh, yeah, Britney. That's a good one, Tyler.
I'm talking about them damn Kardashians,
She's
boys.
trouble, man.
Yeah, they are, all of them.
Damn, Courtney. Is Kim dating OBJ? Is that a thing? That sounds like a perfect fit. He's in that box. It's a great box. I would lie. It's a great box.
I don't know why I'm such
Tremendous.
why am I such a big fan of Lala?
Wait, so if Kim K and OBJ are together, does that mean she's dookie for him?
Coming up next. What's wrong with you, man? Do you think the Houston Texans?
Oh, Dookie Kardashian.
Man, you nasty as hell.
Man, woman, or child, right? This is drive time, isn't it? Back in Houston.
Before we get to that boner.
Hey, soda, weight loss. It changes lives.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well done. The best of the week. I echo Tyler, his best of the week, A1 steak sauce. This is your best stuff right here from the text line. It was fantastic. Heck of a job.
Thank you.
There was a lot of material to be had there.
Yes.
There was a lot, and we haven't even got to Friday.
Solid week, man.
We didn't even
First week with no football, and here we are. Solid week.
How about that? And Amber.
And Amber, we're finishing this week off with Amber.
Started the week worried about Kardashians, ending it worried about
and we're up. And listen, who knew that we're grasping for names in that clip? I don't know where Winona Ryder came from, but we're grasping for names.
I didn't either.
And we're rolling. And Amber Rose is in the cut.
Winona Ryder.
CJ said, "Let me join the conversation, boys."
Just wait. Now, I want to update this. And once again, maybe you guys have had some time. Maybe you feel differently. Texans All Access coming up behind us. Hopefully they go in wall-to-wall coverage on this Amber Rose and C.J. Stroud. I doubt it. But Area 45, Bajani and Creighton, 7 to 10 after them. I'm certain they're going to talk about it. But this came out. It said right here, this is a post from Amber Rose. It says, new couple alert. Amber Rose spotted leaving a celebrity softball game with 22-year-old NFL star C.J. Stroud. She said, we literally don't know each other and only met yesterday at the softball game. The sprinter left me, and he was nice enough to give me a ride to my hotel. Thanks again, C.J. Stroud. Do you believe? Do you look at this and believe? All right, this was just hey, they just met the day of, and she took a ride late from a person she just met, 22 years old.
Oh, I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
Okay.
I think it's. I told you I saw a video. The video, it doesn't appear when they walk past each other in the dugout that they really know each other. I would think if I were C.J. Stroud and I'd met Amber Rose before, I mean, even if it were just for ish and giggles, I would at least give her a little hug and act like I know her kind of deal. And so they appeared like they didn't know each other. But either way it goes, I mean, he's a gentleman. She's in a spot where she needs a ride back to her hotel. They didn't know each other before. Now they do. He knows the city. It's convenient. It's exactly how it gets started. It's exactly how it gets. It don't matter how you get back to the hotel. It don't matter why you got back to the hotel. It's that you got to the hotel.
Yeah. I'm not buying this whatsoever. Because the same video you saw, then however many hours later, these two sped up the look of how they appear to know each other, because they look like they know each other pretty well, and they've done this dance of getting into the car before. And it's interesting to me where all those celebrities there there's the only way I can get to my hotel is CJ. It's the only way I can get to my hotel was CJ. And as you said, hell, they got to the hotel. He was carrying her bags, popped the trunk, threw it in the trunk. You think he got to the hotel and just told her to go hop out there and grab them bags?
I'm going to tell you this.
And she grabbed and drug those bags?
I don't think CJ beat Tyler home. I don't. Oh, was that last night or night before last?
That was last night.
Yeah, I don't. I think Tyler beat CJ home last night.
Damn. 2:40 a.m. By the way.
Yeah, I think Tyler beat CJ home.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I do not think this is a good thing for CJ Stroud.
No, but
it would be a hell of a thing for us.
It already has been.
I mean, I'm just saying, if this is the thing, and we got CJ and Amber Rose watch.
I mean, look, Taylor has done a lot for Kansas City. Can Amber do a little something for H-Town? Probably shouldn't put Amber. Probably shouldn't put Amber in Taylor's category.
Probably not. You'd feel a little different if it was Taylor that he ran into.
She ain't donating $100,000 to anybody today.
No, she hadn't.
I don't need to see her in a suite at a Texans game.
Who?
Amber Rose.
Oh, it's happening.
Well, I mean, you're scared of Kardashians. Let's just say Black China is one of her good friends who was with Rob forever. So there's a connection with the Kardashians right there. Oh, what a week, Siege. I just saw CJ on the screen, and
He's warming up.
He was warming up, and you're not.